Now, with his shadow army, he began to carry out his plan. "Generals, I'm ready to fight with him. This world of emptiness where the reign of endless darkness is so boring that only constant battles help to distract me." When our hero appeared before the first ruler, he went up to him and told him that he had won the battle of the rulers. But now he needed to teach them all a lesson again, for it had been years since he had entered the rift in space, and now at last, the end of this long, agonizing, and boring battle has been brought to an end, and now all that is left is the little dragon lord and the warriors under his command, the so-called Army of Destruction. And fortunately, time flows differently here in the outside world. Some years have passed. In the reunion years later, his mother and father, he didn't know how they were now and how much his sister had changed. Well lowered in his head, he saw his general who said that from below everything was clear, no one was left alive. Our hero replied that, well, he wouldn't lose a second time, and now he must raise all his army that he has. Well, the Dragon King who was in his kingdom started to say that the Demon Lord was finished and maybe better, but he was tired of running away and decided that he would fight right there. And for him, he really was surprised by the Shadow Lord, and he turned back time with the bowl of samsara. And that he didn't think they would meet him alive and not in the realm of the dead, and now one of them must surely become a hostage to eternal rest. And his name is Antares, and he was touched by the Lord of Shadows, to which our hero appeared before him and replied that his name was Jinwoo, and finally asked him if he had anything else to say, to which the Dragon King replied that he did not. And at that moment they began their battle again. And on the other side, in the 2 years, and because of one prediction, all of America was in turmoil. But the main problem was that the seer was Selner, and the god of death descended with his countless army. Years ago, she had her eyes opened, and she predicted the death of the leader of the north of the lottery and the stock market graph, because of the decline in real estate prices and more. Because of her accurate predictions, she became the center of discussion. And high up in the sky above the village, a huge black hole appeared. Headlines all over the world publicized the predictions to that woman. And all the people who were watching on Earth couldn't understand what was going on, as the black hole opened up in front of them. And as soon as there was a noise, they couldn't understand what was happening, because they didn't know if it was the end for them, but it was actually very calm. Meanwhile, our hero, who was behind everyone, started to move away. And he was met by a man with a bouquet who said that he was glad he did it. And he couldn't think that he would appear as a schoolboy if people were surprised, our hero replied. Constantly together he realized that it's not so bad when someone meets him on that man to think that he could really defeat them alone. They didn't come here to give him this bouquet, and what did the messenger of the rulers want with it? To which the man replied that the rulers wanted to convey something, that the conversation would be a bit tiresome, and that he would like a change of scenery. To which our hero said he'd like to sit in a place. And a little while later he was sitting in a place eating his ice cream. And that place was an ice cream store, and our hero said he always wanted something sweet. And then he started asking what the rulers were saying, to which the guy replied that they were saying thank you for starters. And once the problem was solved, and that's why he came to him. The rulers are worried about the effect of his power on their world, and as he knows, the world will be hard-pressed to resist his ability, and that nature has no mother and is very weak. If he doesn't mind, they'll move him instead to a place that can handle his power, but they can't be bothered and just seal him off. Our hero replied, but the man replied that of course it was possible. And at that moment the atmosphere changed. And did they use it to its full potential and then decide to destroy it? Because they're afraid of him. But the man replied that it wasn't true, and he had to forgive them. And he took out his cell phone and showed a woman who said that the god of death was coming down to earth, and before he came back, there was a prediction. In their hydro words, and his existence had caused this change. And he looked up and asked the man if they were coming back for him. To which he replied that they would, great lord. If all living things had a meaning to their existence, one thing, he would be sure of one thing. Being a Shadow Lord, he has done his best to shorten the aggression of the Lords and destroy the countries of the phenomena. In this world, he has achieved his goal. A fully utilized power is like exhausted nuclear fuel that only causes trouble. And if that's the case, it's only natural to have doubts. Doesn't this world need him now? It sounds so stupid. But at that moment, a girl passed by his window. And out of the corner of his eye, he saw her and jumped out of the store and started to run after her. But he realized he'd always wonder if he could stay here. The girl smelled the ice cream because it was very pleasant for her. And our hero realized that there was a reason not to leave the world. Because there are still people who love him, and people who love him, or people who loved him once upon a time. But that's enough for him now. Because there will always be something to lift him up from his knees, and all he has to do is stay and find more reasons so that he can go on living in this world. Someone drives up to the emergency services station. Here you can always call 112 to get help from reliable staff. Woo Jin-chul is a criminal investigator. Sometimes he feels a sense of loss, a very strange feeling, as if he knew about something important, but nothing comes to mind. The emptiness in his soul grows more and more from these thoughts. A man with black short hair addresses Woo Jin-chul as Sunbai and holds out a glass to him. The man asks what he's dangling in the clouds about. Woo Jin-chul takes the drink in his hands and thanks the man for it. He thinks about how busy people just don't have time to be sad. He needs to focus on his work. Woo Jin-chul and his partner walk into the station and notice a strange guy here. He wonders who they are. The man with short hair realizes what kind of guys they are talking about. He can't get the words right to describe. The guys look scared shitless and are shaking with panic and fear. They're talking about some kind of shadow monster that appeared out of the ground. The guy spells out aloud what the shadow told him. If he doesn't turn himself in within the next 24 hours, he will regret being alive. The man starts yelling about how it's all his fault and just an investigator to put him in jail. Woo Jin-chul clarifies if the man really saw the monsters from the shadows. The man starts to prove to the investigator that he's telling the pure truth. Woo Jin-chul thinks about how he'll write something like this in his report. One of the employees calls out to Woo Jin-chul and tells him that they are waiting for him in the conference room and that one of the newcomers will write the report. His partner takes care of it. Woo Jin-chul heads to the conference room and is informed that they want to release those who have now surrendered. An older man demands the investigator to be quiet. Woo Jin-chul clarifies what the old man means when he suggests releasing those who have come forward. The old man starts looking out the window through the blinds. He says that this is all for a reason. He needs to find out what will happen if they stay free. The investigator thinks these people are talking nonsense and talking about monsters is just the effect of the drugs. The guy in the red sweatshirt claims the blood drug test showed nothing. He even requested a retest to be sure of the results. The guys who came here to confess are locked up behind bars and continue to shake with terror. The superiors ordered to find out the cause of the insanity, but they found nothing. They have no choice. They need to get some information about what happened. The older man says that's why he decided to let them go and observe. Woo Jin-chul asks what he's going to do if the truth is something happens. The older man and the guy in the red sports coat start laughing amongst themselves. The investigator doesn't understand the reason for the mocking. The older man asks how long ago the investigator started believing in ghosts. He seems to be more emotional than he appears from the outside. The older man claps the investigator on the shoulder and assures him that nothing will happen. They'll just take one of them away to a quiet place and see what the reaction is. He'll be watched, so he won't be able to escape. The older man smirks and says that you can guess how the monster will appear in 24 hours according to them. That's quite a reason to be thankful. The older man says they need a volunteer. If the investigator doesn't want to, he can just stay at the station, but he refuses and will go with them. In one of the rusty and old barns, they lock up one of the disturbed men who came to the station to confess. They put him in a chair and handcuff his hands. He starts screaming and crying in terror, begging the investigators not to do this to him. He could die. An older man approaches the subject and tells him to sit still. They need to check something. The man states that they will guard him. He asks Investigator Kim when the 24 hours will expire. He replies that in about 10 minutes. The entire team of assembled clerks and investigators begin to wait for the time to expire. It's getting very cold in this barn. Woo Jin-chul is watching the guy who is being tested and is crying and drooling in terror. The investigator notices that the air here is very different from usual. The guy in the red tracksuit looks at his watch and addresses the man in the age group that time is up. The handcuffed suspect continues to shake with fear, but nothing happens. The investigators look around. The man in terror also starts looking around and can't understand why nothing is happening. The older man asks if maybe they got high on something together and demands a confession to end it soon. The man covers his ears in horror and blood runs streams down his face. He says that they definitely saw it. In fact, there were 4 of them. Suddenly something starts happening and Woo Jin-chul is the first to feel it and experience it. The investigator turns to the others and demands that they get out of here immediately, or better yet, run. Some kind of thick black shadow appears and instantly pounces on Investigator Kim and his sunbae. From somewhere, multiple streams of black and dense shadow appear and head towards the investigators who have fallen to the ground. Investigator Kim and his sunbae lose consciousness, and the lifeless continue to sit half-lying on the stone slab. The man restrained by the sailboats opens his eyes wide and falls into a stupor. Tears and sweat streams down his face. The distraught man watches the appearance of the black shadow that begins to rule the place. He won't even have the strength to scream. The monster's huge and clawed hands appear all over the space, which seems to be completely made up of black shadow. Woo Jin-chul watches the appearance of the monster in horror and himself can't believe that they actually appeared here. The man who was handcuffed begins to shriek and scream in terror and fear. A huge black and dense shadow begins to spread its tentacles towards the handcuffed man. Woo Jin-chul watches in horror as the black shadow strips the man of his limbs and tears his body apart. He carefully and in fear tries to step backwards. 3 huge, tall monsters begin to rise to their feet and move towards Woo Jin-chul. These monsters are like they look like giant ants. The monster starts smiling and making strange noises. Woo Jin-chul continues to watch in horror and notices that the ant begins to smile. He observes the monster's behavior and realizes that the ant's gaze was expressing joy. This means that it was the one he was glad to see. Woo Jin-chul stands amidst the bereft bodies in the old and cold barn. It seems as if he is already used to this kind of situation. But just why is this happening to him? A tall and muscular man begins to reprimand the investigators for their stellar performance. The investigators appeared to be injured and allowed themselves to be knocked out in the monster situation. On top of that, the man who came here and surrendered just disappears without a trace. The man turns to Woo Jin-chul and asks him if he remembers anything and if he's the one who called the ambulance. Woo Jin-chul apologizes and says that when he pulled himself together, his colleagues were already knocked out. The tall man demands the investigators keep their mouths shut and not tell anyone about it. The 2 of them were allegedly trying to investigate the Jiro neighborhood and got into an accident. Woo Jin-chul sits down at the work computer in his office. He's trying to find something, and there's definitely something to be found here. His junior partner notices that the investigator is going to continue to investigate the self-driving case. The investigator replies that he is just curious about something. The junior partner notices that so many criminals have come forward to other precincts because of the shadow monsters. The guy notices that from the end of February to the beginning of March, their numbers increased a lot. The investigator asks what came to the junior partner's mind. The junior partner tells him that his aunt ran a book rental store. School was just starting at that time, so he remembered her complaining that business was not going well at the time. The investigator ponders his words. The junior partner clarifies if there's really nothing to it. Woo Jin-chul turns to the junior partner and says he'll keep this in his head just in case. Different students come to one of the schools, which is decorated in white and lit by the afternoon sunlight. One of the students at this particular school is a kid with short and black hair, wearing a jacket with a furry hood and carrying a backpack behind his back. The school principal holds out the characteristics of the new problem student to one of the teachers. The teacher reads that his father works at a fire station and his mother is a regular housewife. His grades are pretty good, so he doesn't seem problematic. The principal demands to know why he was expelled from his last school. The teacher reads that the boy ran away from home for 2 years when he was in his first year of middle school. The principal asks what the teacher thinks and if he can handle him. The man's name is Park Gi Si-Ryeong, and his nickname is Viper. He asks the principal to entrust him with the difficult students. He's going to teach them. In the stadium of this school, many students are gathered and lined up in lines. Park Gi Si-Ryeong moves between the students and holds some kind of educational stick in his hands. He demands everyone to be quiet and asks who is talking. Among the many students, Park Gi Si-Ryeong notices the very new and troubled student. Park Gi Si-Ryeong knows that this student's name is Sung Jinwoo. The man calls him asshole and doesn't have warm feelings for him. Park Gi Si-Ryeong thinks that no matter how much of a bully Sung Jinwoo is, he will make a quiet sheep out of him. Student Sung Jinwoo's hands are wearing black leather gloves, which violates the rules of this school. Park Gi Si-Ryeong is going to show the boy who's in charge here. He turns to Sung Jinwoo and asks how dare he wear gloves in school. Eye contact happens between Sung Jinwoo's burning eyes and Park Gi Si-Ryeong's startled gaze. Park Gi Si-Ryeong's eyes appear horror, fear, and panic. He notices something terrifying in his student's eyes. The image of the disciple Sung Jinwoo appears with a black and purple dark aura. He stares coldly at the teacher. Park Gi Si-Ryeong turns away from Sung Jinwoo and points his stick at the other students to stand steady and quiet. Park Gi Si-Ryeong turns away on purpose to see if something just appeared to him or not. A man in a helmet appears behind Sung Jinwoo, who addresses the guy as a lord. They realize that Park Gi Si-Ryeong has seen everything. Sung Jinwoo lowers his eyes pensively and thinks about whether this is one of the effects he brought with him into this world. School starts, and many students gather in their classroom. Everyone is socializing with their own company. Sung Jinwoo sits in the same classroom at a desk and reads some book that fascinates him. A classmate with bright red hair approaches Sung Jinwoo and asks him if he said his name correctly. The boy's name is Oh Eun-gil. He was in the same class with Sung Jinwoo in the first year of middle school. He asks if the boy lives nearby, since he only moved in last year. One of the other students grabs Oh Eun-gil by the sleeve of his school uniform and pulls the boy aside. A group of tall guys approach Sung Jinwoo's desk with less than friendly intentions. One of the guys says that Jinwoo is kinda cool for wearing gloves to school. They ask why the glove is only on one hand and start mocking him, talking about dragons. Sung Jinwoo tries to figure out what these guys are doing and if they are trying to signify their status in this class. One of them demands the guy to take off his glove and let him try it on. The guy gets angry that Sung Jinwoo doesn't respond when he is addressed. They ask what's wrong with him, And what is that tattoo on his body? Sung Jinwoo's subconscious suggests that he destroy these guys and throw them at his feet, but the boy turns him down. Sung Jinwoo is about to take off his black leather glove at the request of these guys in class. The guys start to tense up and become perplexed as to what could possibly be under his glove. They wait with interest and fear. Sung Jinwoo shows the guys the burns on his hand that he got from the Dragon King, only he couldn't heal it completely. The men look away without interest and say they were just messing with him. They ask him to remove that scary hand or the abomination will give them nightmares. Sung Jinwoo notices that his essence that lives inside him is going to follow the boys. The boy asks what he is going to do. The essence asks, "Doesn't it feel good?" In fact, it's even comforting. The entity that lives inside of Sung Jinwoo starts to envelope the boy's feet with its aura to knock them to the ground. The company of guys starts to stumble over an invisible barrier and fall to the ground. The guys start looking around in bewilderment, noticing the students laughing at them. They don't understand how this happened. The essence inside the guy addresses him as the king. Sung Jinwoo tells him that it's nothing wrong, he just wanted to make a joke too. Sung Jinwoo walks with Oh Yoon-gil down the hallway. The red-haired guy says that Sung Jin has changed a lot and isn't even scared of those guys. He must have been practicing these 3 years. Sung Jinwoo replies to him quite contentedly that he has indeed practiced a lot. Oh Yoon-gil wonders if the guy is going to join a martial arts club. Sung Jinwoo squints thoughtfully at his comrade and says that he really wants to go to one club. Oh Yoon-gil looks back at Sung Jinwoo with a perplexed face and shows his interest. The guys come to the captain of the track and field club, Choi Dae-won. He asks the guy if he really wants to join them in the club. Sung Jinwoo confirms what the club captain says, while Oh Yoon-gil denies that he feels the same desire. The guys from the athletics club come up, interested that someone wants to join here. They've never seen anyone come here of their own volition. It's weird. Choi Dae-won asks the guy if he ran in middle school and if he's athletic. Sung Jinwoo answers everything in the negative. Choi Dae-won claims that they only want athletic guys. Why is a guy trying to join them if he hasn't even run before? Sung Jinwoo answers all of the captain's questions and says that she wants to meet someone at the competition. Right now, this girl is in the junior division, but he's sure he'll meet her at regionals. She was a promising runner, but she had to give up her dream and become a hunter. One of the club members is outraged that a guy wants to get into the competition. The captain agrees to accept Sung Jinwoo, but with one condition. Choi Dae-won, the captain of the track team, points at the guy in front of him and talks about him to Sung Jinwoo. Choi Dae-woo says that this guy is a sophomore and is the worst among them right now. Sung Jinwoo needs to be at least faster than him. Sung Jinwoo says he'll try, but mentally doubts the captain's words. That guy, although he has a skinny build, but his legs and ankles are very strong, some kind of obvious lie. The club members think that Sung Jinwoo is a weakling since he didn't recognize last year's regional medalist. If he wins, he'll join, but if he doesn't, he'll do their laundry and clean for them for a month. One of the teachers at this school who is in charge of Sung Jinwoo's education is sitting in his office. A girl asks him if he's feeling better. The man thinks about having a smoke, so he immediately lights a cigarette and looks out the window. Something catches his attention there. At the stadium, he notices students practicing and running around the field. Among those students is Sung Jinwoo. The man wonders why this guy is running with the guys from the track and field club. He asks the coach what's going on there. The coach tells him that this new guy wanted to join their club. The guys couldn't turn him down because he proved his competence. Now they are testing his endurance. The man continues to smoke and asks what the point is. The coach replies that this is the 20th round and he is tired of watching, so he came here. The man thinks about the fact that maybe Sung Jinwoo isn't a bully, and his first impression of him was wrong. He needs to treat him more objectively, and then he will realize who he is. Suddenly, the man is startled by something, causing his cigarettes to fall out of his mouth. The man begins to scream in terror and fright when he notices something in front of him in the field. The man notices that it reappears around Sung Jinwoo and follows him. This black and purple aura is frightening and alarming. The man tries to come to his senses and thinks that he's imagining things and it's just unreal. Outside the window, right in front of the teacher, the same monster that follows Sung Jinwoo everywhere appears again. The black and purple creature opens its mouth wide and threateningly and starts to scare the teacher. The man opens his mouth in horror from fright and shock. He starts yelling and drooling from his mouth. Park Bi-seol falls to the ground from the horror and shock and passes out. The coach of the athletics club approaches him and tries to figure out what happened. Two huge, dark creatures begin to talk to each other. One tells the other that he shouldn't have done it. One of the monsters looks at Park Bi-seol and asks if the man can really see them. Jin-chul and his younger partner are eating at a cafe. His partner asks him about the case he was investigating about the perpetrators of the perpetrators. He asks if he saw something that day. Jin-chul interjects to ask what exactly the guy is talking about and what day he means. The younger partner thinks it's already clear to the man what he's talking about. The partner talks about the day the suspect who turned himself in disappeared and Jin-chul saw something. Jin-chul drinks his shot and tells his younger partner that he saw a monster ant that day. Jin-chul himself doesn't know what it really was, but it looked like a huge ant. His partner interjects to ask if the big ant appeared in front of him. Teacher Park Bi-seol approaches Jin-chul and is shaking with fear. He asks if he saw a monster with the head of an ant and the body of a man that day. The members of the track and field club continue their training before reaching their goal of winning the national tournament. One of the guys interjects, "Wasn't the goal of their training to win regionals?" The captain practices with the rest of the guys and says that such a goal is too shallow. Their goal is to win the national tournament. The captain continues his training on his last breath and is about to collapse without energy. Sung Jinwoo turns to the others and wonders why that guy is torturing himself like this. His essence inside says that people are stupid. Sung Jinwoo puts out his gloved hand and points it at his comrade, Oh Eun-gil. Oh Eun-gil doesn't realize what's happening. His whole body starts to burn abruptly and incomprehensibly because of what? Oh Yong-gil's red-haired boyfriend starts accelerating and ends up overtaking everyone who was practicing next to him. The guy flies out in front. The seniors realize that their rookie is straight up blazing with passion. Park Bi-seol continues to watch Sung Jinwoo from the window. His face expresses wariness and disgust. The man begins to blush with tension and thinks about whether it could be that monster with the head of an ant and the body of a human. Park Bi-seol apologizes to Jin-chul and says that he's just really drunk, so he's talking nonsense. Jin-chul tries to stop him. Jin-chul warily approaches the man and asks him to elaborate on what Park Bi-seol just told him. Sung Jinwoo squints at Park Bi-seol, who is watching him from the window, and suspects that someone is very interested in him. The creature inside Sung Jinwoo asks him if he should erase the man's memory. The guy denies it, they should observe. Jin-chul comes to the school grounds to observe what is happening here. The investigator realizes that there is definitely a connection between the criminals who saw the monster and the teacher who saw the same monster in the student, but he has no proof. He tries to figure out how he could ask the student about it. It's too presumptuous to think that he won't be treated like a crazy person after asking such a question. At investigator Jin-chul's feet, one of the tentacles of the aura of the very creature that lives inside Sung Jinwoo flies up. The investigator turns back in panic and shock and notices something strange under his feet. He realizes that there is definitely something in this school. Jin-chul stands at the entrance to the school grounds and notices a trail of dark aura spreading here. Sung Jinwoo coolly and without emotion twirls the pen in his hands. He wonders if someone saw that guard. Sung Jinwoo notices Jin-chul, who was the former chairman of the Hunters Association. He has no memories, but he senses his soldiery. The investigator comes here to get Sung Jinwoo. The students start discussing that Sung Jinwoo is in trouble since the detective came for him. The boy silently stands up. Jin-chul apologizes to the student for disrupting his class. The guy doesn't feel bad about it, so it's okay. Sung Jinwoo hasn't seen the detective in over a decade, if you count the years he spent between dimensions. If he shows him that he's happy to see him, the man will find it strange. Jin-chul carefully observes Sung Jinwoo's behavior and realizes that something is clearly wrong here. Jin-chul studies the student and wonders how a normal high school student can have that look. Jin-chul tries to speak normally about why he came here. His tongue gets confused, and he talks first about shadows and then about ants. Jin-chul shows the student his drawings and says whether or not the guy comes to mind when seeing those images. Sung Jinwoo pretends to study the images, but actually already knows that he recognizes it. Jin-chul didn't expect that answer. Jin-chul panics and angrily asks if the guy knows anything about it, to which he agrees. Jin-chul calms down and says he was a little worried. He really cares about solving this case. He asks if the guy knows what the pictures depict. Sung Jinwoo huffs and says they're the same monsters that appear in special effects dramas that kids often watch. Jin-chul realizes that he just wasted his time. He's already explained the situation to Sung Jinwoo's teacher, so he won't have any problems. Sung Jinwoo says that just now there was a very funny conversation. He asks the detective to let him look at the drawings again. Investigator Jin-chul hands the boy the sheet of drawings, and the boy thanks him for it. Sung Jinwoo snickers after the investigator, who leaves and starts walking down the stairs. The creature living inside Sung Jinwoo asks why the student didn't tell him the whole truth about the monsters and drawings. Sung Jinwoo explains to his soldier that oblivion is considered a blessing that God has bestowed upon mankind, even if it was done by a person using an object of God. The girls approach Sung Jinwoo and asks what the detective needed from him. The guy replies that they know him and had personal questions for him. The girls start to admire the guy and say that he has a gorgeous body. They saw him doing track and field with the seniors yesterday. He has broad shoulders. One of the guys in the class pushes the girl away and turns to Sung Jinwoo. He scoffs and says the guy is a big shot since the police came after him. The guy pokes his finger into Sung Jinwoo's forehead and says whether such foolishness would count as school violence and complain to the detective. The guy suspects that Sung Jinwoo wants to fight and demands to make a simpler face. From behind the guy, someone grabs the back of his neck with his muscular arms and starts choking him. The captain of the track and field club asks what they're doing with their athletic ace. The guy strangles Sung Jinwoo's classmates. Sung Jinwoo turns to the seniors and asks why they're here. The captain replies that it's to stop their ace from beating the stupid guys almost to death. The captain starts laughing and says he came to tell them about the rookie party. He suggests that he and Oh Eun-gil meet up after class. The members of the athletics club turn around and are about to lead away Sung Jinwoo's classmates, who bully him. Sung Jinwoo looks out of the classroom and watches as the seniors start running and dragging his classmates with them. The captain asks what Sung Jinwoo has with those bullies that they're finally going to settle things with. The guy assures that it won't affect the competition. As Sung Jinwoo is having a ball with his guys, someone calls out to him and draws his attention. Chul appears from behind a brick wall. He asks if he can distract the guy for a bit to finish today's conversation. Sung Jinwoo looks dubiously and with interest at the detective who appears and is about to go with him. The captain asks the guy not to come too late. They'll hold Oh Eun-gil hostage until he arrives. Chul brings Sung Jinwoo to the park. The guy says he can't stay long because his friend's life is at stake. Sung Jinwoo looks away thoughtfully and asks the detective what he wants to talk to him about. Chul recognizes Sung Jinwoo as the famous hunter. The guy turns to look at the detective in mild surprise. As Sung Jinwoo takes the drawing from the detective, he realizes that everything is so trivial. But large-scale events that affect history always start with something trivial. Detective Chul walks down the stairs and wonders what he was even counting on. Suddenly, someone calls out to the man from behind and refers to him not as a detective, but as the head of the association. The man asks him if he trusts him. Detective and head of the association, Chul turns back to fully understand what is going on. Detective Chul turns back around, but there is no one behind him. He doesn't realize who is talking to him. Even though there is no one behind the detective, he hears back, "Yes, I trust you." Some voice tells the detective that in that case he hopes the detective believes what he is about to tell him. The detective doesn't realize what it is. In Detective Chul's head, there are multiple voices saying that Sung Jinwoo is the hunter. The detective falls to the floor and holds his head. He remembers that this is the name of the same student he was just talking to. These memories link the past, present, and future. The detective saw himself in the forgotten world through the eyes of Sung Jinwoo. It's as if Detective Chul knows about that forgotten world of gates, monsters, hunters, rulers, and lords. Detective Chul begins to reminisce and doesn't understand how such a thing is even possible and how such a thing can exist. Memories flash back in his mind as Detective Chul turns to Hunter Sung and asks him if he is going to fight alone. Sung Jinwoo replies to the detective that only supreme beings can preserve memories. Chul takes Sung Jinwoo to a park and asks the hunter how long he had to fight. Chul observes Sung Jinwoo's behavior and knows that his file says he went missing 2 years ago. Detective Chul realizes that something like everything he remembered can't be solved in just 2 years. Sung Jinwoo abruptly and out of the blue tells Sung Jinwoo about some 27 years. Detective Chul is distracted by Sung Jinwoo's words about some strange number. He's alarmed and surprised. Chul asks if Sung Jinwoo regrets it. The guy replies that he doesn't. Even if he has to fight for 27 years again, he won't regret his decision. Chul notices that Sung Jinwoo is enjoying life right now. The guy says he's satisfied with it, without considering that his body doesn't age and has to constantly change his appearance. Chul realizes that Sung Jinwoo is immortal and ageless. He has already gained power comparable to the divine, yet he chooses to live the life of an ordinary person. Chul asks what Sung Jinwoo is going to do now. The guy says he hasn't planned anything yet. Chul suggests that Sung Jinwoo go back to the other side again. The man talks about the police. The man replies that criminals come to the police themselves and turn themselves in. They can't live normally because of the shadow monsters. Sung Jinwoo says that if he becomes a police officer, there will be no work left for the others. Chul says that's the kind of world he works for. Sung Jinwoo lowers his head thoughtfully and smiles slightly. He'll think about his offer. Chul says he'll wait for the guy, but he assures him that there's no need to wait. His job requires tons of effort and time, but it pays very poorly. Some time passes and one day, it suddenly appears. Some old man is traveling in the desert. The man goes to an emergency reporting center and is asked if he is in some kind of trouble. The man denies it. But then what is the trouble? The man tensely reports that he has a problem and wants to report what he is now seeing. The service asks him if someone should be sent for him. The man himself does not understand what is happening and cannot call the situation dangerous. The service girl says she needs an explanation of the situation so they can help him. A man in the desert watches something break, and it has many cracks. He reports it to the service. A girl wonders if there are buildings in the desert that could collapse. She asks where the crack he is talking about is. The man looks up in horror and reports to the girl that that crack is in the sky. The man in the desert watches in horror as the sky cracks and collapses before his eyes. The creature that Sung Jinwoo is controlled by informs him that this example is solved in a very different way. Sung Jinwoo doesn't reply anything to his soldier but silently gobbles and tries to solve his example. Sung Jinwoo begins to eat his meal and begins to feel some strange feeling. In front of Sung Jinwoo, some man with a high hairstyle is sitting in the cafe. He greets the Shadow Lord. Sung Jinwoo asks the men if this is their doing. The man starts to deny it in horror and says that they come to Earth in a different way and he knows about it. Sung Jinwoo asks if they have any idea what is trying to break through here. They are beings from another world. They changed direction and now they are interested in Earth. Sung Jinwoo asks why they are trying to come to Earth. The man replies that they are a race of giants who absorb mana on habitable planets. Even in their own place, they stand out for their evil nature. Sung Jinwoo realizes that these creatures are far from their friends. The man sips his drink and confirms these words. They didn't appear before the rebirth bowl was used. The reason is definitely because of Sung Jinwoo. The enemies that were targeting the man's world have changed their target at this time. The man tells Sung Jinwoo that the rulers think they are on the trail of the great power that Sung Jinwoo possesses. The man claims that the heavenly army is already on its way here, but Sung Jinwoo denies it and says that it's too late now. Sung Jinwoo knows that creating a gate through which the army can come will take several years. It will be over by then, so he will do it all himself. The U.S. government shut down the desert region between Mexico and America and invited many experts to find out the reasons for the origin of the crack. No one could give a definitive answer. One such expert reports that he had never seen such a phenomenon before, although he had studied natural anomalies for 30 years. The military man states not to be afraid of anyone or anything. If something happens, the soldiers will protect them. After saying this, some strange explosion and earthquake happens. The military equipment and soldiers abruptly rise into the air. Sung Jinwoo stands on a deserted hillside and watches what is happening. These guys won't be of any use anyway. Sung Jinwoo is confident and not worried in the slightest. He turns his head around and realizes that it's time to start. Sung Jinwoo realizes that he can sense them, the strong desires of their enemies that want to devour this world. Their breath is already very close. Sung Jinwoo, without making a single body movement, creates many magic blades around him. He demands his enemies to start approaching him when an incredible magical sword is coloring near him. These monsters that are about to devour this world will meet a man with the power of an overlord in their path. In addition to the power of a lord, Sung Jinwoo also has the soul of a hunter. The guy is ready for confrontation and surrounds himself with a purple-black aura. One of the men of the military raises his head in horror to realize what's going on. He turns around in shock. The other military man turns towards what is happening and notices a portal appearing in the sky. From this magical portal that has opened in the sky, unknown monsters appear and descend to the ground. One of these monsters, who looks like a stone incarnation of a human, approaches Sung Jinwoo and asks if he is going to confront them alone. Sung Jinwoo stands on a cliff surrounded by magic blades. He asks why the monster seems like he is alone. Sung Jinwoo finds himself surrounded by unknown creatures. A black aura extends behind him. The entire space within the desert area is enveloped in a shroud of black and purple aura. Many soldiers appear who are serving Sung Jinwoo and are going to help him in the battle. Sung Jinwoo manages to summon many assorted creatures that will assist him. Among these magical and dark creatures, a very tall, menacing soldier also appears. In addition to all the other creatures, there are also dark animal soldiers created by Sung Jinwoo. In addition to all the other creatures, a huge dragon also appears, which also listens to Sung Jinwoo. The guy gathers a huge, unreal, and unusual army behind his back. Sung Jinwoo and the creatures from the other world look over, and the guy signals that it's time to begin. The President of the United States is sitting in his office in the White House. He is looking pensively in front of him. He is thinking about the celestial cracks from which unidentified objects are appearing. On top of that is an unexpected crisis. He thinks of a way to deal with everything that won't affect the citizens, and whether it's even possible to deal with them. The president turns to Harrison and asks if he's telling the truth. The man says that the situation is close to being resolved, and he will explain everything in the conference room. Harrison shows a picture of Sung Jinwoo on the screen. He asks everyone to look at this photo. It was taken by the surviving drones. The people in the conference room start discussing what it is. They ask if the boy is Asian. The president asks who this boy is. Where are their troops, and why is this civilian standing among these creatures? Harrison tensely adjusts his cap and says he himself would like to know the answer to such a thing. A huge dragon-like creature opens its maw, and from it climbs a human-like creature with symbols on its arms and wielding fire. The creatures that descended from another world to Earth begin to light up with bright sunlight. The soldier at Sung Jinwoo's side begins to use his fire ability and exhales flames at the stone creatures. A powerful, strong, and long stream of flame makes its way through the army of unknown creatures from the sky and burns through them. The army of unknown stone creatures look over to Sung Jinwoo's army, and all are ready for further battle. A fierce battle between two different kinds of creatures on Earth begins. Sung Jinwoo isn't going to stand by either and grabs his magic blade, heading out to attack. The flying bugs from Sung Jinwoo's army manage to confront the huge stone creature and wound it. A fierce battle continues between the armies as they struggle to win. Sung Jinwoo as well as his soldiers attack the stone creatures and strike them with his magic blade. Sung Jinwoo manages to wield and control his magic blades with dexterity and fluency. Sung Jinwoo creates many more blades from his dark energy to attack the enemy. Sung Jinwoo raises his blade up and then brings it down sharply, aiming the rest of his blades at the enemy. Sung Jinwoo's magic blades fly lightning fast among the stone creatures, and they manage to shatter them in some places. After all this, Sung Jinwoo is about to attack the chief among the stone creatures, but he manages to hold back the attack. He says that this is not enough. After a moment, the stone creature notices Sung Jinwoo stepping on him and is tense and alarmed. Sung Jinwoo's hand begins to be covered in black spots as he builds up a bit of magical power in it. Instead of his normal hand, Sung Jinwoo creates a clawed and huge monstrous paw. Sung Jinwoo points his monstrous paw at the leader of the stone creatures, and everything around him is covered in a black and purple aura. Sung Jinwoo's huge and monstrous paw starts to cover the stone creature as if he was going to step on it. In order to repel Sung Jinwoo's strike, the head of the stone creatures creates a stone arm around him, protecting him from the blows. Amidst the dust veil that rose into the air, the two bright eyes of the head of the stone creatures peek through. He says that even on a small planet you can find something interesting. The stonehead turns to the guy and says that the very fact that he needs to increase in size to reach the maximum of his powers speaks volumes about how primitive their species is. He goes on to tell him that they conversely shrink themselves to give out their full strength in battle. This can only be done by the greatest warriors of the Titan race, including himself. The Stone Titan begins his attack and gives conditions to Sung Jinwoo, but he doesn't have time to say anything. One of Sung Jinwoo's huge soldiers chops off the Titan's head with his fantastic blade. The soldier asks if Mr. Sung Jinwoo has had a conversation with the creature. The guy replies that these Titans have a very high opinion of themselves and should be greeted with all honors. The soldier who spoke to Sung Jinwoo states that the gentleman can rely on him and rushes to attack. In the conference room at the White House, the meeting with America's president continues. Everyone is silent. The president asks Harrison if they've been able to figure out who the Asian boy in the picture is, but the military man shakes his head. The president watches as Sung Jinwoo deals with monsters like toys. What he saw in the movies is now happening in reality. He asks if there are ways to reveal the identity. CIA head David Brennan says that if you think logically, this is very unlikely. CIA head David Brennan turns to the president and suggests that he use illogical methods. David Brennan informs him that there is one person who can give them the truth that no one knows about. The president seems to realize who he is talking about. The man is talking about the very same Norma Selnar. This girl can lead them to the right answer this time. In the National Athletic Tournament, the qualifiers are being held. Sung Jinwoo and his track and field club are also here. Guys like Kim Chul are participating here, a tall, pumped-up and muscular guy. Another guy asks Kim Chul that it's about time to start training. The guy agrees. Sung Jinwoo watches Kim Chul closely and recognizes him as a certain iron by watching him. Some aggressive guy approaches Choi Dae-won, the captain of the track and field club, and is surprised that he let a rookie compete. He asks if their business is really that bad. Choi Dae-won leans on Sung Jinwoo's shoulder and says that those guys should stand firm when this guy runs. A man scoffs at the track and field club and talks about how they got themselves an ace freshman. The man starts to sweat and tense up. He feels an overwhelming momentum. He doesn't realize what's happening to him. The guy feels like kneeling in front of a 1-year-old he's never even seen before. Muscle Man's hands start to shake, so he clenches them tightly. He's really scared of a man his age. Kim Chul starts aggressively yelling about how this whole thing is bullshit. The others don't understand what has happened so drastically to the guy. Kim Chul laughs to himself about being scared of some kid. He's just having his usual dizziness from forgetting to eat breakfast. He asks why Sung Jinwoo is staring at him like that. The boys from the track club realize that a fight is coming. Jinwoo shouldn't destroy anyone and spill blood on the day of the competition. Sung Jinwoo assures the captain that everything will be fine and nothing will happen. They believe him and hope that Kim Chul will come back on his own 2 feet. Kim Chul takes Sung Jinwoo under the stairs and lifts him up by his shirt. Just because a guy is wearing a school uniform doesn't mean he can look down on him. Sung Jinwoo's soldiers recognize the guy as Iron. They ask the master to give this guy to them for re-education, and this kind of thing will never happen again. As Kim Chul holds Sung Jinwoo's collar in his hands, tears start streaming down his face. Without realizing it, Kim Chul falls to his knees in front of Sung Jinwoo and has no control over his actions. Sung Jinwoo turns to look at the guy and realizes that since he's not his shadow soldier now, they shouldn't have any contact. Kim Chul starts to bow down to Sung Jinwoo and asks the guy to wait and not leave. Kim Chul starts to blush and bows to Sung Jinwoo. He asks if such a thing is really called love. Sung Jinwoo warily turns around and wonders what kind of nonsense Kim Chul has come up with. Sung Jinwoo reaches out and snaps his fingers in front of Kim Chol's face, who doesn't realize anything. Sung Jinwoo makes eye contact with the guy as if he's subjecting him to hypnosis. He changes his thoughts. Since Kim Chol wanted to fight him, he's reluctant because he accidentally learns that Jinwoo is the son of his father's uncle's brother's friend. That's how they came to resolve their differences. Sung Jinwoo tells the guy to behave himself from now on and snaps his fingers again to dispel the hypnosis. Sung Jinwoo says in passing that Kim Chul was one of those who fought to protect the world, so he should be proud of that. Kim Chul lets go of the hypnosis that Sung Jinwoo used. The guy comes to his senses and tries to figure out what's going on. Kim Chul starts looking around the side in panic when he realizes that no one is around him. The middle school participants are about to start training, so all the athletes gather on the field. The head of the CIA, David Brennan, goes to the very girl he was talking about and knocks on her door. When he is opened, he greets the madam. The girl cheerfully greets the lady who invites David to come over to her house. David Brennan begins to smell food. He suspects he has interrupted her meal. The girl admits that she now has a guest. David claims that their case won't take long. The girl claims that from the moment that man visited her home, the future has become hidden from her. The head of the CIA smirks incredulously and realizes that the girl is telling him about the very god of perdition. The girl turns toward David and watches his reaction. She smiles a slight smile. The girl pours tea into mugs and says she will give answers to what he wants to ask. To the first question, yes, and to the second, the answer is no. She gets ahead of the man and realizes that he wonders how she knew about the question if she doesn't see a future. The girl explains to him that the answers he wants her to give him need to look in the past. She just looked at what was once said. The girl treats David to tea and continues by asking if she should keep answering his questions. The girl covers her eyes thoughtfully and claims to know about the man they are looking for. Selnar says she's not going to give him any information about that guy. David is outraged, since the girl knows what he did. A loud argument ensues between them when a little boy opens the door to the kitchen and shows up here to the voices of the argument. Selnar holds up his mug of tea and asks David if they've seen the footage from that day. David says he has seen it. The man did not back down, standing against the terrifying monsters. Though his strength is overwhelming and frightening, he definitely saved humanity. Salma asks David if he will believe her when she tells him that such an incident is far from the first. David suspects that the girl means that humanity has been on the brink of destruction several times and didn't even know it. Selnar and her child see David off as their conversation ends on the right note. David is about to ask one last question. Does the girl give assurances that this man is not dangerous? The girl confidently replies to David that she can 100% guarantee such a thing. David Brennan says that in that case, he understands. They will assume that this dialogue never happened. Selnar asks David to wait and says that she baked cookies and wants to treat the man to them. The man strokes the child's head and politely declines Selnar's offer of cookies. David Brennan says he will definitely come back again someday. The girl tells him goodbye. A red-haired and tall man appears behind the girl. He says he doesn't like David. He asks the aunt if he should teach that old man a lesson. The girl asks if Thomas's license will be revoked if he has another incident outside the ring. The man agrees, but there's a but. Salma holds out a cookie pouch to Thomas, who also wants to ask Auntie a question. Thomas opens the bag and starts popping cookies into his mouth. He is sure that people die from accidents, especially in automobile accidents. Thomas says that he was able to avoid dying because of Selnar's prophecy. He asks why his aunt saved him that day. Selnar says that Thomas did many good deeds in his past life. Thomas is surprised because he is called the bad guy and the devil of the UFC. David Brennan is getting into his vehicle at this time. Thomas asks who this old man David was looking for. Selnar looks out the window at David driving away and says he was looking for the man who saved the world. Sometimes Thomas doesn't realize if Selnar is joking or not. That's why she's so much fun to be with. He asks what this hero who saved the world is doing now. A blonde-haired girl with big eyes appears and stares sharply at someone. Selnar thinks the hero who saved the world is enjoying his youth. Sung Jinwoo meets a blonde-haired girl on one of the benches under a tree. Under the open sky, the girl assumes the proper athletic position before starting her start. The girl assumes a half-standing and half-sitting position. There are special stands under her feet. The host of this competition raises the signal gun up and fires it to signal the start. The girl with blonde hair immediately rushes off, along with the rest of the athletes. The girls begin to confront each other, but the confrontation is about running. The red-haired girl rushes forward and follows faster and ahead of the rest of the athletes. There are two actual opponents in front of the girl who are overtaking her. The girl is going to overtake them. A blonde girl with her hair tied in a ponytail starts to catch up with the girls running ahead of her. The red-haired girl is sweating from exertion and focusing on the goal. She manages to overtake her rivals. The girl reaches the finish line and can't believe that she has managed to win. The girl leaves the stadium and sits down on a nearby bench to rest and change her socks. The girl removes a sock from one foot, and a huge hematoma and bump on her ankle becomes visible. The girl realizes that she has passed the first round of sectionals, but whether she can continue to compete in the races with that leg is a question. The girl bends her leg at the knee and tries to cover her injury with her hands. She is feeling very angry. The girl is approached from behind by a guy who realizes that she is trying to cover up her injury and continue running races with such a leg. The girl studies Sung Jinwoo and realizes that he is an athlete from the track and field team. Apparently, he's from high school. Sung Jinwoo tells her that if she runs with that leg, she'll aggravate the injury and spend a lot of time recovering. She'll end up being a third-rate athlete forever and regret it. Sung Jinwoo explains his words by saying that a similar story has already happened to someone he knows. The girl listens to Sung Jinwoo and starts to sniff around. She realizes that the guy smells really good. The girl thanks the guy for his concern and is about to get up, but a bout of pain prevents her from doing so. Sung Jinwoo adjusts the girl and not hold on and wait for a while, reaching out to her ankle with his hand. The girl starts to panic because she doesn't understand what Sung Jinwoo is up to and wants to do. When Sung Jinwoo proceeds to do what he has planned, the girl watches and calms down. Sung Jinwoo brings his hand to the girl's injury and uses his magical power to heal her wound. Sung Jinwoo turns to the girl and tells her that she only has one try. She should run away without any regrets. The girl stops Sung Jinwoo, who is interested in her words and squints at her. The girl starts to get worried about the guy and asks if they've met somewhere before. Sung Jinwoo smiles slightly and suggests that the girl run, but she doesn't quite know what he means. Sung Jinwoo suggests to her that if she in a race against him wins just once, he'll tell her everything. The girl knows that the guy is in the high school division, and she's seen him compete. He has placed first in every qualifier he has participated in. The guy takes this as her giving up. The girl says that the last heat of sectionals is coming up. She offers to tell her the truth when she breaks the record. The guy agrees, even though the girl is always so straightforward. Sung Jinwoo and his friend Oh Yoon-gil are walking down the hallway, and the red-haired kid is enthusiastically telling him something. At the sports field, some students are practicing again, having their next race. Sung Jinwoo becomes good friends with his buddy Oh Eun-gil, and when he is playing at the computer, The red-haired boy is watching and living it up with Sung Jinwoo. When Sung Jinwoo goes outside, he turns his attention to someone walking towards him from the side. The same girl athlete appears next to Sung Jinwoo, but already in her usual athletic uniform. Sung Jinwoo begins to prepare for the exam that will be held on the 15th. His soldier is watching him. On the 24th of December, festivities begin throughout the city. Decorated streets and crowds of people. Sung Jinwoo walks down the decorated street and thinks about the fact that even though he is straight from the exam, is it appropriate to come in his school uniform? Sung Jinwoo starts to walk past display cases with mannequins with clothes on them. As the guy slips past the display cases, his soldiers head over to one of the mannequins there. Thanks to the soldiers, Sung Jinwoo transforms and changes into a shirt, pants, and a long coat. He now looks appropriate. Sung Jinwoo stops in the middle of the street and is obviously expecting someone to be here now. Sung Jinwoo starts counting down, as if he already knows in advance what is about to happen now. Sung Jinwoo turns around at exactly the right moments and smilingly greets someone. The very same girl athlete walks up to him. She tries to catch her breath and says that it's like the guy has eyes on his back. The girl congratulates him on finishing his exams and asks him where he's applying to. The girl asks why he refuses to go to a prestigious university with those scores. Sung Jinwoo assures him that there is someone he should meet here. The girl tensely asks if that person could be a woman. Sung Jinwoo pretends not to know anything. The girl turns away and asks if the guy remembers what he promised her. Sung Jinwoo asks what promise we're talking about. The girl reminds him that when she breaks the record, he will answer all her questions. Sung Jinwoo remembers such a thing. The girl suggests that they make a bet where whoever gets to the Christmas tree in the center first wins. Sung Jinwoo asks what she's going to ask since she's acting like this. The girl says about everything. The girl asks what the guy sometimes thinks about, the guy or girl he's dating at this uni, and a few other things. The last question she asks is if they dated before that very competition. Sung Jinwoo looks at the girl in surprise in response and is amazed at so many questions. Sung Jinwoo, embarrassed and smilingly, lowers his head and agrees to the girl's conditions about the questions. The girl takes off her scarf and puts it on Sung Jinwoo. If he likes her, the guy shouldn't move from his seat. Sung Jinwoo stands up in a stupor and is startled by those words. He didn't quite expect this. The soldiers begin to gloat over the Lord and are surprised that even their Lord is capable of losing. They incite him to move forward. Sung Jinwoo looks at the girl running forward and begins to remember what he went through with her. Sung Jinwoo remembers this cute female athlete in the past when she came to his rescue to save him. Sung Jinwoo remembers the smiling and laughing girl then and now in front of him. Many images flash through Sung Jinwoo's mind of him and the girl living moments together. One day, the girl asks him if he promises her that he will come to meet her again. Sung Jinwoo confidently answers her on the phone that he will definitely meet her again. The girl makes it to the big Christmas tree in the center of the street. She realizes that she is obviously winning this bet. Sung Jinwoo, embarrassed and shyly, scratches his cheek and realizes that he lost this bet to her. Sung Jinwoo starts to move towards the girl and orders his shadows to close their eyes. The girl waits for the guy under the big Christmas tree she reached. The guy moves towards her. Sung Jinwoo confidently approaches the girl and encloses her in his warm, gentle, and strong embrace. There is a certain world of peace in which everything is immersed in dark light and built up with tall tower buildings. This world is inhabited by the very shadows that are commanded by Sung Jinwoo. A dragon greets the Fang. Here comes a creature with red skin and a strange, monstrous face. It is a general. In the shadow world, There is no separation between day and night, so he can't say good morning. Another shadow soldier, who looks even more like a monster and an incomprehensible creature, is heading towards the general. Their gazes cross, and the general greets Marshal Bear, who is already done with his business. Marshal Bear shows off his jacket to the general, which looks exactly like the gentleman's jacket. Marshal Bear could not turn a blind eye to the fact that the general wants to be like his master. The general immediately puts on the jacket and says that he would like to oblige every magical soldier to wear such a garment. Marshal Bear suggests that the general insert the orb into the staff so that he doesn't have to carry it around in his hand all the time. The general agrees to such an idea, especially since the best artisans are here, and would be happy to use the fragment of the tree that their lord gave them. This is a world of peace, and all the shadow soldiers living here try to help each other. The soldiers are linked to the mind of the Lord, and over time become like him. They have begun to learn the human way of life and the many emotions that humans feel. The Shadow Army has filled their hearts with something new and completely mimic human individuals. They have lessons, training sessions, just about everything that normal humans do as well. They communicate with each other, and even trifling quarrels that lead to a fight take place here. Each of the soldiers has come to have his own character. They are grateful to their master for inviting them into a world they couldn't even know about. They like their master very much. The artisans of the peace world finish inserting the orb into the general's staff. It turned out just fine. They discuss the general's robes, which are more suited to the word remarkable. The general sees 3 shadowy human-looking soldiers in front of him. Commander-in-Chief Bellion told them to come here. The general is amazed that there were mages among the recruits. He will tell them in detail how their master defeated the emperor and the mad dragons, describing his every accomplishment. From behind, someone else comes up to the general and tells him what he's hanging around here doing nothing for. The general starts to become indignant, but when he turns around, he notices the commander, who thanks him for his loyalty. The general asks what business has brought the commander to him. The commander states that things are about to start happening. All commanders must support the commander now. The general turns to the window to look and see what is happening to the Lord. The general observes the picture and realizes that Sung Jinwoo has finally met Lady Hei-in. All the shadow soldiers residing in the world of peace begin to shout enthusiastically and joyfully. The commander watches the girl on the screen and who is standing in front of Sung Jinwoo. He first met him in the strange dimension that his master created. He was ordered to test the person who would be the first to appear here in the dimension. That person had to prove himself worthy of being the vessel of the king of the dead creatures. The commander immediately realized the fact that he would be carrying out the last order of his lord. He realized that the Lord was ready to leave. It didn't matter to him that the Lord, who had lost interest in battles after forgiving the rulers, had turned his attention to an insignificant man. His Lord's orders were unquestionable. Without a drop of doubt, he promised he had accomplished such a task. The commander, while still in his material shell, realized that he simply had no choice. The master sealed his powers and left him alone to wait for a human. The people of this world call such places dungeons. This appearance is the form the commander had before he met the Lord. He is surprised that he was able to replicate the appearance so perfectly. Only a person who is worthy would be able to pass such a test. The commander senses his presence and demands to enter. He will wait for him on his throne. The commander sits on his throne and begins to shake his head, for this is too arrogant. Isn't he being disrespectful? The subject has the consciousness of a lord in his soul, so it's a little strange to meet him sitting on his throne. The door to the huge dungeon opens, and the very person who managed to sneak in appears. The commander hides behind one of the columns and realizes that this is the very man who has been chosen to be the Lord of Shadows. The commander will do his best to do the Lord's bidding. If this child is too weak, he will simply perish at his hands. Blood-red Commander Igris is going to see if this man is worthy of his reward. Blood-red Commander Igris is going to see if this child is worthy of sitting on that throne behind him. The result of their battle disappointed him, for the boy constantly dodged his sword. He had no talent or ability. He could easily overpower him even with powers under seal. The boy realized that he couldn't pierce through the commander's armor and was going to overpower him with his bare hands. This is very impressive courage for a human. The commander tears off his cloak and enters the battle. Even if he is no match for the Lord, he will honor his will. He likes the boy's look, but will he match it? It's a disappointment. How can this wimpy boy have the qualities needed to become a vessel for his Lord? The boy kept dodging the blows of the blood-red Igris commander time and time again during the battle. The commander and the boy arrange the devastating effects on the dungeon during the battle. The commander tells the boy to surrender because he's pathetic. The place of the throne doesn't suit him at all. Commander Igris assures the boy that he will die here at his hands, but with great honors. Igris is then relieved at the boy's failure. If this man is not worthy, then the Lord will stay for a while longer. Commander Igris is about to finish the boy off quickly and painlessly, but the boy holds back his blow. The boy surprised him, but not because he blocked his sword, but because he fought for his life, until the very end. The boy yells at the top of his voice that this is not the end, and sticks his blade into Commander Igris's eye. Commander Igris is already thinking about being defeated like this by some weak man. Commander Igris realizes that even if it was only for a moment, the boy's gaze reminded him of his Lord's gaze. The blood-red Commander Igris falls to the ground in the dungeon and finds himself defeated by an ordinary boy. If this was a test to confirm the boy's performance, the commander's performance should be much higher. But he loses. The commander wonders if he was careless about the task, or if there was some kind of miracle that the boy defeated him. The Lord's choice turned out to be the right one, but that doesn't change the fact that the commander lost. His new master praised him. Commander Igris was grateful for the kindness he felt from the boy. To him, the man had become a lord, a friend, and a comrade. The commander had been through many battles with his lord, and his loyalty was growing deeper. The belonging to the previous master became less, and he accepted the new master. After the Shadow Legion arrived, the Lord became much more powerful after all this. After the arrival of the Shadow Legion and the might of the Lord, the commander was joined by Belian, his old comrade. The joy of the new meeting quickly passed. Belian fell under the influence of his loyal but cruel neighbor. When Belian knocked the hubris off Bear, it was very refreshing. They held out a new flag to each other. Their master's response was to make Bera walk up to him and fall to the ground. Mr. Sung Jinwoo asked if that flag was for him he had put there. He understood very well whose idea it was. They were all facing a battle with the lords. The Lord would gain experience and they would grow stronger with him. This battle among the lords continued even after using their birth bowl. In this way, almost 30 years passed. All of the enemies had been destroyed. Only the Legion of Doom remained. The dragon asked Igris, who had been the right hand of the Shadow King, now following the orders of an ordinary man. He was right. He had forgotten about his past master, for his time with his new master was very honorable. When had it started? His past master began to disappear from his consciousness. The commander heard about the blessing of oblivion, but there was no need to think about it too hard. He had not forgotten his past master. Greed and iron had forgotten everything and lived ordinary lives, and he was always by his lord's side. The feelings of the commander simply merged with the feelings for the current lord, just like the feelings Sung Jinwoo had for Hai-In. He is the knight, the sword of the lord who led the shadow army behind the lord. He supported him everywhere and always. Who else would have helped his lord if not him? Would it have been Belian, who can only boast of his size? Or Bear, who is a common insect? Only he, a graduate of the Knight Academy, could help his master, but even in elementary things he is often wrong. Sung Jinwoo asks Igris if he's willing to bet his life that the second answer is correct. Commander Igris starts flipping through the textbook and realizes that Sung Jinwoo is right, and he said the wrong answer. It seems that Igris's education is still not enough. He will try his best for his master. Since Lord Igris is entering a new battle, he must do his best to protect his honor. The gate, a huge portal summoning monsters. Sung Jinwoo was supposed to escape within an hour from the dungeon, but found himself trapped between dimensions. The rulers found him and offered their power to stop the overlords. The king of the dead was a particular danger, but in the end, the brightest particle of light gave him a new order. Therefore, some man helped Sung Jinwoo. The man was restrained and tied to something. The man didn't want to show himself to Sung Jinwoo like this at all, but it can't be helped. The man apologizes to Sung Jinwoo's boyfriend and lets him know that he missed him. The man's eyes go wide with shock and surprise when he utters such words towards Sung Jinwoo. The man grabs his hair and starts crying bitterly because he missed him all this time. The man hugs Sung Jinwoo tightly and cuddles him. He says that the boy has grown up to be a decent person. He wishes he could talk to him longer, be with him a little longer. He hasn't been able to be a good father to him. Sung Jinwoo's mom turns to her son and asks if he's awake yet or not. Sis is eating nearby. Little Sung Jinwoo addresses his father as Dad rather than the usual Dad everyone is used to. Little Sung Jinwoo's father is surprised that his little son addresses him this way. Little Sung Jinwoo looks at his family and suspects he's having a common nightmare. Sung Jinwoo's father silently and smilingly looks at his young son while holding a newspaper. The man then begins to sadly and desperately squirm his face and rests it on the newspaper. Sung Jinwoo's father sits at the kitchen table and rests his face on the newspaper without saying a word. Then Sung Jinwoo's father is at some cafe and asks someone what his son has decided. A man with a high haircut tells him that the Shadow Lord has decided to stay in this world. He says that every minute here is precious. The man asks the boy's father if he's going to hide it from himself. Sung Jinwoo's father starts to sip his hot drink and says he doesn't want his son to know about anything. The man with the tall hair agrees and nods, but claims that he's his father after all. The man says that the rulers will no longer interfere with the fate of this world. They believe the king of the dead will do just fine. He says it will be interesting, and his heart races as he awaits the outcome. The lords are not only grateful to the Shadow Lord, but also to Sung Il-hwan. A man with a high hairstyle approaches Sung Jinwoo's father and asks how they can help. Sung Jinwoo's father confirms these words and asks the man to erase all of his memories for him. The man agrees, but asks why he would do that. The father replies that it's hard for him to pretend in front of his guessing son that he doesn't know anything. Also, Sung Il-hwan wants to be an ordinary father who takes care of his family. To him, Sung Jinwoo is not a shadow lord, but a dear son. The man agrees and says that when he leaves the cafe, he will completely forget everything about that time. The man is about to leave and says that even though his father will forget everything, he still wishes him peace of mind. In some diner, there is a meal and a celebration of some event. Young people are drinking and relaxing. A guy in a beige suit and with a short haircut is very nervous because this is his first welcome party. This guy is the second son in the Chaebol family, but he is very curious as to why this meat joint looks so familiar. The man turns to Jin-ho and asks him to calm down, because people will think they're bothering him. The guy says that they're friends with him, but he should be careful with the other sunbaes. There's a scary man in their department. He says Jin-ho must have seen him before. He's not the type to harass the younger ones, but he has a very strong aura that even he himself is sometimes scared to stand near him. The guy asks if Jin-ho knows about an athlete named Cha Hai-in. She was known as an athletics idol. The guy says she is that sunbae's girlfriend. He's already approaching them. Everyone greets him happily. The guy wonders why no one approaches them. Maybe he should go to the freshman girls' table. Sung Jinwoo walks into the cafe and sits down exactly at the table with these guys. They tense up at this action. They are trying to figure out why Sunbai decided to sit down exactly here. One of the guys is already trying his best to blend in. Sunbae Jinwoo holds out a glass with a drink for Jin-ho and tells him to have a drink with him. Jin-ho takes his glass and immediately starts drinking. The guy thinks it contains strong soju. Jin-ho finishes his drink and is surprised that it's just regular soda and not strong soju. Sung Jinwoo knows that this guy can't drink alcohol. Sung Jinwoo asks Jin-ho to stop calling him Sunbai or he'll take offense. To him, the guy is just Hyun. Sung Jinwoo starts to suspect that the guy doesn't like that, but he sharply denies it and calls him Hyung. Jin-ho himself doesn't realize why he was able to say what Sung Jinwoo asked him to say so easily. Jin-ho becomes suspicious and thinks that he might already be acquainted with Sung Jinwoo, who is going to drink to his health. Jin-ho raises his glass and smilingly, cheerfully supports Sung Jinwoo's toast. After a while, Jin-ho calls Sung Jinwoo on the phone and asks him why he didn't come today. Sung Jinwoo answers Jin-ho on the phone that he was very busy today. He asks him to check in for him in the afternoon couples class. Jin-ho realizes that it can't be done so easily, since he's famous even among the professors. Sung Jinwoo assures him that he is in practice at their uni's hospital. Jin-ho realizes that this hospital has nothing to do with their department. The guy hastily disconnects from the call and hangs up. A red-haired girl walks down the street towards Jinwoo. She managed to get into a university in Seoul, but she is worried about her accent. She finds it hard to speak even Korean dialect. A red-haired and long-haired girl notices Sung Jinwoo and tries to stop him. The red-haired and long-haired girl turns to Sung Jinwoo and asks if they have seen each other before. Sung Jinwoo confidently replies to the girl that they haven't and continues to walk on. The red-haired, tall, and long-haired girl holds up her hair, which is fluttering in the wind. The girl suddenly starts to tense up sharply and doesn't realize herself why she suddenly started talking to the stranger. The girl walks and wonders if the guy thought she was playing a joke on him, or if she wanted to lure him into some sect. The guy stares at her. In one of the hospitals, there is a ward that is guarded by 2 bodyguards. The doctor is about to enter it. The doctor enters the room where a gray-haired man is in a serious condition. He asks the doctor to help him up. As the doctor helps the gray-haired man out of bed, he notices a strange vase on a nightstand nearby. He asks the chairman what it is. The gray-haired man tries to sit up and tells him that some guy came and gave him this vase. This is very strange because there are bodyguards standing in front of his chamber. How could someone just walk past them like that? The gray-haired man says that the guy's words surprised him more. The guy told him that they once fought together against monsters, and this vial was a gift for him. Then the guy disappeared, just like a mirage, like he wasn't even here. He promised that if he drank the contents of the vial, he'd be cured immediately. The doctor doubts it. The gray-haired and old man says he is tired of all this, so he is ready to believe anything. The man says that it doesn't make any difference whether it's all lies or the truth. He reaches for the vial. The gray-haired man asks the doctor how much more he has left. The doctor silently lowers his gaze. The gray-haired man says that if he dies after drinking the contents, the doctor should write something on his tombstone. The gravestone should say that Chairman Go-Gong-hee, who never gave up and fought his disease until his last breath, is buried here. The man is no longer going and is tired of agonizing, so he opens the vial and is about to drink the contents. The gray-haired man greedily drinks the contents of the vial, and a red liquid runs down the corners of his lips. The man places the empty vial on the nightstand next to his bed and says that he needs some rest. The doctor agrees with the chairman and tells him to be sure to call him if anything happens. The doctor, frustrated, and silently leaves the old gray-haired and sick chairman's room. The gray-haired chairman continues to lie on his bed in the chamber with closed eyes and a tired look. Bright sunlight begins to penetrate the gray-haired chairman's chamber and illuminates his hands. The man greedily grasps his chest with his palms and begins to squeeze his hospital shirt. The man begins to enjoy the sunlight and greedily squeezes his chest near his heart. The man smiles and enjoys the sunlight, for the sun is really warming. A light breeze drifts into his room. The man's name is Antares. He is the first lord born out of darkness, and also the strongest lord. He is the king who commanded all dragons, the one who personified terror and destruction. That's right. As a sign of respect and submission, he was called the Dragon Emperor. But one very ordinary day he woke up, about to get busy preparing an invasion of Earth, but discovered something. It ended up being that the Dragon Emperor was trapped in an ordinary human body. The young guy inside with the Dragon Emperor looks in the mirror and doesn't realize what that infirm human face is. He realizes that he looks pathetic. This guy's name is Sung Jinwoo, a young guy that worked as an E-rank hunter in South Korea. Despite the fact that he often finds himself in the crosshairs of death, he doesn't give up and keeps working. Rather, the reason is because his mother is sick. The emperor inside Sung Jinwoo realizes that with his magic he would cure such an illness in an instant. Sung Jinwoo picks up the ringing phone and asks who is there. Someone demands him to arrive on the spot, as it's almost the beginning of the raid. The woman on the phone asks if the hunter is going to be late again. The guy is greatly surprised. Sung Jinwoo is startled but resentful that the girl dared to accuse a powerful being of incompetence. This is completely unforgivable. The emperor within the boy demands himself to concentrate and find the location of this insolent woman who accuses him. The Dragon Emperor manages to locate the girl who keeps talking to him on the phone, but the connection is cut off. The girl unhappily takes the phone away from her ear and doesn't realize what just happened. Sung Jinwoo abruptly and unexpectedly appears behind the girl and asks if he is still late or not. The girl is startled out of her wits. Sung Jinwoo, with crazy eyes, grabs the girl's shoulder and asks if he is really still late. The girl starts to deny it. One of the cooks on staff treats the old man to a pastry and wishes him good luck on today's raid. A gray-haired and old man calls out to Sung Jinwoo. The guy tries to figure out who the man is and if he is his subordinate. Sung Jinwoo approaches the cook and says he wants coffee too. The man recognizes him as a hunter. They just ran out of coffee. Sung Jinwoo says it's no problem and snatches the coffee cup from the cook himself. The guy starts brazenly and greedily drinking the coffee, saying that the strongest should take things from the weakest. That's what lords do. The rest of the raid notices that the guy is acting strange today. His appearance today has startled many people. A red-haired and long-haired girl approaches Sung Jinwoo and asks what's wrong with his face. Apparently, he hurt himself again. The girl in all seriousness tries to find out what happened. Sung Jinwoo tries to understand why people are so noisy. A man appears, aged and wearing a blue jacket. They are going on a hunting trip, and he would like to be the leader in this raid. The other participants don't mind at all, as Mr. Song has the highest rank of all. They can trust him, and it's been a while since they've seen him in action. The other members of the raid agree with the others' cheers and don't mind Mr. Song's leadership either. Sung Jinwoo stands next to the red-haired girl. He thinks about the fact that this place is quite suspicious. Mr. Sung orders the others to enter the dungeon now. All the participants need to move forward. Jinwoo knows that this gate that appeared on the ground is clearly a trick of the rulers. He can sense the energy of the rulers there for some reason. The guy expresses his desire to go with the others, but it's already obvious. Sung Jinwoo takes the old man as a subordinate and mentally praises him for taking care of you, Lord, being so weak. Sung Jinwoo, in company with the rest of the raid, begins to enter the magic gate. Sung Jinwoo fails to enter the dungeon with the others and immediately, deftly, and quickly deals with the local baddies. Now the others are definitely stressed out by this, although maybe there were just some unclean things here that were too weak. Sung Jinwoo holds up the undead head and asks why the others are hanging around doing nothing, since they need to follow there. Mr. Sung says that in that case everyone should vote, but the guy isn't going to listen and stabs him in the neck. The man falls lifelessly to the ground. Jinwoo realizes that this way everyone agrees and will follow him. Everyone in the raid is trying to figure out how long they've been walking here and if they've already traveled far. The dungeon closes after the boss is destroyed after an hour, so they still have time to spare. The raid comes to a huge and strange door that wasn't here before. They think they're taking too much risk. Sung Jinwoo squints at the others and realizes that all the people are overly anxious. Sung Jinwoo even agrees with them because after discovering so much powerful energy oozing from within, he would have realized that it was dangerous. The guy opens the doors. Sung Jinwoo grabs the collar of the man closest to him and pulls him sharply towards him. Sung Jinwoo defiantly throws the man inside the dungeon, right outside the doors he opened. The man turns around in horror and asks why the guy did that. Jinwoo realizes that nothing happened and it's okay for them to go inside. The raid members go inside and notice how bright it is. This kind of dungeon is new to them, and they suggest splitting up and looking around. The raid members notice a huge stone face that is molded into the wall. They think it's the boss. Sung Jinwoo abruptly starts pointing his finger somewhere and says they need to go there. The contestants approach a tall stone slab with runic letters on it. They try to find someone who can read it. Sung Jinwoo is amazed that there isn't someone who can't read the simple text. The guy says it's the laws of the Kartanon Temple. The red-haired and long-haired girl pulls the guy's sleeve and says that something is going on with that huge statue. Sung Jinwoo turns around abruptly and demands the girl to take her hands off him immediately. They need to worship God, praise the Lord, prove their faith, and whoever doesn't keep the commandments won't come back alive. The eyes of the huge and stone statue begin to burn brightly with fiery flames and squint at the raid participants. The raid members become anxious and wary and begin to look amongst themselves and around. The eyes of the huge stone statue begin to emit fiery beams like a strong and powerful laser. Sung Jinwoo is about to deal with this statue and says how dare it demote him with such a puny power. A powerful and bright flame of fire is directed and hits directly at Sung Jinwoo, who is standing in the center of the dungeon. The rest of the raid members try to cover themselves from the flames and watch in horror. The powerful flames of fire begin to engulf everyone who stands in its path. All the members of the raid are exposed to it as well. Sung Jinwoo uses his breath of destruction technique and encompasses everything around him with the flames. From the powerful and strong flames, Only the remnants of the stone boss's hands begin to peek out. The raid members watch in horror, fear, and shock as Sung Jinwoo just defeated the boss of this dungeon. Sung Jinwoo begins to smile madly and excitedly with his fangs and says that this is the real power here. There are also stone guards guarding the dungeon that the raiders came to. The stone statues abruptly come off their seats and start advancing towards the people present. Sung Jinwoo starts giggling madly and furiously, calling the stone guards arrogant puppets. The raid members try to escape from the advancing stone guards and try to remember that there was another exit here. Sung Jinwoo stands on a pile of stone guardian remains and wonders aloud if this is all these creatures are capable of, and he's not even warmed up after all. A creature with a mask and wings bursts out of a stone slab with runic letters. Everything he had worked so hard for turns into chaos because of Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo orders the creature to be silent and launches a huge stone spear at it. The huge stone spear stabs right into the chest of the creature, who starts screaming in a frenzy. Sung Jinwoo says that he is not here to talk to a fake. He wants whoever is behind all of this. Sung Jinwoo demands to show himself to whoever is there. The stone creature begins to become enveloped in black energy. The creature recognizes Sung Jinwoo as the monarch of destruction. They were destined to meet like this. In this place, it will put an end to their ill-fated relationship. Sung Jinwoo's eyes burn brightly with rage and hatred. He agrees to the creature's proposal. Sung Jinwoo begins to swing his clawed and enlarged hand, attacking the dark creature. The huge and dark creature screams that their battle will not end here just like that. All this time, Sung Jinwoo has been sleeping, and it's like he just had a nightmare. The guy breaks out in a sweat and tries to come to his senses. Sung Jinwoo tensely and panikedly looks around and tries to realize where he is. The guy grabs his head and realizes that it was all just a dream. Lee Se-hwan is a rookie detective. He has always heard rumors that there is a detective nicknamed Ghost in the crime-fighting department. This is because of the fact that he solved even the cases that no one else could handle. His arrest rate is about 200%. Any dangerous criminal is a minority to him. People like that are considered legends. There were even rumors that he refused a promotion because he wanted to focus on solving cases. The guy is distracted from his thoughts by a man. The man in the green sweatshirt offers the newcomer coffee and tells him that he shouldn't go into any formalities with him. They're family now, after all. Lee Si-hwan says that his boss told him that he'll be working under Detective Sung. The man in the green sweater says he's the ghost detective. Lee Se-hwan spits out his coffee. The man explains that this guy is unrealistically fast, which is why he was given that nickname. The coffee that Lee Se-hwan drinks was for the ghost. Appears to be the very ghost in question. It's a guy with short and black hair. Sung Jinwoo talks to the man in green and asks about the newcomer who showed up here under him. Sung Jinwoo hugs his rookie and says that he is going to take him away. The man in the green jacket wishes them a good day. Lee Se-hwan hopes Jinwoo doesn't get mad that the guy is drinking his coffee. He asks Sunbae where they're going. Sunbae Jinwoo asks Lee Se-hwan why he became a police officer. The guy says he wants to catch bad guys. Sung Jinwoo thinks that's a great idea, since that's exactly what they go to do. He became a police officer for the same reason. Sung Jinwoo puts his arm around the guy's shoulders tightly and is going to lead him to catch bad guys. Lee Si-hwan can't believe he's going to be taught by the ghost himself. A few days later, Lee Si-hwan returns exhausted because he and Jinwoo have gone on a crime hunt. Sung Jinwoo realizes that his rookie was able to apprehend an armed criminal with his bare hands. It's going to be fun to teach him. Sung Jinwoo turns his attention to a guy and a girl discussing a case. The man explains to the girl that most deaths by their own hand are done spontaneously and under the influence of emotion. Sung Jinwoo approaches the guy and girl and asks to let him look at the case they are discussing. The man turns to Detective Sung and tells him not to cause unnecessary trouble. The girl is found dead in her bathtub. There's a large cut on her wrist. There was a knife with blood on it. Only her prints are on it. She was bright and cheerful, but actually suffered from deep depression. Sung Jinwoo examines the girl's case and argues that there is nothing strange here at all. Despite his harsh arguments, Sung Jinwoo reveals that he is going to check something out. The detectives realize that Jinwoo has smelled something again, as if the guy never gets tired. Jinwoo asks the girl to step back and talk in private. Sung Jinwoo heads to the scene of the crime, to the apartment of the very same girl. The soldiers who report to Sung Jinwoo are the first to fly into the girl's apartment. Sung Jinwoo smugly walks into the room and starts looking around. Sung Jinwoo, judging from the data in the girl's file, heads to her bathroom, where he finds a trail of blood. The guy reaches out his gloved hand towards the bathtub, and earlier he needed a body for such an action. Sung Jinwoo reaches out to the trail of blood and is about to make the girl rise up. Sung Jinwoo uses his powers, and he manages to make the image and soul of the dead girl rise before him. The girl notices the guy in front of her and is startled by his appearance. Jinwoo assures her that now she won't feel pain and suffer. Sung Jinwoo begins to question the girl. She claims that she let herself get killed. The detective asks the reason for this decision. The girl looks at Sung Jinwoo thoughtfully and starts to answer, but doesn't finish. A man turns on the lamp on his bedside table and wonders who's brought to him at this hour. In the cell, he sees Sung Jinwoo, who came here to inquire about his daughter. He's from the Central Criminal Division. The man opens the door in a panic and asks if the results of the investigation have come in. Sung Jinwoo wants to ask him a few questions. Sung Jinwoo asks the man to follow him, who immediately agrees. If he can help the investigation in any way, he will do his best. Sung Jinwoo leads the man to a cafe and orders coffee. He asks what kind of girl Seo Jin was. The detective asks if the girl had any enemies. The man assures him that she didn't do anything that would cause another person to hate her. She was very kind and naive. The man covers his face bitterly with his hands and says that he can't believe that he has to live in a world without his daughter. The man says that he loved the girl very much, even though she was not his own. He took care of her as much as he could, if only she would share her feelings and say a word about herself. Sung Jinwoo holds out a phone to the man and asks him to listen to something. This piques the man's interest. The man listens in horror to the very audio recording that Sung Jinwoo held out to him. It was evidence that the girl had been abused by her stepfather since childhood. She eventually left home, but he starts calling her and looking for her. But in the end, she chose to die. The man becomes aggressive and grinds his teeth. He asks why the detective showed this to him. If the detective's purpose was to apprehend him, he could have just handcuffed him. The detective assures him that he has a choice. The man is willing to listen to what the detective offers him. Sung Jinwoo suggests that he plead guilty and turn himself in to the police. The second option Sung Jinwoo offers is to accept a punishment equal to the sin he committed. The man begins to smile aggressively and asks how much Detective Sung Jinwoo wants. Sung Jinwoo begins to smile back and claims that he's had enough of everything. Sung Jinwoo makes eye contact with the man and tells him to listen carefully. Jinwoo tells him that this is not the world he knows. He made it look similar. No one comes in here without the master's permission. This is a realm of peace. The man listens to Jinwoo's words and doesn't understand what the detective is saying. Sung Jinwoo tells him to think hard. Sung Jinwoo sits with the man in a cafe. There aren't even any other customers besides the man. In fact, the man doesn't even remember coming here. The man looks around in panic and can't understand why the cafe is open, but there is no one else here besides them. The man becomes hysterical and panicky. He thinks it is all a dream and it can't be. The man gets off his chair and is about to run away, but Sung Jinwoo's soldiers follow him. Sung Jinwoo's soldiers start grabbing the man and stabbing him multiple times. Sung Jinwoo sits at the table idly and with his eyes closed. The guy doesn't even watch the criminal being punished. Sung Jinwoo subdued the soul of the dead girl, and now she thanks him for his justice and calls him master. Sung Jinwoo turns to the girl and realizes that she is about to and wants to ask for something else. The girl is embarrassed and quietly covers her eyes. She will only ask if it doesn't bother him. Sung Jinwoo holds out the gift box to the girl who was at the station at the time. Sung Jinwoo says that he thought about the fact that Sojin wishes the gift had reached its destination after all. Jinwoo assures that based on the evidence found, there is little chance that the girl will be eliminated. The investigation will soon be closed. The girl begins to cry and does not believe that there is no chance. The girl starts to carefully untie the ribbon on the gift and cries bitterly, thinking of Seo Jin. Seo Jinwoo turns away from the grieving girl as she opens the gift and thanks the detective. The guy realizes that an hour before Seo Jin destroyed herself, if she hadn't received that unfortunate message from her stepfather, everything would have been fine. If all of this hadn't happened, the girls would have been able to throw a birthday party. The girl opens the gift that is meant for her. In the box is a birthday greeting and a mug as a gift. Jin-ho, along with his companion Sung Jinwoo, are going to a cafe. Jin-ho claims that he can do something. Sung Jinwoo is in shock at such confidence from his comrade Jin-ho. He goes into a stupor. Jin-ho says he's very serious and confesses everything to the girl today. He asks Jinwoo if she will like this ring. Sung Jinwoo says she doesn't know anything about it. Jin-ho assures his comrade that everything is fine, and in fact, he has prepared many gifts just in case. Jin-ho talks about a building on their property, and when his girlfriend graduates, he'll help her open a clinic. Jinwoo is shocked because that building is worth 30 billion. Jin-ho is shocked that Jinwoo even knows such a thing. The guy is surprised at how the situation from the past turned out. Sung Jinwoo assures the comrade that there's no point in giving the girl all this, because he's a great guy without it. He needs to be himself. Jin-ho starts crying and is moved by such words from his comrade. He asks Jinwoo to hug him, but he won't let him. Jin-ho doesn't even listen to his comrade's refusal and pounces on him across the table. Sung Jinwoo goes back to his house after hanging out with his mate and announces it out loud. His little child reaches out to him and calls him Daddy, who sits in the girl's arms. Seo Jin is happy to see her lover, and it's like she can't believe he's back home. The girl asks why Jinwoo was delayed. The guy tells her that Jin-ho wanted advice, so he met with him. The girl is surprised that the guy made up his mind. Sung Jinwoo takes his son Seo-hoo in his arms and asks why he's so chipper at this time. The wife says it's because he slept in the afternoon. Sung Jinwoo takes his son in his arms and tries to figure out what's wrong with the shadow soldier's behavior. It turns out that the shadow soldiers are very eager to teach the little lord the art of the sword. Seo Jinwoo asks them to at least wait until the child starts walking. Seo Jin laughs at her husband and says maybe he himself will come back sooner before the baby starts walking. Seo Jinwoo returns to the police station and goes to the office of the chief, who called him in to see him. The chief asks the guy about the fact that he's still poking around in his co-workers' files. He can't get carried away or others will get lazy. The man is the same Jin Chul. He still keeps calling the guy Hunter Sung. Jinwoo's Sung reminds the man that he hasn't been a hunter for a long time. Jin Chul says he's much more comfortable this way. Jin Chul says that the father of that girl who destroyed herself disappeared a few days ago. Sung Jinwoo assures that he doesn't know anything about it. Jin Chul says that at that time, the security cameras broke down and didn't capture anything. Sung Jinwoo pretends to wonder how that happened. Jin Chul trusts Jinwoo no matter what, but the man called him for another reason. He holds out a piece of paper to the detective that says what Jinwoo found out about. Jin Chul tries to contain his emotions and feelings and talks about director Go-Gong Hee. Jin Chul puts his head down in frustration and informs Sung Jinwoo that he's in critical condition. Sung Jinwoo heads to the hospital where director Go-Gong Hee is lying in. The man is indeed in critical condition. Sung Jinwoo discreetly sneaks into his room and looks at the man with his head down. The man is lying under the ventilator and notices the guy who appeared, turning to him. The man points his finger at his mask for Sung Jinwoo to take it off so they can talk. Sung Jinwoo obediently takes hold of the old man's mask and removes it from his face so that it will be easier to talk. The man begins to smile heavily and is very happy to see Sung Jinwoo here to visit him again. The man lacks strength and closes his eyes again. He has been looking for Sung Jinwoo for a very long time. The man says that he has lived a long life and has done everything he wanted to do in those 10 years. That was enough for him. But Jinwoo offers to cure his ailment. The man says he has a request and recalls the conversation when the guy told him about the world they fought in together. The man gathers his last strength and tries to stand up. He asks Sung Jinwoo to let him see that very world. The man can't function normally at all and looks very sickly. He just show him the very life. The man asks Sung Jinwoo to show what he was like in that world and what the guy himself was like. Sung Jinwoo assures him that there are those memories in that world that he himself would like to forget. The man assures him that everything is fine. He just wants to bring back the memories he had. Sung Jinwoo can't resist the man's request and grabs his wrist. The man starts to remember the life he talked about, how he met the guy and who he was. The man ran guilds and was the director of an association. He was solving serious problems. The sick and old man begins to squirm and wriggle in pain as the memories enter his head. The man also remembers the same girl who is now Jinwoo's wife and calls him Hunter. The man remembers offering Sung Jinwoo to stay and informing him that all of Asia is at risk because of him. The man painfully grasps his chest and clutches his hospital shirt he is wearing. The man also recalls the moment when he was on the brink of life and death and Jinwoo offered him holy water. The man starts crying and screaming that he remembered everything back and forth about himself and Hunter's song. The man gratefully and warmly takes Sung Jinwoo's hand and rejoices in being with him. The man starts crying and smiles because he is around such young heroes. The man closes his eyes tiredly and thinks about the fact that when he becomes a cold, lifeless body in the warm embrace of the rays, these memories will forever remain in his mind. The man lastly feels the same pleasant warmth that Sung Jinwoo gave him. Sung Jinwoo takes one last look at the life support device and realizes that the man's readings are dropping. The man says goodbye to the guy. Sung Jinwoo tells him that he will forever be a hero who sacrificed a lot for humanity. Sung Jinwoo leaves the hospital and gets a phone call from his wife, who panics about something. The girl screams into the phone about Suho's son, and Sung Jinwoo tries to figure out what's wrong with him. The girl watches in horror and panic and tries to explain it to her husband. The girl reaches out to her son in a panic and informs Jinwoo that their Suho is floating in the air right now. Sung Jinwoo doesn't understand what they're talking about or what's going on. The girl repeats that their son is hovering in the air. Jinho mocks Jinwoo and says that he thought their baby was already running in the first month. The guy promises his wife that he'll teach his son how to run shadow soldiers. Fall comes, Winter comes. Spring comes. Doctors and relatives gather around the dead man in the ward. Everything has a beginning and an end, and the end is always followed by a new beginning. Jinwoo quietly listens on the phone to what is going on at home. Sung Jinwoo assures his wife that he will definitely come back early today to work things out. For their family, winter is still a long way off. The girl cleans up the mess the shadow soldiers made with Suho. Some monster realizes that his children are forced to devour each other since there is no food left on Earth. It can't go on like this. His children need a strong leader to lead them. He is trying to survive. In front of him is a large egg. In the name of the kingdom, the enemies must flee away from them in terror. This huge, monstrous monster must make the enemies tremble with fear. He realizes that there is no king here. This monster was born to destroy. He wonders if there is a man here who calls himself king. All the living creatures look at him with fear. He approaches Sung Jinwoo and asks if he is the king of the humans. The guy is surprised that an insect is talking to him. For the monstrous monster, this was the first time he met a creature that wasn't afraid of him. Sung Jinwoo looks at the monster without fear in his eyes and says that now the insect is making sounds that fit him. And now, after all these years, he meets a man again who is not afraid of him at all. It's Suho. The huge and monstrous shadow soldier can't understand why Suho looks at him with such delight. Suho's little boy happily stretches his arms towards the monster and calls him Fly. The boy tries to reach the monster, but it climbs up on the roof. He's so weird because this little overlord is forever chasing him. Commander Igris appears from behind and says that the monster is clearly sympathetic to little Suho. Igris assures him that he looks like a huge flying ant that talks. What kid wouldn't like that? The monster is puzzled that he only likes Suho because he can fly and talk, and he's also big. The commander returns to the world of peace and is greeted, happy to see him back. The commander says there's been a change of plans. They are going to erect a statue of the Lord in honor of the anniversary of his reign. The commander only wants to make adjustments. The commander begins to show and tell where and what to change. His subordinate agrees. It's even better this way. The subordinate says more manpower will be needed. Is it possible to utilize the forces of the demon castle? The commander agrees and will be back soon to check. Some unknown group of criminals gather and ride in a car. One of them asks the other if they are really going to do this. The criminals pull up to the house of Detective Jinwoo, who caused their organization to fall apart. They're not going to forget everything and move on with their lives. They're going to make it look like burglars snuck into the house and his wife and child were unfortunate enough to die. One of the men notices that there is no security system in the house. This surprises him. The other criminal orders them to get down to business. The two men sneak through the fence and can't figure out why it's just the two of them here. A shadowy soldier appears behind them that they haven't noticed yet. As the man starts talking about how the others got scared and ran away, he notices the shadow soldier behind him. The huge, monstrous shadow soldier grabs the man by the neck and covers his mouth to keep him quiet. The shadow soldier starts choking the man and says that it's the little lord's lunchtime nap and he won't let him interfere. The shadow soldier strangles the robber and he likes the king's trust of the young lord's interest. All of these feelings are beautiful, including the face of the criminal before his demise. The Kingdom of Peace appears the very demons who are helping in the construction of a statue for the reign's anniversary. One of the creatures asks the commander if he likes the job. They leave all his comments, and he likes it very much. All of the shadow soldiers residing in the realm of resting uncleanness admire the statue that has been erected. Their king will definitely be pleased to see such a beautiful creation. The commander realizes that the future little lord will also set foot on these lands. He too will definitely love the gift. The huge tall commander and the rest of the creatures notice the appearance of the little lord here. The huge hulking creature is frightened when the little child appears behind him and calls him Muria. A few years later, a teacher shows Soo-Jin her son Suho's drawings that he drew himself. Soo-Jin asks what's wrong with them. The teacher explains that the supervisor asked the boy to draw his close friends. Seo-Jin scrutinizes the drawing and realizes that the creature looks like an ant standing on legs. The teacher is a little tense because the other drawings show the rest of the boy's close friends. The next drawing is a picture of the little boy's family that he drew. In the next picture, Suho drew a picture of her house. That's why the teacher called the mom to come here today. They had different children, but this is the first time a child has drawn a picture of family and friends in this way. Where the bottom of the house is drawn in black, Suho's family, friends, and Big Daddy live. In the beginning, they suspected domestic violence, but the boy is very cheerful and happy, so they ruled out this option. Perhaps he has a very well-developed imagination. At this time at the police station, Sung Jinwoo is being congratulated by his colleagues on his successful promotion. He now has to give everyone a treat. They ask him why his friend agreed to the promotion when he constantly refused before. Sung Jinwoo says he has no more excuses left. Lisa Wan thinks that people are very ambitious when it comes to career or money. Sung Jinwoo recalls that when he was a junior detective, he made a lot more money than he does now. He asks the others to stop whining and offers to buy them a treat tonight. At home, his wife shows him his son Suho's drawings, where he draws an ant well. Jinwoo thinks he has a pronounced talent. The girl is not pleased and demands he look at the last page. Soo-Jin says that his big daddy lives there in the black earth. She doesn't understand why the guy is laughing. Seo Jinwoo says he was just remembering a joke. Seo-Jin folds his arms unhappily and says that the other kids are very afraid of Suho. The girl explains that the kids get scared when Suho approaches them, although the boy is very, very, very friendly and will never hurt anyone. Jinwoo believes that the children feel the power of the Overlord. The fact that the kids avoid him means that they can sense the shadows surrounding him. It's something he inherited from him, so the power doesn't provide a threat. But it is still a dangerous weapon of the Shadow Lord hidden in the child's body. The god's power will grow as he matures, and it may get out of control. Then, the boy will be deprived of a normal childhood. Sung Jinwoo realizes that it will be necessary to suppress the little boy's power until he is old enough to control it. He makes the decision to deprive him of his memories of shadow soldiers for the duration of his childhood. The commander turns to Sung Jinwoo, who holds out to him a drawing of Suho drawing a shadow soldier. The commander begins to look at the drawing and asks if he can say goodbye to the young lord. The Shadow Army commander walks over to the child's crib and cries. He says goodbye to the boy on behalf of the entire Shadow Realm. The commander sadly says that he was honored to take care of the boy. He says goodbye and tells him until we see him again. The commander issues final wishes for Suho, and Sung Jinwoo wishes the boy pleasant dreams, about to take away his memories. Sung Jinwoo places his palm on little Suho's forehead and strips him of his memories. These were the last drawings with the shadow soldiers when the boy still had the memory of the realm of peace. One day, Suho wakes up early in the morning, already quite a grown-up and mature boy. Sung Jinwoo's son Suho has already grown up and entered school. He goes to class with the rest of the students. The grown-up Suho is a carbon copy of his father, just as tall, calm, and focused. In high school, the law of the jungle applies. The weak are devoured by the strong. It's a new environment, new people. Yi Eun-chul enters the first class of the high school. He says hello to the other boys who've also enrolled here. Just one look can decide everything. And Eun-chul turns to an acquaintance, Sung Ho, and realizes that he got in here too. Someone here will become your friend, and someone else will become your enemy. The guys are going to become friends, but it's all just hypocrisy. And Eun-chul realizes that they've figured out the hierarchy at school, and now only one guy is the problem. Seo-hoo, who is sitting in his seat and socializing with the other guys, notices that someone is squinting at him. A grown-up Seo-hoo turns questioningly towards Yi-Eun-chul, who is looking at him. Yi-Eun-chul gets annoyed when Seo-hoo supposedly stares at him. The guy takes it to mean that he's being looked down upon. Sung Ho stops Yi-Eun-chul and says that he used to study with Seo-hoo, so he doesn't advise him to touch him. Yi-Eun-chul aggressively angrily turns around to his supposed comrade and has no intention of listening to his advice. And Eun-chul, in company with other guys outside of school, catches Sung Ho out and beats him up. And Eun-chul doesn't understand why Seon-ho is scared of Seo-hoo's boyfriend. The guy who is beaten up and can barely stay on his feet says that Seo-hoo was the strongest guy in middle school. He claims that not only could they not touch, they couldn't even look at the guy. He didn't want them to get in trouble, so he warned them in advance. Yi-Eun-chul calls the guy names and isn't going to listen to his arguments any further. The guy beats him up again, and Eun-chul thinks the guy is playing a joke on him. If his story was true, rumors would have spread around the school long ago. Seo-hoo, the guy in question, appears in front of the guys. He says that Sung Ho will say it was him this time too. Seo-hoo heads over to the guys and says they'll call it a defense. The guy smiles and looks friendly. Seon-ho tries to cover his face with his palm and agrees with the words of the guy who approaches them. Yi-Eun-chul raises his head in bewilderment and looks at the guy approaching. He doesn't understand what self-defense we're talking about. And Eun-chul doesn't even have time to make a sign to his partners, but Seo-hoo is already attacking them. Seo-hoo raises his leg high and kicks one of the guys, who now flies far away from the impact. Seo-hoo doesn't hesitate to swing his leg again and hits the second guy who is behind Yi-Eun-chul. When Yi-Eun-chul realizes that the next punch is going to hit him, he immediately swings his fist. The guy puts his fist forward, but Seo-hoo reacts instantly and kicks his foot into his hand. Seo-hoo reacts deftly and quickly, writing off Yi-Eun-chul's offensive fist with his foot. The next punch is a chin kick to the face of Yi-Eun-chul, who doesn't have time to react. Seo-hoo, without too much exertion, just punches Yi-Eun-chul in the face in such a way that the guy flies into the air. All the bullies who beat up Seo-hoo end up lying on the ground with beaten faces. Seo-hoo shakes off his palms and turns to Sun Ho. If things have turned out this way, he hopes for him. The students at the school discuss how Seo-hoo took down those three guys. They say he's been studying judo since he was a kid and is popular in his neighborhood. Everything that is happening is tedious and boring for Seo-hoo. The guy sits down at his desk tiredly and unhappily. Guy feels like his life used to be much more exciting and his heart was racing. Now he's bored and is even thinking of going to the computer club. Seo-hoo tries to leave the office and tries to open the door, but it won't budge. He doesn't understand why this happened. The other students of the school are already hurriedly leaving the school when Seo-hoo finds himself locked in the classroom. Some students stay on the sports field and play soccer while Seo-hoo tries to get out. Eventually it turns out that time stops around Seo-hoo. The boy observes what is happening through the window. The boy realizes that time is stopping and doesn't understand how this is even possible. Seo-hoo turns to the board and notices a huge magical portal in front of him, which appears incomprehensibly from nowhere. Seo-hoo is horrified to see what is happening and doesn't understand what he needs to do right now. Seo-hoo remembers that his mother always told him how much he was like his father. The boy thinks about what his father would do in this situation. Seo-hoo grabs his backpack in his hands and is about to do what his father would do. His father, Sung Jinwoo, would have briefly and immediately entered that magic portal himself. Seo-hoo did the same thing. Seo-hoo moves through the magic portal into that very realm of peace. The guy looks around. Seo-hoo tensely looks around the room out of incomprehension and can't figure out what's going on. Seo-hoo abruptly turns back and notices that the magical portal that appeared is closing. Seo-hoo grabs the nearest torch and realizes that the portal is closing and there is no other way out. Seo-hoo looks forward and sees a long and dark corridor in front of him. The boy marvels at what he sees before him. Seo-hoo passes by various artifacts and accidentally touches one of them. The weapon immediately has its characterization. The boy picks up the torch and begins to examine the weapon with the characteristics. He begins to suspect that he got into the game on his way to the computer club. Seo-hoo walks down a long and dark hallway and examines the walls. The guy suspects that he needs to choose a weapon. Depending on his level, there are limitations to his choices. As his level increases, so does the assortment. Seo-hoo walks a little further and notices a strange and heavy sword. He suspects that it was hung here because of its poor quality. The boy lights some small, strange dagger with a torch and wonders who would use such a weak weapon. Seo-hoo turns to the other wall and notices that there are various gloves hanging on it. Seo-hoo carefully examines the assortment that is offered to him. The guy realizes that the knife is too weak, so he chooses something else. Seo-hoo chooses a shiny steel attack glove that is mesmerizing to look at. His characterization appears in front of his face. Seo-hoo makes his way deep into the dark dungeon and tries to figure out if there's someone here or not, and if it's the basement of some palace. He passes by the guards who are here, who don't move or do anything. As soon as Seo-hoo turns away, one of the stone guards raises his sword and is about to attack the boy. The huge and stone guardian swings his sword sharply and powerfully at Seo-hoo's boy. Seo-hoo manages to notice and react in time, covering himself with the iron gloves he had taken. When the stone guardian's sword swings the iron gloves, the boy begins to suspect that his weapon is complete nonsense. Seo-hoo is not going to give up, and with a sudden movement, he pushes the guard's sword away from him with his gloves. After attacking the guard, Seo-hoo is about to counterattack him and delivers a powerful fist strike. The guardian starts to collapse and falls to the ground from the impact. Seo-hoo's level rises, and the boy is surprised that all the guards are alive. The realization reaches the So-hoo boy that there were a lot of stone guards behind him. The boy turns around. Seo-hoo observes a picture in which the stone guards with an entire army start advancing on him. The guy is not wrong in his reasoning and realizes that all the stone guards come to life and follow him. While the stone guards are steadily advancing, Seo-hoo begins to accumulate his power and energy in his gloves. Seo-hoo begins to deal with each of the stone guards, shattering them to pieces with his gloves. As Seo-hoo confronts the stone guards, his level increases continuously and repeatedly. Seo-hoo takes a moment to take a breather while the stone guards continue to advance, and there are many of them. Seo-hoo's eyes light up with power and confidence. The guy is about to attack the enemy again. It's as if the stone guards don't run out of steam and keep advancing on Seo-hoo's boyfriend who is opposing them. Seo-hoo moves deftly in space now and then, dodging and then attacking and attacking again. When Seo-hoo delivers another and crushing blow, his level increases again. Seo-hoo reaches level 19 after the battle with the guards. The boy exhales tiredly. Seo-hoo looks at his gloves and realizes that he is raising his level by destroying monsters and getting stronger. This all really feels like a game. Seo-hoo realizes that it was hard in the beginning, but now it's much easier. But after all, the guard's level was higher than his level. How could he even win? The iron gauntlet begins to ooze energy and power. The guy suspects that it's because of this very power. Seo-hoo realizes that he needs to move and move on. A huge gate with a red notch in the center appears in front of him. Without too much hesitation or thought, Seo-Hu begins to open the huge and heavy gate. When Seo-Hu opens the door, he enters another dark room with a throne in the center and someone sitting on it. The guy examines the dark creature and suspects it's a boss, and it looks quite powerful. The huge and shadowy creature grips his sword and doesn't say a word. He seems to be ready for battle. Seo-Hu studies the surroundings and assesses the situation. He realizes that he needs to attack first. The huge shadow creature begins to approach the frightened Seo-Hu, who stands in a stupor. The guy with an eye to eye is left with the powerful force and energy that the shadow creature exudes. The huge shadow creature manages to make only one swing of its sword as everything around it is destroyed. Seo-Hu opens his eyes in panic and horror and starts looking around, sitting on the ground. The guy finds himself back in the long and dark corridor he was coming from to begin with. Guy scrutinizes his palms and wonders if he's alive and what even happened. Seo-Hu turns around and realizes that he is at the very beginning, right back where he started. Seo-Hu rises to his feet and realizes that he has to go there again from the beginning. He had already thought he was dead. Seo-Hu notices that one candle on the wall has already gone out, even though there were originally 3. The wind has blown them away. Seo-Hu realizes that the candles are not an accident. He thinks he needs to change his needle-jointed gloves for another weapon. The guy should act more thoughtfully. He doesn't know what happens if the remaining candles go out. So the guy loses again and finds himself back at the beginning. Seo-Hu turns to the wall of candles and notices that there is only one last candle left. Seo-Hu starts rolling around on the stone floor because he doesn't understand how he would be and what to do. Seo-Hu notices that this Shadow Knight is very strong. He's so strong that he's even too strong. Seo-Hu starts to get nervous because all of this is annoying him. There's definitely no way he can beat him like this. Seo-Hu notices the Demon King's long sword on the wall. It looks very similar to the sword that Black Knight is using. If he's using the original, they have an incredible difference in levels. Seo-Hu realizes that he needs to pump himself up first. This time he prepares himself thoroughly and puts on a lot of armor and weapons. Seo-Hu meets the stone guards again, but fully clothed and armed. He asks if they are still tired of fighting him. Seo-Hu observes the stone guards and realizes that these pawns are revived each time. Seo-Hu realizes that he can endlessly destroy these guards, which he intends to do. His level increases. Seo-Hu continues to attack and destroy the stone guards to increase his level. The guy's movements become more agile, faster, and more efficient. He raises his level again. Seo-Hu becomes so fast that the stone archer doesn't even have time to fire before the guy is already next to him. Seo-Hu starts throwing crushing and incredibly powerful blows that destroy the stone pawns. Seo-Hu finishes dealing with the stone guards, and his level increases again and more than once. Seo-Hu notices a notification in front of him that he has reached the level required by the system. Seo-Hu is offered a quest to change his profession. The profession will depend on the amount of time he lasts. A portal opens next to him. The system wishes the player good luck and the countdown begins. Huge stone guards appear. Seo-Hu begins to grin and smile madly. He says that time has run out and it's time to get down to business. Very different creatures appear that look like hooded monks. They will have to confront Seo-Hu. One of the undead monks creates a fiery flame and directs it at the boy with his palms. Seo-Hu finds himself in the middle of a fierce confrontation. He tries to contain the flames of fire. Even with all his armaments and preparation, Seo-Hu is exhausted and sweating from the exertion. Strange monk-like creatures begin to pray. They are most likely summoning someone more serious than them. The monks begin to create a fire portal in the air. Seo-Hu watches what is happening. The guy puts his shield forward again and tries to hold back the powerful flames of fire. The monks lower their palms to the ground, and a dark and purple aura appears above them. Seo-Hu coldly and calmly watches the undead monks summon some sort of creature. From the dark purple aura, a huge stone guardian rises up as Seo-Hu looks on. The guy exhales tiredly and closes his eyes, imagining what might await him now. The guy abruptly tosses his shield aside because he thinks he won't need it right now. Seo-Hu doesn't hesitate to attack the stone guardian first, and he succeeds. The huge and stone guardian collapses, and its pieces start flying apart. Seo-Hu starts to pull out another half-rusty sword from behind his back because it won't be of any use to him. Seo-Hu swings the semi-rusty sword and spins it around, then launches it straight at the stone guardian. Seo-Hu starts using all of his weapons and throwing them around the space, destroying everyone around him. Seo-Hu pulls out his bow and stores his magic power in the arrow to make a powerful shot. Seo-Hu fires a shot that hits him hard in the shoulder. The arrow goes straight into the guard. One of the stone guards gets hit and starts to roll to the ground with a thud. Seo-Hu has no intention of stopping and swings his gauntlets around, about to strike next. Seo-Hu takes one powerful and strong swing with both hands and aims his throwing discs at the guards. Seo-Hu claims that he doesn't need anything because a real man needs only his fists. Only the remnants of the defeated guards remain in the dungeon, and Seo-Hu's level continues to rise. Seo-Hu believes in his strength and moves forward. Depending on the points obtained, the guy will receive a profession class. After analyzing, he will be assigned a profession. The analysis is over, and Seo-Hu is assigned the profession of martial arts master. He receives the profession class corresponding to the points. Time has expired and points are awarded to the guy. His remaining health exceeds half of the score. All enemies have been destroyed. The total number of points exceeds the limit, and Seo-Hu is assigned the Soul Destroyer profession, but it's not enough for him. In order to defeat that monster, he needs to become even stronger. Seo-Hu receives a rank A Guardian necklace and a high rank A Mage ring. Among other achievements, the guy manages to get and obtain the S-rank Ferocious Spirit gauntlets. Seo-Hu returns to the hall with the throne where that shadow soldier continues to sit. The shadow soldier continues to sit on the throne silently and without any unnecessary movements, watching Seo-Hu. Seo-Hu walks into the hall and heads towards the throne, asking the shadow soldier if he was waiting for him. Seo-Hu's dream reaches a total of level 70. The guy claims that it's his turn now. His entire body is oozing with power. Shadow Soldier and Sung Suho's gazes cross and make eye contact. The Shadow Soldier grabs his sword again and launches his attack first. It leads to devastating consequences. Despite his earned skills, strength, and accomplishments, Sung Suho is still wary and tense. Sung Suho is not going to give up and manages to dodge the Shadow Soldier's powerful attack. The Shadow Soldier continues his multiple attacks as Sung Suho confronts him with martial arts. An incredible and powerful battle between the strongest Shadow Soldier and the Soul Destroyer Seo-Hu begins in the dungeon. Sung Suho becomes completely different from the first time he came here. He swings his gloved fists every now and then. Sung Suho is becoming incredibly fast and agile. He manages to dodge and evade attacks just like that. The dungeon, in the hall with the throne, is absorbed into the light of the two strongest energies of the Shadow Soldier and Seo-Hu. Sung Seo-Hu realizes that all of this is not enough, and he should move much faster. The Shadow Soldier once again strikes with his unusual sword, but Seo-Hu covers himself with his gloves. Sung Suho manages to hold off the powerful attacks of the Shadow Guardian's sword even while in the air. Sung Seo-Hu continues to accumulate his magical energy and power in his gloves to continue the battle. A bright light of Song Suho Boy's magical energy spreads throughout the space. The Shadow Soldier realizes that this is the Junior Lord's power that was not even remembered by what percent. After raising his level, Seo-hoo now clearly realizes that this Dark Knight is unimaginably strong. Between him and the lower-level soldiers, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. His strength goes beyond everything. If this Shadow Soldier and Dark Knight is so strong, then Seo-hoo will also be as strong as him. Seo-hoo doesn't understand the pattern of this game, but because of the extra ability at the first level, he was able to destroy the top-level soldiers. Every time he gained 110 points, his level would immediately rise. If the extra ability was taken into account, he was now as high as 110th level. Seo-hoo's nickname was Junior Lord. All of his stats will be increased by 40% because of the inheritance of the Shadow Lord ability. The Shadow Soldier continues to attack the Junior Lord by attacking him with his long sword. Sung Suho, or the Junior Lord, continues to confront the Shadow Soldier with his gauntlets and martial arts. Sung Suho delivers such a crushing blow that the Shadow Soldier flies back into the wall and breaks it. Junior Lord Seo-hoo manages to crush the Shadow Soldier and deliver a powerful blow. Sung Suho uses his martial arts to deal such powerful blows to the Shadow Soldier. The Shadow Soldier, or Dark Knight, flies aside from the guy's crushing blows time and again. The Shadow Soldier observes Seo-hoo and studies him. The creature realizes that the boy has great potential. The boy has innate talent, as his father is a lord and his mother is an S-rank hunter, though he doesn't remember it. No wonder the boy is improving rapidly. Sung Suho starts attacking again, and the Dark Knight addresses the younger lord that he admits defeat. Sung Suho delivers the final blow and destroys the long sword of the Dark Knight who admitted defeat. Sung Suho stops when he realizes it's over. The guy tries to catch his breath. Sung Suho starts shouting that he has won this battle. The guy adopts a victory pose. Sung Suho starts dancing and laughing quite a bit because he defeated the Shadow Soldier from the throne. When Seo-hoo calms down a bit, he notices a magic portal opening up behind him. Seo-hoo suspects that there is finally a way out of this dungeon and enters the portal without a second thought. Seo-hoo realizes that he has entered a tower that is located in the Songpan district. He tries to figure out why it is here. The tower that Sung Seo-hoo is talking about is enveloped in fiery and bright flames, engulfing the stone lining of the tower into itself. Sung Seo-hoo turns around and notices a huge, incredibly sized three-headed fire dog in front of him. Sung Suho thinks that this dog looks more like a scary sculpture than a monster. And the fire is apparently a feature of the location. Sung Suho studies his surroundings and once again notices a huge and tall door in front of him. Sung Seo-hoo suspects that he now needs to move forward again, stepping behind that door. The entire neighborhood of Seongpan finds itself engulfed in chaos and fire that covers the entire space. The neighborhood is just teeming with various foul things and creatures that are now and then baring their teeth. Sung Suho finds himself in the midst of some chaos that his victory over the Shadow Soldier has brought him to. Sung Seo-hoo realizes that he needs to move on and deals with all the evil that has appeared before him. The guy goes up to the 10th floor of the tower and deals with the enemies here again. After all of this, Seo-hoo goes up to the 20th floor and deals with the uncleanness as well. The 20th floor is followed by the 30th floor, where the guy again defeats the monsters. Seo-hoo goes up to the 50th floor when he realizes that everyone here is so weak. Even the floor boss is over in a few hits. Seo-hoo suspects that he raised his level a lot in the fight with the Black Knight. The guy fights the monsters again. Despite the scale of the area, he'll finish here quickly if he spends an hour on each floor. Sung Seo-hoo goes up to the 100th floor through the magic portal and thinks that there are only weaklings here too. A girl with purple hair and wearing armor appears in front of Sung Suho. She smiles at him. There are two guards following her from behind. Sung Suho says he doesn't have time for this kind of thing and starts to attack, but the girl tries to stop him. The girl says that it was hard for the Lord to climb up the tower. Who knew that the junior Lord would make it this fast? He didn't manage to climb up here last time either. Sung Suho starts to tensely ask what last time we're talking about. The girl pretends not to say anything. The girl introduces herself as Essel, the eldest daughter of the Reindeer family. She greets him on the top floor. Sung Suho interjects to ask if this is the end. The girl states that this is where they end. There used to be a floor with a demon king, but their family eliminated him when they took the place at the top. The girl congratulates him on passing all the floors. They want to have a banquet in honor of such. Their head of the family has prepared a grand celebration. Suho asks what's up there, where he points his finger. Essel explains to the guy that there is a portal to another space there. Suho doesn't understand what a portal is, so that's what they call these passageways. The girl asks about their banquet. Suho says he's still underage for alcohol. He'll come to the banquet when he's a little older. The girl was about to say goodbye to Suho, but she abruptly changes her mind and gets angry. The Lord had also once told her that they would meet again, but he never came back to see her here. There hasn't been a guest here in 60 years. She can't just let him go. Suho asks her if her name is Essel from the Radish family. He tells the girl that they will see each other again. The girl starts giggling quite a bit, reacting to Suho's words. She covers her mouth with her fist. The girl starts waving goodbye to the guy and confirms that they'll see each other again. Suho hopes that this portal will lead him home. When he enters it, he thinks it's a trap and it's not over yet. A whole swarm and army of shadow insects appears in front of Sung Suho. It's not like his world at all. Sung Suho starts to get frustrated and exhales desperately when he notices such a picture. Sung Suho tries to escape from the swarm of insects that are following him. He asks what kind of ants they are. Sung Suho turns back around and realizes that there is simply no end to the insects, whether you hit them or not. Sung Suho tries to deal with the insects and is thankful to at least raise the level. Sung Suho watches the ants approaching and realizes that he's at least gotten used to them by now. Sung Suho turns around to the other side and notices a small door. The guy wants to try to go in there. Sung Suho makes his way through the small door and once again finds himself in a dark hallway with nothing in it. Suho realizes how spacious this place is. The boss must be huge here. A shadowy soldier approaches him. Suho notices the commander walking towards him, surprised that he is all alone here. Sung Suho watches the shadow soldier and doesn't understand why this monster is suddenly crying. The shadow soldier, that is the commander, gets off his seat and starts running towards Sung Suho. Sung Suho instantly reacts and starts attacking the shadow soldier who came close to him. The shadow soldier and commander attacks the junior lord and continues to shed his tears. Sung Suho continues to confront the shadow soldier and swings his foot to strike. The shadow soldier was about to strike Sung Suho, but at the last moment, he stops his paw in front of his face. Sung Suho takes advantage of such a moment and delivers another powerful punch at the shadow soldier. Shadow Soldier Burr continues to attack Suho, but doesn't hit him or do any damage. Suho seizes the opportunity and hits the shadow soldier back, who continues to cry. The shadow soldier Commander Burr stops for a moment and starts hilting himself. After that, Commander Burr gets off again and is about to attack Suho in a not-so-real way. Commander Burr hits in such a way that he tries not to hurt Suho in any way or damage him. The shadow soldier continues to shed tears, and the junior lord doesn't realize what's happening to him. Shadow Soldier lifts his head up and starts crying exhaustively while trying to contain his emotions. The Shadow Soldier stops and tells Seo-hoo that he has lost his guard, stopping his attack. Commander Bear is no longer going to fight and falls to the ground with a thud with his whole body. Seo-hoo gives out aloud in bewilderment that this was very dangerous. His level increases several times again. That ant with wings seemed scary, but everything was strange. It didn't even attack Seo-hoo in a meaningful way, constantly stopping its strikes. It was only because of this ant's behavior that Seo-hoo was able to win. A magic portal appears behind him again. Seo-hoo notices another portal. His level isn't even increasing anymore. He hopes it's the way home. Seo-hoo turns around in bewilderment and observes a strange sight. He doesn't realize what it is. There are many different shadow soldiers surrounding the guy, and the guy doesn't realize what's going on. Seo-hoo snaps out of his seat and rises into the air. He realizes that it's going to get worse from here. The guy starts attacking the shadow creatures, but realizes that his level is still 99. A huge dragon-shaped shadow soldier starts attacking Seo-hoo, who successfully dodges. The guy starts to counterattack and strikes back at the shadow dragon, hitting it in the face. Another shadow soldier giant appears behind Seo-hoo and swings his blade at him. The shadow giant soldier swings his blade sharply and seems to shatter space, but Seo-hoo dodges again. Seo-hoo doesn't let his guard down and starts climbing up the giant's arm to get closer. Seo-hoo swings his leg with all his might and hits the shadow giant right in the face so that it flies off. Seo-hoo lands on the ground again and observes that many more shadow creatures want to attack him. Seo-hoo continues his counterattacks and chops the blade of one of his opponents in half. Seo-hoo continues his multiple strikes and attacks various monsters. Their confrontation continues. Seo-hoo deftly dashes between the giants and hits them with his powerful attacks. Droplets of sweat appear on his face. Seo-hoo lifts his head up and notices some more opponents. Several shadow giants land and stab their blades into the ground because Seo-hoo dodges. After the shadow soldiers, a huge dragon starts flying and attacking Seo-hoo, which puts the guy into a tense state. But Seo-hoo isn't going to stop because he's been through so much already. The guy counterattacks the shadow dragon. Seo-hoo shockingly raises his head upwards and notices that the shadow soldiers appear, sitting on top of the dragons. The junior lord realizes that they are going to attack him from the air. It's as if the opponents don't run out. A huge giant soldier begins to bared its sharp fangs and is extremely aggressive. Seo-hoo immediately picks the right moment and punches the red giant with his gloves in the face. Seo-hoo, or the junior lord, lightning fast dashes through the opponents and strikes them repeatedly. A huge eye appears from behind the junior lord and glows with a bright blue light. The stone giants that were once opposed by Sung Jinwoo appear. Now Seo-hoo will have to fight them. The shadow soldier who controls these stone giants has been here for 30 years. Even though he is appearing as an opponent, he was allowed to appear in this guise. This means that he is worthy of the Lord's attention. Even if he is a junior, he will see if he can resist such strength. Seo-hoo is already distraught attacking this shadow soldier and pretends that he didn't hear him say anything. The junior lord dashes past the stone giants with lightning speed and one by one lays them on the ground, destroying their bodies. The same shadow staff that the artisans once inserted the red orb into appears. Seo-hoo finishes dealing with the stone giants and lifts his head up, turning his attention to his new opponent. A bright and iridescent light begins to spread everywhere. Seo-hoo tries to cover himself with his hands from it. Seo-hoo holds on to his head and tenses up from such an incredible force that is madly pressing down on him. An opponent with a staff appears. Both the knight and the ant had a flickering shadow form. But there seemed to be someone else. That means the bosses here are shape-shifting. Seo-hoo remains pressed against the ruined ground, thinking that he should definitely overpower this creature. Seo-hoo tries to pull himself together and get up, but he can't do it yet. There are fire dragons coming at him. Seo-hoo notices another of these dragons. Now there are 3 in total. He made the mistake of thinking it was over. He suspects that they are bosses as well. The fire dragons begin to emit bright and powerful fire flames, directing them towards Seo-hoo. It's as if the shadow dragons are creating flaming swords from their flames to carry their weapons. Seo-hoo uses his lightning ability to swipe sharply and deftly through the dragons and strike at each of them. Seo-hoo swings his fist violently and aggressively, in which he accumulates an incredible amount of energy. Seo-hoo begins to exude a bright and luminous energy that repels all enemies and helps him to resist in the fight. Seo-hoo rises into the air with lightning speed and continues to attack the shadow dragons that the red giants are sitting on. Seo-hoo manages to climb onto one of the dragons and rises into the air. He gets rid of the shaman first because he's freaking him out. The flying shaman in the air with his staff creates an incredible fire cloud over the space of the Kingdom of Peace. A huge, unimaginable-sized red fire sphere appears in the air above the ground. This is all thanks to the dragon staff of the flying and shadow shaman, in which the magical sphere is inserted. A violent and powerful explosion occurs, leaving an indelible mark. Seo-hoo watches the whole thing. After that, another fiery explosion follows, which happens right behind the junior lord's back. The guy is shocked, and from the horror of what he sees, he opens his mouth so that his jaw drops. The shaman didn't expect this from himself. As soon as he got his staff, his attacks became much more powerful. He's so tough. Seo-hoo turns to the shaman in horror and pretends to laugh. He is shocked by what is happening. The junior lord is massacring the red giants flying dragons now and then. The stone giants are also being attacked repeatedly and heavily, which is destroying their bodies. The junior lord is not going to give up, so he continues his fierce battle. Seo-hoo sinks to the ground, and he starts to be surrounded by the various shadow soldiers that exist here. A tall and powerful shadow soldier laughs at the junior lord, who thought he could defeat him with such a weak punch. Seo-hoo doesn't even finish listening to what the shadow soldier is telling him. He immediately kicks him with his foot. The shadow soldier says that after joining the Lord's squad, he rose to his current level through hard work. No one remembers him, but he will prove his loyalty and impress everyone. The junior lord once again doesn't let the shadow soldier speak properly and gives him a powerful punch. The junior lord climbs up and ends up on top of the head of the shadow soldier he is confronting. Seo-hoo now realizes that if the monsters don't stop appearing, he might not be able to handle it all. He needs to control his strength even better, without mistakes. Then he will be able to fight alone against the army and win over absolutely everyone. The shadow dragons continue to attack the junior lord, who has to confront them. The junior lord discovers an incredible strength and power that spreads everywhere and infects all the shadow soldiers. A red shadow soldier shaman with symbols on his face uses his staff to attack the junior lord. Seo-hoo aims his most powerful blow at the shaman, who creates a magical shield to hold back his blow. Seo-hoo is about to make the decisive blow and asks the shaman not to tell him it's the last one because the guy will be extremely disappointed. The junior lord heads over to the shaman and tells him that if he has nothing else to surprise him, he should disappear. The shadow soldier shaman raises his staff up and tries to hold back the junior lord's powerful blow. A bright and powerful explosion occurs, leaving behind the remnants of the various auras of the shadow soldiers and Seo-hoo. The guy manages to destroy the shaman. Although Seo-hoo's level didn't increase after so many battles, he had better control over his power. Another tall, important shadow soldier appears in front of the junior lord and follows straight towards him. The junior lord studies his opponent and thinks that he is good and will be even stronger than that ant. The junior lord asks if the soldier can talk. Before the battle begins, he would like to ask something. What part of the army are the warriors he fought? The shadow soldier looks at the guy coldly and confidently. He claims that it was 1/3000th unit. Junior Lord Sohu realizes that he destroyed them non-stop, and even so, it is only a minuscule portion. Seohu exhales smugly and accepts the circumstances. He offers to start the fight. The shadow soldier gets down on one knee in front of Seohu and begins to draw his sword. He says that the junior lord has grown. The shadow soldier begins to attack the junior lord Seohu, who deftly dodges the blow. Seohu begins to resent why everyone is calling him junior lord and who he even is. Seohu begins to fend off the shadow soldier's blows and asks what this has to do with him getting here in the first place. Seohu starts to get aggressive and is willing to put up with the overlord, but why is he being called junior? The shadow soldier leaves the guy's questions unanswered and just continues his repeated attacks. Junior Lord Seohu dodges the shadow soldier's attacks time and time again, but manages to attack at the right moments as well. Despite all of this, Seohu gets injured. Junior Lord Seohu stares in horror at something he notices in front of him. His face is covered in sweat. The shadow soldier starts some strange, fast and strong attacks that fly around. Junior Lord Seohu notices that the shadow soldier's sword has now become a whip for some reason. Sung Suho, in sweat and already tired, continues to repel the shadow soldier's attacks towards him. Seohu realizes that even though the shadow soldier's weapon has capabilities, it definitely has a weakness. All he has to do is to find and capture it. The junior lord deftly dodges the shadow soldier's whip and moves slightly to the side to study his opponent. The shadow soldier swings his shadow whip again, and the junior lord has no choice but to dodge. The shadow soldier delivers his powerful strike, after which the junior lord reflects it with his leg kick. Junior Lord Sohu realizes that by blocking his strikes with both hands, the shadow soldier is opening up on this side. The junior lord doesn't miss his opportunity and strikes the shadow soldier exactly where the weak area opened up. Junior Lord Sung Suho tried to cover himself from the blow and flies backwards along the ground. Around him, the rocks expand into a whirlwind. Sung Suho realizes that he will definitely not be able to defeat the Shadow Knight with such attacks. If he continues like this, the fight will not end soon. Sung Suho rubs his head tiredly and asks the shadow soldier that he is far from being the most important person here. The shadow soldier doesn't answer anything to the guy, but only drops to one knee and silently watches. Seohu realizes that he is right in his beliefs. Junior Lord Sung Suho lifts his head up and realizes that there in the air is the real master. In the air, Junior Lord Seohu notices some dark silhouette sitting on a dragon. The silhouette from the dragon in the air disappears and appears here, descending to the ground. It is the dark silhouette of a man. The junior lord doesn't let the dark silhouette of a man get down and immediately leaps towards him and is about to attack. The dark silhouette man's sword and the junior lord's gauntlets collide with each other. When the two weapons of different people with different powers collide, a bright flash of light and energy happens. The dark silhouette of a man begins to repeatedly strike with his sword as the junior lord fends them off. Sung Suho fights with his last strength and sweat against the dark silhouette of a man who has descended towards him. Their fierce battle surrounds in multiple streams of energies, magic and strength from multiple blows. Junior Lord Seohu realizes during the battle that his opponent is very fast and strong. Seohu continues to analyze his opponent's movements and actions and realizes that it's not just about strength. His attacks are very precise. Seohu continues to hold his defenses and realizes that his opponent is not committing any unnecessary actions. Seo-hoo thinks about how much training it takes, how many trials a person must go through to reach this level. Junior Lord So-hoo takes damage and is injured, but despite this, he still keeps on his feet and fights. Seo-hoo realizes that he cannot lose to him. His fighting ability and characteristics have reached their limit. This should be enough. Even if this dark silhouette of a man stands a head taller than Seo-hoo, he must win. Seo-hoo knows that he just has to defeat him. He gathers his thoughts and strikes the man back with a final blow. As the younger lord delivers the final blow, his gloves crack and break into crumbs. Seo-hoo looks anxiously at his destroyed glove and begins to shake with fatigue and rage. Seo-hoo begins to accumulate his power in the other remaining glove and realizes that even though this man is his enemy, it means nothing. If this dark silhouette of a man is his enemy, even so, the Junior Lord still wants to become just as strong. Junior Lord. So-hoo gathers his last strength and strikes the man with another blow. The man stops the boy by placing his palm on his head. The boy is completely perplexed. The man starts asking Seo-hoo questions and asks if the Junior Lord liked the game. Junior Lord Seo-hoo doesn't understand what game he's talking about. The man tells him that the boy surprised him. Junior Lord. So-hoo raises his head and looks at the man. He recognizes the voice. It is his father's voice. The man pushes the Junior Lord aside the portal and tells him that he still has room to grow. Junior Lord. So-hoo turns back one last time to look at the man before moving through the portal. The guy suddenly comes to his senses and starts screaming. He is transported back to his world. Sung Suho finds himself in his school office at one of the desks from where he entered the game world. The guy grabs his head and doesn't understand what kind of dreams he's having, as if he's overplayed computer games. Wanders through dungeons, and the last boss turns out to be his dad. A girl peeks into the office and sees that Seo-hoo is left here. She is about to close the office doors. Seo-hoo is droopy and tired. He offers the girl his help. The girl agrees, though she doesn't understand such an impulse. On the roof of the school where Seo-hoo is studying, there are shadow knights, shamans, and Lord Sung Jinwoo himself. Sung Jinwoo didn't think that the remnants from the creator that targeted the resting realm territories could be useful for something like this. The shadow soldier asks if it's time for Seo-hoo to get his powers back. The shadow soldier says that the Lord has performed such tests before, but this time the boy managed to touch him. That's enough to pass the test. Sung Jinwoo asked the shadow soldier if they could have defeated the Lord if he only relied on his own strength. He explains that there are situations where it's impossible to win. In such cases, one must think of escaping. Attacking an enemy that is many times stronger is foolish and infantile. Sung Jinwoo realizes that it's still early, and not now. Someday, Seo-hoo will realize how to use his strength by adjusting to the specific situation. Even if Seo-hoo doesn't know, this rascal will open doors, challenging every time. Seo-hoo is still trying to come to his senses and realize what even happened, and if it was really a dream. Commander Bear keeps the drawings of the little lord who once drew him with him all this time. He cries while constantly looking at them. Right now, little overlord. So-hoo has now matured and has become much more conscious, smarter, and more agile. He is no longer a little boy. As Bear looks at the drawing and cries, Sung Jin says that he has important things to do today. Once they're done, they can have a family dinner at a restaurant somewhere. In further news, fraud brothers Hwang Dong-suk and Hwang Dong-soo were taken into custody today in a fraud case. The whole country is shocked. Next news. A major forest fire broke out today. There was a high risk of the fire spreading to nearby homes. 800 firefighters were sent to the scene, and the fire was extinguished. To a bearded and blonde-haired man, someone puts a bottle to his head. The bottle is very cold. Someone holds out the bottle of water to the man and tells him he did a good job. The man thanks him, which is what you'd expect from Captain Sung. He's incredible. He's worked the hardest on the fire, but there's not a trace of fatigue on him. As the man sinks into his thoughts, he notices something flying in the sky and tells the others about it. Captain Sung looks up and says that it's probably just an ordinary airplane flying in the sky. A subordinate turns to his principal and asks if he's okay. He needs to approve the name of a virtual reality game that is about to be released. The subordinate explains himself to the director, but realizes that the director is not even trying to listen to him. The director turns around and happily blurts out that his wife is pregnant and is now in her 6th week. The rest of the subordinates loudly start congratulating Director Yoo Jin-ho for sharing the happy news with them. Director Yoo Jin-ho suggests that they name their game Beautiful World. He thinks it's the perfect name for it. The subordinates demand the director to think again, because the name will determine the future and honor of their company. Director Yoo Jin-ho sits down in his chair and wonders if he's so bad at picking names. The director says he shouldn't worry so much, because he has already decided on the investor of their game. He's going to consult with him. That investor will be Choi Jung-in. Agenspot CEO Yoo Jin-ho and his amazing story of a young entrepreneur surprises the newspaper readers. An old man asks if there are any other articles. Not yet, but they will definitely come out soon. The old man cajoles Jin-ho to leave to create some games and refuses to give up his place in the company. The old man scrutinizes the article and says he would like to see his grandson soon. A huge magical portal appears in the ground again, which can be seen exclusively from the universe. A gateway. No one knows what could emerge from there. People could only shiver in fear and hope they would never appear near it. But there were those who entered them to fight monsters. They were called hunters. Some man picks up the phone and says that a man has gotten into the support department of the Hunters Association. Someone yells into his phone that he asked them not to send his son, so why did they ignore his request? The man explains that there was an error in creating the raid. He asks for more details and takes his time to explain the situation. The man becomes indignant and says that his son will break if anyone touches him. If this continues, he will give up the hunter's business. If you ask any school child on the street what they want to be when they grow up, there are 3 options: no more, no less. Either a well-known hunter, an employee of a well-known hunter company, or an employee in a hunters association. Employees of the Hunters Association are constantly watching the hunters themselves, either complaining or asking for something. There is such a hunter, Sung Jinwoo. He has an E rank, and his physical data is below average. He's no different from a normal person. Why does he have so many injuries? It's a miracle he hasn't been eliminated yet. I wonder why he's still a hunter. Understandably, it's all because of his mom in ICU and his little sister who is still in school. The man goes to the manager and says that they need to somehow change Sung Jinwoo's mind about doing all this. The manager says that they've already tried that. The manager asks the man why he took a job with the Hunters Association. The man is surprised at such a question. In the beginning, he was just curious. Hunters try to save ordinary people by risking their lives, but who will help them? If there is no one to do it, he will. He will try his best to make sure the hunters don't get hurt or killed. The manager asks if he wants Sung Jinwoo to quit his job or help him, but the man can't offer him anything. The manager prints out some girl's file and holds it out to the man. He says that the man can help him after all. The manager tells him that there are high-ranking awakened ones, but they don't become hunters. The man can change their minds and thus help other hunters. The man scrutinizes the girl's file given to him by the manager he is talking to. The picture is of a long-haired girl who is a B-rank healer who is not involved in the association. Even though she has skills, she refused to become a hunter because of her fear. And Sung Jinwoo, who is fighting his fear, but he's walking into the gate every time. If someone like him can help a girl, she will become that strength for him. The manager asks if the man wants to try to pull it all off. The guy hopes that he can be of at least a little help to those on the other side of the gate. A guy and a girl are standing outside playing rock, scissors, paper. The guy keeps losing, so will carry her bag again. The girl realizes that the guy is looking and watching somewhere. She asks if there is something in the sky right now. Sung Suho continues to watch the sky but says there's nothing special about it. A huge shadow dragon appears in the sky with two human images on it. The blonde woman says that it has been a very long time since she has seen this city from this angle and view. The long-haired girl turns around and notices her favorite man behind her, then calls out to him. The man holds out a box with an amulet to the woman. He says it is a gift for their 16th anniversary. The man begins to put the gift amulet on the girl and tells her to stay home for now. The man kisses his beloved and says that he will be home soon. The woman asks if he will be late again. The girl starts to smile warmly and gently and says that she will wait for her beloved. Sung Jinwoo smiles back at his precious wife and escorts her with a loving look. The man seats his wife on the shadow dragon and sends her off to go home. Sung Jinwoo rises into the air and approaches a huge magical gate that has appeared above the ground. It is said that those who wield great power attract terrible things from other worlds. Sung Jinwoo demands his army to rise up. An entire army of stone guards find themselves defeated in some dungeon. I wonder what's behind those gates. What if there's something scary there that the guy has never encountered before? Suho thinks so and is afraid to die. If he doesn't open it, he won't know anything. He doesn't even know what's waiting for him there. The guy dies again and goes back to the starting point. How many days has he been here? He fights and it's very hard for him. He wants to go back, but he keeps fighting and doesn't give up. The two candles on the wall extinguish, and Suho realizes that he only has one last chance for everything. Since yesterday, he has been haunted by someone's incomprehensible voice that keeps telling him to rise up. Even if this is Suho's last chance, he's not going to stop at anything. The guy has been returning to this dungeon since he was a kid, endlessly trying to pass the dungeon without end. Junior Lord Suho had also returned here while in high school to confront the monsters. If only so he can raise his level to whatever is beyond this gate, he will challenge it. Junior Lord Suho once again opens the gate in front of him and sees a bright flash of light. Absolute beings who had created countless universes since time immemorial in search of infinity. These beings possessed a power beyond any limits of imagination, and their desire for knowledge was inexhaustible. The absolute being kept on creating more and more creations, and so laws, souls, and various matter were born, but nothing could dispel the boredom of the absolute. He began to watch the warfare of the creatures he created, studying their conflicts and intrigues in every battle. In every clash he sought answers to the questions that had troubled his mind since he began to create universes. He was also interested in the destructive power of these creatures. The creatures had to fight, die, and be reborn again in an endless war, and it was all to amuse his creator. This was the case until the unforeseen happened. An absolute being watching the battle was destroyed by his own creation. Absolute beings from other dimensions, upon learning of this, gathered together, turning their gaze to the world that had lost its creator. The death of their kind by a creature born of his hands is a dark omen. In these shadows, echoes of past evil, lies the true power of created beings. However, this fact did not excite the absolute beings. They only had one thought. The power that lost its owner would belong to the one who would be the first to take it away. The young boy, Suho, said that he had been accepted into the Korean National Institute of Arts. He still couldn't believe it. His friends couldn't believe that he was telling them the truth. They thought it couldn't be. Their facial expressions changed a lot. They didn't want to believe it. They doubted that such a rude person could pass the Art Institute entrance exam, one of them cried, and said that he should have retaken the exam. Suho laughed with them and said that he finally had freedom from this hell. But suddenly he heard someone behind his back congratulate him on passing the entrance exam and asked if he got into the Art Institute. He turned around to see who it was. Suho saw that it was Kim Sung-chul who approached him again. Kim Sung-chul said that he didn't think he had a talent for it. He was wondering since when did he become good at drawing. But the guy got mad at him. He told him that his name wasn't Kim Sung-chul but Lee Yoon-chul. But Suho didn't care that he was mad at him. He pretended that he didn't mix up his name on purpose. He said that, thanks to Suho, his plan to go to a high school failed. Suho replied that thanks to him he was able to graduate. The other students noticed that Yoon-chul was provoking him again. They realized that it wouldn't be long before they would have graduation. Yet he continued to act like a child, ignoring the maturity and responsibility that was already required of him at this important moment. The students couldn't understand why Yoon-chul was picking on a man who was trying his best to live a happy life after his parents disappeared. Lee Yoon-chul wanted to hit him. He shouted his name loudly and started to attack him. But Suho stood still. He was completely calm and sure he could repel his attack. Suho reacted incredibly fast to his attack, striking him back, which made Lee Yoon-chul fall to the floor, leaving Suho told him to be quiet until graduation. But suddenly Lee Yoon-chul stood up, determined and ready to continue the fight. His eyes blazed with determination, and he made it clear that he had not given up yet despite the difficulties. He told Suho that he was not hurt at all. His hand was covered with an unknown energy that Suho saw for the first time. This power seemed mysterious and unfamiliar to him. Lee Yoon-chul unleashed an incredibly powerful attack that Suho was miraculously able to dodge thanks to his reflexes. His face reflected fear and surprise, while the other disciples were also shocked by Lee Yoon-chul's strength. The force of his punch was tremendous. It pierced through the nearby iron lockers. Suho, who was lying on the floor, was in a complete daze and couldn't do anything, completely paralyzed from terror and shock. Lee Yoon-chul's entire body was shrouded in a brightly glowing aura that emanated from him with incredible power. He looked truly formidable and powerful, capable of crushing any obstacle in his way. 2 years had passed since that incident. Suho was already a second-year university student. Walking down the street, immersed in his thoughts, he often remembered that day. He heard a man telling the passers-by that all the classes in the main building had been moved to the neighboring building and asked all the students to go there. Suho thought that the hunters were currently conducting a gate sweep and noticed the guards telling everyone to stay away from the danger zone. One of them asked how long it had been since the hunters had arrived. The staff member replied that it had been a little over an hour. Considering the gate was rated as D-ranked, they should have arrived soon. Suho heard an announcement stating that only hunters could approach the gate. He thought that there was a new gate again, given the increased precautions and strict restriction on access. He remembered that 3 years ago strange gates had started appearing all over the world, and since then things had changed. Their former world no longer existed. The gates worked as doors leading to a dungeon, from which demonic beasts would emerge after a time, destroying everything in their path. But at the same time with these, changes occurred in the people themselves. There were people able to control magical energy. Such people were called awakened. In their rapidly changing world, the chaos, which felt like it should have lasted for a long time, ended much sooner. An awakened man named Jin Chul created an association of hunters, gathering all his kind together, and founded the specialty of hunters. Thus now all people were divided into two groups. There were the awakened, and there were the ordinary people who couldn't awaken. While some had to break through obstacles like ants, others had it fall straight from the sky into their hands. In this system, the ants were clearly aware of their boundaries. Suho realized that no matter how hard an ordinary person tried, he was no match for even an awakened E-rank hunter. But if the hunter didn't close the gate, this world would be destroyed. In other words, people couldn't survive without the awakened ones, but the hunters could manage without the ordinary people. Suho was grateful to the hunters for this, that the unawakened like him could live peacefully, and yet he felt anxious whether he could get used to what he couldn't have. It all started from his parents missing, to depending on others for his right to survive. It all went against what he once could have gotten. He lost what he had, and the resulting void was filled with helplessness. He remembered that his mother often told him that he had taken after his father. He wondered how his father would have acted in his situation, and suddenly he heard someone calling him. His memories were interrupted by his teacher, who came up to him to tell him that he had had a pretty good concentration today. He looked at his drawing and asked if it was interesting to draw like that. Suho replied that he just did it without thinking, to which the teacher replied that his ant was quite ingenious for an insect. But looking closer, he said that it was not just an ant, but a human ant. Suho looked at his painting and could not understand why he had drawn it in the first place. All of the staff who were fencing the gate saw that the hunters were coming back, and everyone had to get ready to meet them. The people gathered around the gate noticed that the atmosphere around them was relaxed, which meant that their raid was a success. One of the staff members thanked Hunter Kim Jong-soo for their work, to which he replied that the dungeon had been successfully cleared and he had information to pass on to the association. He said that they had found a new species of demonic beasts. They were humanoid-like creatures that spewed blue flames from their eyes and mouths. They used claws and fangs, but their killing power was low. The hunter said that he was a little hurt, but since no complications had been revealed, they were just harmless monsters. And yet, they definitely hadn't met such demonic beasts before, so he was glad that they weren't dangerous. When he told them about the new beasts, the staff asked him to detail everything in the association report. Suddenly, blue flames appeared from the hunter's wound, and the hunter felt a sharp pain. He let go of his sword and hands. It was as if an unknown force enveloped him. He lowered his head and froze. The staff member noticed that his eyes were sparkling with blue flames. He called out to him, but there was no response from him. Before the employee could speak, the hunter turned around and attacked him. He was under the power of the blue flame and could not resist it. It destroyed the employee standing next to him. The hunters who were walking behind him were shocked that their leader had destroyed a man who posed no threat to him. They realized that the flames in this dungeon were not ordinary. It had infected the hunter, after which he could infect anyone he would bite. The people panicked and began to retreat from the gate, terrified that the hunter had just destroyed a human. They feared that he might turn against them, and quickly searched for a safe place. An unexpected noise outside interrupted the drawing class, and the students went to the windows to see why people were shouting. Suho raised his head and couldn't understand what was happening there. Looking through the window, the students couldn't understand why people started attacking each other. They were all enveloped in a blue flame that was driving them crazy. They noticed that their eyes were glowing blue, which meant that it was definitely demonic energy. They thought that the dungeon had not been cleaned up. The people outside didn't know what to do. Some were trying to find a safe place and stay away from the blue flame-possessed people. Others were shouting that they should have waited for the hunters who could save them. One of the students told Professor Lim that he was also an awakened one and asked him to do something, to which the professor replied that he couldn't help. He was only an E-rank hunter. Suho noticed that one of the hunters engulfed in blue flames was heading straight towards them. He managed to warn everyone to run away from the windows quickly and find a safe place. After his words, the hunter's body burst into the classroom window and began to destroy all the people present in the classroom. Suho turned around and began to run away, shouting for everyone else to do the same. Suho, while running away, noticed that one student was lying on the floor crying in pain. She couldn't escape from the classroom. Her legs were injured. She was begging to be helped to get out and escape. He didn't know what to do and how he would be able to help the girl. He turned around and rushed to run further. He shouted to her that he ran for help and would definitely come back for her, but already with the hunters. Suho ran and could not understand who he could call for help. He thought that he had left the girl to her doom, but he realized that as an unawakened man, he could only do one thing. He closed his eyes and thought that it was all because of that stupid awakening, but if he only blamed the situation, nothing would change. He realized that it was up to him to find a way out of the situation. Suho closed his eyes and thought about what his father would have done in his place. He turned around and saw the possessed hunter already approaching the girl. The girl was screaming and calling for help, but there was no one around her. She saw that she was being attacked by the hunter. She covered her face with her hands and started screaming loudly. Suho came to her rescue, and with the help of a fire extinguisher, he was able to repel the hunter's attack. His brave act saved her from imminent death. Suho knew that in his place his father would have done the same thing. He would not leave the girl in trouble and would have saved her. Then Suho received a notice that he had fulfilled all the conditions of the secret quest Courage of the Powerless. He remembered that once he had a dream. He remembered it clearly, as if it was really happening to him. Suho thought that in this dream, it was as if he was in some game where he had power attack gloves in which he fought against monsters. In order to defeat the monsters that were getting stronger each time, Suho had to find new ways and methods to be able to resist these increasing threats. To prevent the monsters from killing him, he raised his level as much as possible and fought endlessly with the monsters. With each new destruction of his level increased, and he became stronger and stronger. Suho realized that the stronger the monsters became, the stronger he became, and soon he came across only powerful monsters. He used all his skills and all his weapons to fight the strong monsters. Time passed, and he managed to get to the last level, where the strongest monster was waiting for him to fight. Suho remembered that the boss he met there was very strong, although he was his enemy, but his power caused him respect and even envy. Well, for some reason, the boss was a character he wanted to wake up to. He couldn't and didn't want to fight him, and he couldn't wake up either. The main boss in the last level was his father. When he saw him, he realized that he would not be able to destroy him. He thought that maybe he was just a projection of his dream, strong and unflappable father. He wondered how he friend gained such strength. Suho took the fire extinguisher to save the girl from the mad hunter. He kept thinking about his father. He wondered what he would do in such a situation. He ran at the monster and thought that if his father was in this abnormal situation, how would he deal with the hunter who wanted to destroy them? The hunter's entire body was engulfed in a blue flame that completely took over him. He went mad and went to infect other people, turning them into similar monsters. Suho fought the hunter as best he could. He hit him with a fire extinguisher, preventing him from biting everyone in the class. He was sure that his father would have done the same thing. He would have sacrificed himself to save an innocent man, so he decided to do the same. He managed to fend off the attack of an incredibly strong hunter. He realized that they should have found a safe place now. He realized that it wouldn't last long, and he didn't know what to do now. He had heard that the unawakened couldn't hurt monsters without magic. Suho realized that he had been too reckless in running to save the girl. He hadn't thought of the consequences, and now his life was in danger. He had no magic, and he wouldn't be able to stop the monster. He noticed one strange thing. The monster didn't fall down. It was like it was suspended in the air. Suho couldn't understand what kind of magic it was, who possessed such power. Suho looked at the girl, who also froze and did not move. Everything around him froze. He could not understand what was happening. He received a notice that had not been opened yet. He was shocked that time had stopped around him. His thoughts were running through his head one after another. He opened the notification and read that he had successfully completed the secret quest, The Courage of a Weakling, and the system was offering him to become a player. Suddenly he realized that this was just like his dream, where he had to fight his father in the final fight. He thought that if it was really like his dream, he couldn't refuse such an offer to become a player. Suho smiled and confirmed that he would like to become a player. Now his life would change. He didn't know what was ahead of him, but he was ready to accept the change. The system congratulated him for becoming a player. He was rewarded for completing the task. The mage Candiaru granted him a powerful spell, and from now on, he would always be in good health. He also received the enhancement of long life without disease. He was immune to all diseases, poisons, and other negative effects. The system warned him that this was not a dream, and to be careful, he only had one life. Looking at his stats, Suho thought that this window was just like in the game. It was just like in his dream, and he was happy about that. The system notified him that he had a new mission. He needed to destroy the fog burn and increase his level. Burn of Mist was an awakened hunter who was infected in the blue flame after a failed attempt to clear the gate. Suho, after receiving all the notifications, noticed that the time had unfrozen. He looked at the girl and told her to run away from here soon. Now he could see all the inscriptions above the heads of the hunters. They were all mist burns that he needed to destroy. They were simple, unawakened people. He saw two unawakened demonic beings and one hunter in front of him. He realized that he needed to defeat them to level up. Suho saw two fog burns running at him, ready to destroy him. The surviving humans were fleeing to safety. He stood calmly and waited for them to approach. He knew that if he really awakened, he now possessed magic that was capable of destroying the monsters. So he decided to test it. Suho took the fire extinguisher and hit the first monster that tried to attack him. This blow knocked the monster back a few meters. He threw the fire extinguisher away and now decided to test the power of his punch. He swung and aimed his fist straight at the monster's head. Suho was incredibly focused and angry. He gathered all his strength and shouted for the monster to feel the full force of his attack. His determination and rage were palpable, and for the first time, he was not afraid of them. The power of his strike increased several times now. He was an extraordinary unawakened man. His physical power amazed him. He struck the monster, and it pierced the ceiling with him. Suho couldn't believe that he had such power. He was easily able to defeat the monster who had previously been able to destroy him with a single blow. The system notified him that he was able to defeat Burn Mist unawakened. He looked at his fist and couldn't believe that he was able to do it with just one blow. The monster saw that he was standing still and decided to attack him, but Suho was able to dodge and counterattack him, which destroyed the monster. The system confirmed that he was able to defeat the second monster, and his mission was complete. He was incredibly happy that he had such abilities. Suho was able to level up. He had successfully completed the training where he had to destroy the fog burn and level up. The system gave him a reward for completing the task. He couldn't think that this was actually happening to him. He decided to test his new powers. He attacked the monster and finally realized that he had really awakened. He now had abilities and could wield magic. Suho struck, but this time it was different. The monster took his blow as if it didn't feel any pain. This surprised Suho and made him realize that the upcoming battle would be much more difficult than he thought. He was quite astonished that he was unable to destroy the monster. He realized that his opponent had become much stronger than he had expected. This caused him to not only be surprised, but also anxious, causing him to look for new ways to defeat it. The monster launched its attack right after Suho failed to destroy it with each passing moment. The attack became more and more fierce, and Suho realized that he now had to endure a veritable storm of power and fury to survive and find a way to defeat this invulnerable enemy. Mist Burn had severely wounded Suho in one of his attacks. Feeling the sharp pain, Suho realized that he was in big trouble. The situation had become critical, and he realized that he had to change his strategy to survive and continue the fight. Suho gathered his strength and kicked the monster, which allowed him to break free and jump back to a safe distance. Once at a distance, he took a deep breath, realizing that this temporary escape gave him pause to think about his next move. He saw the heavy wounds on himself and thought that now he could turn into a demonic creature. After such an injury, it scared him because he had only just been able to awaken. The system notified him that they had detected life-threatening injuries, and now the effect of long life without sickness had been activated. He couldn't figure out what the skill was, but then he remembered that the ability was in one of the notifications. He had gotten it as a reward for killing monsters. The monster pounced on him and knocked him to the ground, trying to inflict maximum damage. It was incredibly strong, and Suho could hardly contain it. He thought that since he was weaker than a D-rank demonic creature, it meant that his rank was E. He was glad that he was able to awaken, but didn't understand why he had such a low rank. Suho tried his best to restrain the monster and prevent it from biting him. He didn't know how to defeat it, but he didn't give up. Suho realized that any action he took could be decisive in this deadly battle. Suddenly, Suho received a reward notification. He was given skill points and strength points. The enhanced abilities gave him a chance to win the battle with the monster. After receiving the reward, Suho was able to strike the monster and release his hand from its death grip. He became stronger, and now he could overpower this monster. He was able to throw the monster off of him by throwing it off of him to the floor. He had to get up and counterattack to finish off the monster before it could get back on its feet again. The monster quickly got up, and their deadly duel continued. Suho didn't know what the monster would do, but he realized that he needed to urgently destroy it before it inflicted a fatal wound on him. Suho started to attack it and gave it a heavy and powerful blow. This attack was so strong that the monster recoiled. Clearly stunned by the power of the blow, he continued to pursue his target, leaving the monster no chance. But the monster took all the blows and still tried to destroy Suho, who couldn't believe that the monster was able to attack him back after receiving such heavy blows. Suho thought that even with such strength, he couldn't overpower the monster. He decided that the skill points given to him, he would have to invest in strength. He invested the skill points, and his strength increased. He thought that this would be enough to defeat the monster, who was an incredibly powerful opponent. Suho thought that an awakened who had increased his level. He had never heard of such a thing before. The rank of an awakened was determined upon awakening, and it was impossible to overcome this rank. He dodged the monster's attack and prepared to attack it. He didn't know that he determined the ranks of the unawakened as well, but that was the least of his worries right now. He had a dangerous monster to defeat. Suho thought that apparently he had the power to go beyond this unfair system, feeling a new power and capability. He felt that he was now able to overcome the limitations and change the course of events in his favor. He struck another incredibly strong blow. After he increased his strength, the monster flew several meters away and could only stop when it hit the wall. Suho decided that it could not be given the slightest chance. He started attacking it before it could get up, and his strikes reached their target and were much stronger than the past attacks. There was no stopping him. He delivered blow after blow, and the monster could do nothing. It did not defend itself, and only took all the blows. After a series of monstrous attacks, Suho struck it in the hope that he had managed to destroy it. The tension and fatigue was making itself felt, but Suho was determined. Suho was breathing heavily. It was becoming difficult for him to continue the battle. He approached the monster's body to see if he had succeeded in destroying it. The system notified him that he had defeated the monster. He was able to increase his level by several levels. The enhanced abilities and new abilities gave him confidence, and he felt that his efforts were not in vain. Suho decided to sit down and rest. He needed to catch his breath. He was happy that the monster was finally finished. He looked at his own again, which was slightly bloody. He clenched his fist and finally realized that he had become an awakened player. Suho realized that now he would have a completely different future. Now he didn't feel like an ant. Now he was more confident and knew what he had to do next. He was sure that now he would succeed. Now that he was awakened, he could save people and deal with all the chaos that enveloped his world. The unknown hunter moved through the other monsters, towards the building where Suho was. In his hands was a heavy sword that he dragged along the ground. As the hunter approached the building, he jumped incredibly high. In the air, his movements were swift and graceful. His goal was clear, and he aimed to reach it with maximum precision and speed. Suho went to the window to see what was happening outside, but suddenly he noticed that a swift attack was launched at him. He saw the fog burn was already nearby, drawing his sword to attack. Suho, in a slight daze, didn't know what to do. He had to find a way to avoid being hit and work out a plan of action to avoid falling victim to the swift attack. He was attacked by an incredibly strong monster. It was a Mistburn awakened. It was C rank, and stopping it would be quite difficult considering Suho's own rank. Burn Mist launched an attack that sent piles of rocks flying down. The debris piled up all around, creating clouds of dust and chaos. Suho needed to quickly orient himself to avoid the effects of the attack and find a way to continue fighting. Throughout the city, an announcement was sounded to the residents that was very important, and it came from all corners of the city and was repeated more than once. There was an escape from an underground prison in the Korean University district. Residents in the surrounding areas were to evacuate immediately. The soldiers stood on one of the rooftops and watched what was happening below. They were not supposed to interfere with what was happening and waited for the proper order. They were upset that the people below were dying and they were supposed to just stand by and watch it, the commander asked, when the hunters from the association would arrive. His subordinate replied that they needed time to allocate them B-rank hunters, but the other soldier was surprised by his answer. He thought a D rank was needed here. He replied that the Hunters Association assumed that hunters in the area could have encountered serious harm. Looking over the list of infected hunters on his tablet, the soldier saw a familiar face and couldn't believe that he was also infected. He couldn't believe that even C-rank hunters could be infected given their level of training and defense. Suho saw the dangerous mist burner in front of him who had jumped onto his floor. He was holding his sword and was about to attack him. He looked at him and thought that he had only frightened him with his attack. He couldn't believe that he had come running to him from the lowest floors. In front of him was a S-rang awakened by the fog. Suho realized that judging from the fact that it came to him with weapons, it was different from other monsters. But Suho was confident in his strength since he had recently managed to raise his level. He had no doubt that he would be able to fight him for life. The monster launched its attack and tried to damage him with its weapon, but Suho managed to dodge the swift attack in time. Suho, after dodging the attack, felt his heart beat faster with excitement. He quickly recovered, trying not to lose concentration, and prepared for the next step to respond to the attack. The monster did not launch another attack, leaving Suho in the dark. This temporary lull only increased his tension, and he tensely waited to see what would happen next, preparing for the monster's possible attack. Suho thought that he was a psychopath. His cruelty and unpredictability made him feel uneasy. Suho realized that he was facing an enemy whose motives and habits were difficult to understand, making him even more dangerous in this intense battle. The monster once again drew his sword, intending to attack Suho, who was standing near the wall. He was incredibly strong and vicious. He was ready to destroy anyone who would stand in his way. As soon as the monster made its attack, Suho threw a fire extinguisher at it, which the monster chopped in half, and its contents filled the entire room. The entire room was shrouded in a thick fog that was formed after the recent attack. It made it difficult to see. Suho, in the midst of this darkness, felt the tension building up, and knew that any move he made could be decisive in such conditions. He decided to take advantage of the situation and escape from the room while he had the chance. He decided that the monster was too strong to continue fighting him. Suho thought that it was too much to have such a monster. There was a reason why his awakening level was divided. He realized that he needed to hold out until the other hunters came. He tried his best to leave the building, but there was already a monster behind him who saw where he was headed. Suho was not going to stop and continued to run. The monster was smiling sinisterly. His eyes were burning with an eerie, evil light. His confidence and hatred were evident, and his every movement radiated menace. Suho realized that now he was going to face even more danger, and his every action must be carefully calibrated. He turned around and saw that he was being chased by the monster. As he ran past the window, the monster suddenly stopped and looked through it. He saw 3 people on the roof who stood quietly, unsuspecting, and didn't even see him. On the roof were 3 frightened girls who were sure that they had to wait here until the hunters came, but they did not know if they would come to save them. The monster decided to change his target and started to attack the 3 girls who couldn't resist him or escape from him. He was about to give them a fatal blow. Suho stopped and saw that the monster was no longer chasing him. He also saw that he had jumped out the window, and he realized that he was now attacking someone else. The monster did not manage to hit the girls with his sword, who started to run away in panic, their frightened screams spreading throughout the city. Suho heard the screams and became incredibly angry. He realized that he had to find a way to resist the strong monster, not flee. He ran and jumped after the monster. He thought that he did not have time to wait for the hunter. The monster did not stop at anything, and only he could save the girls. The monster didn't notice Suho jumping out after him and was stunned when Suho suddenly attacked him from the back. Suho took the moment to strengthen his position and prepare for the next step in the battle. Suho was determined. He realized that he had to stop this monster before it destroyed most of the people. His attack only angered the monster, who, as if he didn't feel the strong blow, turned around and attacked him with his sword. Suho barely had time to dodge the sword attack, feeling the blade swept within centimeters of him. His reflexes went into overdrive, and breathing heavily, he quickly assessed the situation to make his next attack. He was at a safe distance from the monster. thinking that if the monster hit even once, it would be enough to kill him. Suho looked around and saw that the monster was able to destroy a few of the girls standing on the roof of the house and thought that it was necessary to avenge them. He realized that now he couldn't let it leave quietly. He had to stop it here without letting it kill more people. Suho began to give him a huge amount of body blows in hopes that it would slow him down and he would be able to give him a decisive blow. He continued to beat it with his bare hands. He kept hitting it harder and harder, but the monster still stood on its feet. Suho realized that it would take more strength to break this stubborn monster. Once Suho's strikes began to slow down, the monster decided to seize the moment and struck him with a sword that was able to wound Suho. Suho was in incredible pain from the wound, so the monster decided to finish him off and gave him a physical attack that sent Suho flying straight into the wall. The monster approached him to deliver a decisive blow and destroy him while he sat on the ground unable to recover. Suho saw that his health level was low. He felt that death was near. He would not be able to continue the fight. He thought that he had lost this fight. But he kept thinking that he was lucky that he didn't die immediately. He thought that the system didn't want him to fall at the hands of the monster yet. The monster suddenly began to laugh evilly. He realized that he had already been able to defeat Suho, and this realization gave him even more evil confidence, making him an even more dangerous opponent. Suddenly, Suho felt a strange tingling sensation inside him. This sensation was unusual and seemed to penetrate him to the core. He realized that something had changed in his body. He raised his hands and thought that these new sensations could be related to his abilities or unexpected powers that he had not yet fully realized. These sensations intensified more and more, leaving Suho stunned. Each tingling sensation was like an electric shock. It took over his mind and body, causing mixed feelings of fear and curiosity. Suho was immersed in this inexplicable state, trying to understand what was happening and how it could affect his future actions in battle. But the monster was already close and attacked him. The system notified him that his level of fatigue was. He slowly began to lose consciousness. He could no longer defend himself and continue the fight with the monster. Suho thought to beg for mercy. As the monster approached him to destroy him, the roof of the house suddenly began to crack and after a moment was destroyed. An unknown monster destroyed the roof. Suho could not understand what kind of creature it was, but he was sure that it had appeared in time, thus saving his life. Suho and the monster collapsed down from the roof. Suho had no strength to stop his fall and was rapidly approaching the ground. He realized that he could not avoid the impact. He fell to the ground with all his might, punching the ground with him. The huge impact created cracks and knocked out pieces of earth. The monster also couldn't avoid falling. Suho, immersed in the darkness and dust, felt his strength draining. He was already bleeding to death. He thought that he was saved by an ant. Before waking up, he was an ordinary man who often drew them. It was him that Suho thought of at the threshold of death. The ant confirmed that he was the one who saved him. He apologized for arriving too late. Now he would not let the monster destroy him. He looked at the monster that had crippled Suho and brought him to the brink of death and was ready to avenge him. He realized that the monster was too weak for him. The ant was extremely angry at the monster. He thought they were insects that had ruined the health of a noble man like Suho. He was able to easily destroy the monster with one deadly attack, after which the monster shattered into small pieces. The monsters walked around the institute looking for new prey to destroy and infect them with blue flames, so that they would continue to create the same monsters. One of the monsters saw a living man who was standing with a mop in his hands. Unsuspecting, he was immersed in his thoughts and did not realize the approaching threat. Seeing the monster, the man was frightened and froze on the spot. His face turned pale with horror, and he could not understand who or what it was. So monstrous, panic seized him, and he frantically tried to think how to save himself. But fear paralyzed his actions. He threw the mop and started to call for help. Grabbing his head with his hands, he lowered his head down and didn't see that the monster attacking him had been destroyed. Well, at that moment, all the monsters were destroyed in a matter of seconds. And there was a huge echo throughout the city as Burr began to emit a wave of magical energy. The soldiers who were standing nearby couldn't understand what had just happened because they felt something strange and very strong nearby. But Burr immediately went back to his master Sung Suho and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And he was very happy to see his little master now, because remembering back to when he was a little boy and drawing shadow warriors in his room, and when he looked up and saw before him the mighty bear, who was holding in his clutches the drawing that Sung Suho had drawn, and he was very surprised that his young master had drawn him. He couldn't hold back his tears because he was so touched by this beautiful creation. Now Sung Suho began to come to his senses and opened his eyes. He couldn't understand where he was. But as soon as he opened his eyes fully, he saw that he was in bed and covered with a blanket. And the first thing he could say was "Aunt," but the doctor standing next to him couldn't understand what he had just said. A little later, he started calling his uncle, and he couldn't understand what he was saying, but it didn't matter because he just asked him how badly he was hurt. And that the world was too cruel and dangerous, and he'd hire a couple of bodyguards for him. But Sun Suho told her he was fine. Then he started to watch on TV, and they showed the government commenting on the incident at the University of Arts. The incident, which injured many people, became a hot topic of discussion. Was the discovery of the Miss Bon monster, which charges hunters and turns them into monsters. Although the incident occurred in the heart of the city, the Hunters Association was unable to react quickly. And when the hunters arrived on the scene, they saw utter chaos and destruction. But what was even more amazing was that all the monsters were destroyed, and the only question was who or what destroyed them. But some witnesses started saying that suddenly the people who had turned into monsters came out of nowhere. Sung Suho. Watching all this, he couldn't realize that he wasn't really dreaming, because it was really real and it wasn't just some stupid dream, and that the awakened one becomes stronger by increasing his level, because at the moment Sung Suho is level 5, and he realized that it must be true that he got a small rank and during a battle with a hunter who was charged, but he couldn't understand how he managed to survive. At that moment, he heard a voice that said it was because Burr got rid of those parasites. And as soon as he looked down at the floor, he saw a huge shadow looking at him with its huge eyes. And as soon as Bear regained his shadow form, he said it was good to see him again after all these years as a young lord. And that as a young lord, when he has grown up and become such a wonderful person, and he can't contain his feelings. But Sung Suho slowly began to put the pieces of lost memories together. And that she knows it's the ants, because as a child he loved him very much. He was one of the black creatures that had been with him in her childhood. But he couldn't understand why he could only remember it now, and Burr said that the young ruler had crossed the measurement boundary to meet him. But still Sung Suho couldn't understand why he had lived with these black creatures as a child. But now he was asking himself too many questions. For now what was more important was his memories. He was bigger, but Burr replied that traveling through a dimension requires a lot of mana, and came out he was big and intimidating. But the card system indicated the level of a soldier, and as soon as Burr found out that he was down to a common soldier, he was furious. He didn't like that. He was down to a common soldier. Sung Suho immediately got to his feet and started to say that he was feeling better and that it was really his doing. To which Burr replied that it was true, no matter how you looked at it. He was a great healer. And his original mission was to dispel the shadow seal. But it seems he's already broken it of his own free will, indeed his young ruler. But Sung Suho couldn't understand what this seal had to do with him and us. But Burr began to explain that he could accept that all he had seen was what he had really lived through, and he had become much stronger since he had fought him last. And that the great Shadow Lord Sung Jinwoo had sealed his power along with his memory because he wanted him to live an ordinary life as its lord. But Sung Suho couldn't believe his own ears because he was his father. So he's in touch with his father who left home, but Burr said he didn't leave home, he went into space. Sung Suho couldn't understand what space was, but Burr began to explain in brief. That the Shadow Adeka is in space now, fighting monsters for this world, and his father is defending their world with his own life fighting powerful beings. More specifically, he's fighting against the powerful and the tariffs. Itarimi is a creature who is trying to take over their world by sending his apostles to Paet, and his father and Burr fought, but to meet him he defeated many enemies on the way here. And the opening of the gates on Earth is also the effect of the war that is still going on right now. But Sung Suho asked him what it means that his mother is out there too, because she disappeared on the day when he was still with his father, and he thought they were together somewhere. When he heard that, Beirai got really angry because he couldn't understand. How is it possible that Mrs. Hae-in has disappeared, and it's probably definitely the apostles' trickery? There's no doubt about it. Sung Suho heard this and asked if he wanted to say that it's all the fault of the Atarim. And his parents can't come back because the Atarim interfered in their lives. But Burr realized that the young lord really wanted to meet the two of them. Sung Suho replied that of course he wanted to. And now there's only one way to get stronger to save his mother and meet his father. But Burr said that because of the Dark Lord's war, he can't return to Earth, so the young lord needs to become stronger to find and rescue Hae-in himself. And now they will use this key to raise his level. And at that moment, a notification window appeared that showed that he has a new quest shadow test. He is the son of the Great One. Now all his innate abilities are sealed to deal with this great power. He needs to prove his qualifications and enter the dark dungeon and prove his abilities. And this item is the key to the dark dungeon. This key will allow you to travel to the dark dungeon. It can be used in the shadow of the sacred protector. Burr immediately said that the young master must insert this key into his own shadow. And as soon as he did so, shadow gates began to appear in front of him. And in the shadow gate there was a portal that he had to go through right now. Burr briefly told him to go in and get back his powers that belonged to him alone. But Sung Suho, thinking about it, couldn't quite believe that there's a cosmos, a war of the gods, a lord of shadows, and it all just doesn't make sense. But now all he has to do is gather his strength and save his mother and father, because if he can only face them when he's stronger. He decided that he would level up as much as he could just to get strong enough to fight. Bear, behind him, was very excited by this speech, and started to remember when his Shadow Lord told him to go to the ground and break Sung Suho's seal. And Bear said that he was talking about the seal of the Shadow Lord, to which Sung Jinwoo said that the Atarim could invade the earth as well, and he should return his son's memory to the seal and let him protect the land. Otherwise, he should act at his discretion depending on the situation on Earth. Burr finally realized that if this task was entrusted to him, he would stay by the young lord's side and help him level up. And at that moment, Sung Suho began to enter the portal, and on the other side, he slowly started to come out of it. And Burr began to explain that this is the abode of the dead, where no living person dares to enter without the master's permission. And this is the dark dungeon in which it is inhabited by many creatures. Sung Suho immediately realized that it is a dungeon of shadows and looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But suddenly he couldn't understand why he felt uncomfortable here. But it also seemed very familiar to him, as if he had been here before. But at that moment his thoughts were shattered by the notification system, which started showing him a status window. And it said, "About the leadership of the task of survival in the Dungeon of Shadows will never recognize such a weakling as a master in his lands. He must hold on for the allotted time and prove his competence." Sung Suho read the notice and realized that she had allotted him an hour. And as soon as the trial began, a creature appeared behind Sung Suho. That didn't hesitate for a second and started to attack him in the back. Sung Suho sensed its presence and swung around and kicked the goblin, causing it to fly off to the side. Sung Suho realized that he had to keep his eyes open because this goblin had come out of nowhere. But when he looked closely, he saw that it wasn't just any goblin, but a scout goblin. To which Brer said that if the scout was here, there were other goblins around, and that he should deal with him before he called his friends. Suho rushed into battle, but Brer warned his young lord that of course there were goblins, but that he should not be so careless. He immediately told Suho that he didn't even have a name or color, and that this goblin was weaker than him by several times. Grabbing his hand, Suho started to squeeze his hand harder, and taking the goblin's stone axe out of his inventory, he began to attack the enemy. And in a matter of seconds, he destroyed the goblin with a single blow. Then the notification system began to show that he had destroyed the goblin scout. Sung Suho immediately told Baru that those who are stronger than him have different colored names. But at that moment, the two of them together began to hear a strange sound. And as soon as they turned around to where the sound was coming from, they saw a goblin sitting on the roof calling out to his friends, which made Sung Suho angry because he realized there was another scout. And just a minute later, other goblins with yellow-colored names showed up. The goblin captains also arrived after the others, and seeing all this, Sung Suho started to ask Burr if he could help him, and he replied that he said he was willing to fight, but he was too far away from the Overlord, so he couldn't replenish his magic power, and so he had to save his strength. And besides, if he participates in the battle, the amount of experience points he'll get will be greatly reduced. Sung Suho immediately realized that means he won't help. And at that moment, he started to use a skill and decided that he would try to do it himself. The goblin axe that was behind him began to rise into the air, and with it the battle axe flew towards our hero, which at the same moment he started to use the skill and control it in the air, destroying all the goblins on his way. Because with the help of his skill, which is indicated in the status window as if he had acquired an invisible hand. But at that moment, an arrow that flew towards our hero flew near his head, but he raised his hand in time to catch it. He looked up. He saw that the arrow that came was from another goblin who was standing on the roof, and pulled his magical bowstring and started to pull the arrow back. In just a second, the goblin archer was destroyed. Brr. As he watched the battle, he realized that he was adaptable, and this unusual birth of a hero from myths similar to the childhood story of the Little Lord. The Little Lord was free to use the power of the lords, but this power was created to destroy everything, so it was harming the peaceful world. But now that the apostles are invading the land again, the Little Lord's village is finally beginning to blossom. And at that moment, Sung Suho hung up his level, and he realized that the ruler's strength he could raise no more than a kilogram. But at that moment, another goblin came behind him and attacked him in the back. Smiling evilly, the goblin was pleased to have wounded the young Shadow Lord. But at that moment, a retaliatory strike came in and killed the goblin in a matter of seconds. Burr noticed this and started asking how he was feeling. but all that was overshadowed by the fact that a new creature appeared on the battlefield, emitting a huge red energy. It was the strongest goblin centurion. Sung Suho didn't pay any attention to him, but drew his weapon and slowly started to turn towards the goblins that were attacking from all sides. But he was ready for them, and he got into a fighting stance and began to fight. Swinging his blade, he took down one goblin after another. But then he threw the dagger he was holding straight at the goblin centurion, and with incredible speed the blade reached its target. Sung Suho began to realize that he felt more alive than when his powers were down. And now he was ready to fight with all the strength he had at the moment. And as he fought, and the Hyung point and the Ohin point slowly dropped. But it wasn't over. He fought with all his might, and he was sure he could beat it and hold on for 4 hours. Because it was the only good chance he had to level up against tough opponents. And just a few minutes later, the notification system showed that he had learned the resilience skill, and his level had been raised. Soon after that, he managed to take out all the goblins that were in his way. But also the notification system said he had minutes to complete the mission. And Bear said that he was doing great, and he had no doubt for a minute that he would pass the challenge. And the notification system also said that he had received a reward for completing the challenge. And the reward was a runestone. If he used it, he would get this shadow extraction skill. Burr was very happy, because the young lord would be extracting shadows. Sung Suho also noticed that during the battle he also got the skill resilience. So after awakening, he gets the skills and the level up system. And compared to the time before awakening, he seems to have become too powerful. Burr explained that his leveling system is an improved version of the system that the Lord used in the past, and it is also a means for his steady growth. And he thought he wasn't awakened, but he turned out to be the strongest Shadow Lord ever. And that he got the runestone so he could break the runestone and absorb it from me. And once he cracked the runestone, the notification system said that he had learned the shadow extraction skill, and realized that he could create shadow soldiers. This skill exceeds the dead body of a monster into a soldier like him, and that is the power that makes the current Shadow Lord Sung Jinwoo exist. It's kind of like a necromancer, but to be one, he has to hunt. So he can only control those weaker than him. And he's heard that the summoning skill isn't very popular with hunters. But as soon as he wanted to extract the shadow, the notification system prompted him to name the command for the shadow extraction skill. Sung Suho realized that he needed a special command to extract it. Burr started to suggest that the command should be something intuitive and intuitive. But after a moment of thought, Sung Suho used the same phrase as her father to rise up. And as soon as he gave the command, the shadow began to gather and rise. And then Sung Suho saw a small green hand appear on the wall. And as soon as the preparations were finished, he saw the first level shadow goblins appear. He couldn't believe his own eyes that this was the extraction, and that it wasn't as bad a skill as expected. Initially, soldiers who only shadow extraction were a little weaker than when they were alive and smaller in stature. But also the notification system showed that they would disappear after 24 hours, but Bear was surprised that he didn't have the skill. Shadow power affects intelligence and level. Also, so this will be a really useful skill in the future. It's an incredibly good skill. Sung Suho realized this and told him not to be upset. But now he realized that he hadn't eaten in a day. His stomach started to growl. He started asking Bera how he could get out of here, and he said that with the key to the shadow dungeon, he could get out at any time. So they decided that they would go and eat. A little while later, Sung Suho was sitting in her hospital tent enjoying her meal. He also had no idea that hospital food was so delicious. Burr, watching him, said that his little overlord he will explain to him what to do next, and they are given only 3 tasks. The first is to protect the Earth from demons from outer space, to which Sung Suho suggested they go into the dungeon and catch demonic creatures. Burr also confirmed that as they hunt the creatures, their level will increase, and the stronger they are, the safer the Earth will be. 3 is to find his missing mom, and is there any way to find out where she is? Asked Sung Suho. But Burr said that if they keep catching these creatures, maybe they can find a clue and eventually they need to go to the dungeon. And the final third task is the most important one. Burr has to regain his strength because he doesn't like the regular soldiers and he wants to show him all his enemy power. But Sung Suho started asking what he should do to regain his strength, and Burr replied that he could absorb some of the knowledge and magic items. It used to be an ineffective way to use the item, thus becoming a shadow soldier. But since he can't get magic power, there's nothing left for him to do. He can eat something magical anyway, so Sung Suho decided that he had to go to the dungeon anyway. And now they're going to prepare. But to enter the dungeon, the Hunters Association will determine the level of magical ability. And determining the level of magical ability, he's an awakened man who's raising his level, and now he has to check what grade he'll get, because it would be great if it was S rank. But the next day, when he went to the Hunters Association, the girl said that his magical ability level, and now he's the weakest hunter to be awarded an E rank. A little while later, he left the Hunters Association and decided he had to figure out something to get into the dungeon. Burr started to say that he had heard that a hunter's level is determined by the amount of magic power, and the little lord he was focusing on increasing his physical stats would certainly prove to be inferior to his skills. But Sung Suho said he shouldn't be comforted. It's more frustrating that way. And the shadow powers are evaluating the level of whether he can defend the land so early, but he still needs to raise his level. Because he heard that hunters of this rank can't just join the team, so entering the dungeon will be a problem. But there's one way he's going to check out right now. Because the capture team fights in the dungeon, and then there's the collection team that takes the body of the creatures. And then there's the extraction team, which is the extraction team, and that way he can get into the dungeon. Except for the capture team hunters of E rank, even with E rank can enter the dungeon. A little later in the dungeon, workers started carrying magic crystals and bringing them out. Sung Suho, who was standing near the magic crystals, began to scratch his head because he had no idea that it was such a hard job. He turned around and began to tell another hunter who was standing next to him that he was thankful to know him because he didn't know any other than him. This guy is a teacher's aide, and in the art department of a Korean university, he is also a self-awakened E rank, and that he was lucky to have him around because he was able to work in the dungeon. But suddenly the guy asked Sung Suho. He started apologizing to him for giving him problems at the university, because there were no other awakened people there besides him, and he got scared and ran away. Sung Suho recalled this situation when he was told that he was an awakened person and should do something, to which he replied that he had an E rank. Now he's apologizing for not doing anything at the time, but Suho told him to raise his head because he's also an E-ranked awakened man. And the association says that E-rank hunters should run away as fast as they can when they encounter a demonic creature. But that guy was just surprised that Sung Suho is also an E rank, to which Sung Suho replied that his magical ability scores are equal. But that guy couldn't believe it was true, because when he was running away, he saw Sung Suho fighting a demonic creature on the roof. But now he couldn't realize if it was true and if he was wrong. And if his rank had gone up after the creature attacked, then he's really cool. But at that moment, Burr appeared next to that guy and started saying that the little lord is cool. But the guy turned around to see whose voice it was, and as soon as he saw the shadow soldier, he immediately sidestepped and started yelling that there's a demonic creature here. Sung Suho didn't understand why he came out of the shadows, but the shadow soldier answered that the little lord is now at the level of a weak ant larva, and so it would be safer if he stayed close to him and protected him. The guy started to get to his feet and asked if he had awakened as a summoned hunter, to which Sung Suho replied that it seemed so. And there are a lot of hunters who have no skills at all. But he was lucky. But this guy had a skill, so Suho teased him that if that's why he was running away from the monsters so fast. But as soon as he spoke, the guy sat down and got nervous. Suho said it was just a joke, and then he turned around and started telling Suho that he had finally killed him. Sung Suho started looking into the cave and realized that this was the first time he was in a dungeon other than the Shadow Dungeon. And now he's facing a task force going after demonic creatures. And this rapture team is looking at what appears to be an empty dungeon. And judging by the fact that they've only come across demonic wolves. But wolf pelt is worth a lot of money, so they need to collect that stuff too. But there are also sometimes groups of magic stones, so there's nothing left to do but keep looking. Don't get frustrated, just go through the dungeon to the end to find out. But at that moment, a guy showed up and started telling the captain that there was something here. And as soon as they got inside, they saw this huge room that was glowing brightly. They couldn't figure out what the ruins were, and maybe they should go out and call for backup. And they couldn't recognize any demonic creatures, but they couldn't understand why there was such a structure, but no monsters, and now they decided to find out. And at that moment, they saw some strange weapon in front of them, and nobody could understand what. Is it the treasure hidden here instead of the boss? The guys couldn't figure it out because they didn't even think there could be a weapon stuck in the ground. Really cool, so the guys decided to try to see what it really was. But one of the guys said they'd have to test it to know for sure, but it looks like a great weapon. But the other guy said to be careful. There could be traps with such a treasure. The captain approached the ball and said he'd take it and not leave. When he touched the sword, it began to glow a bright color, and the captain said that even if he had a rank, he could overcome it. But at that moment, there was a bright flash of light that shone through the entire space in the dungeon. And the captain couldn't understand what it was, because he saw a whole different place that just happened to have. The other guy standing next to him said there didn't seem to be any trap. But the captain should be careful with that sword. They don't know what it is, and he'll have to be more careful next time. But at that moment the captain swung his sword and destroyed his first comrade. The other hunters couldn't understand what he had just done. But the captain began to turn into some strange creature and say that whoever dared to take the sword is the Lord of the Fang. And now he must destroy all those who invaded the Fang Lord's domain. So the captain began to destroy one hunter after another. But in the other dungeon, the workers couldn't realize that they had just been closed. Sung Suho started to show his comrade that he had the ability to summon goblins. The guy started to say that he had heard that these abilities only summon 1 or 2 creatures, and he had summoned 3. And that this guy's power was definitely abnormal, but he couldn't understand why he was so low-ranked. You can only summon 3, and to use shadow extraction, you need a body which is inconvenient, but you can just get goblin bodies from the dungeon and use them as free labor. Sung Suho just now realized that shadow extraction is a really good ability. A hunter with a low rank is classified by the Hunters Association and cannot enter the dungeon alone. Since he started to divide the hunter's rank, a lot of time has passed, and more mistakes are made by the measuring machine. So when he hangs up the level, maybe his rank will be measured again. And also, Sung Suho started to tell the taker that if he remembers their 3rd mission, they can do it here, because he said that it regenerates if it eats something magical. I'll tell you how many magic crystals. These crystals contain magical powers, and that it doesn't help with the loot anyway. So why don't I do it now? Sung Suho suddenly asked the bear, "Did the Overlord really show up here? Maybe something his father?" But the bar replied that it wasn't like that. His father wasn't the only Overlord. If it was his father, his village would be rebuilt in a second. But this creature and that odor were something else entirely, and right now they needed to be wary. The other diggers who were in this dungeon couldn't figure out what that noise was coming from the cave. As soon as they turned towards it, they realized that all that rumbling was coming from the cave right in front of them. And then they wondered if they had any direction to where their capture team was headed. But that's when they started looking closer. And they noticed that some strange creature had begun to emerge from the cave. As they got closer, the diggers realized it wasn't human. And this is a demonic creature, but they could not understand where they came from, because the hunters had recently entered the cave. At the same moment, they started to turn around and run with all their might towards the exit to escape. But one of the workers started waving at the demonic creature in panic, and although he was gripped by panic, he desperately continued waving his pickaxe. But the demon dog came closer and grabbed the pickaxe with its huge mouth. The miner, looking at the destroyed pickaxe, could not understand how this monster managed to destroy it in a matter of seconds. And at that moment, he realized that he was about to be finished, and with a desperate cry, he began to call for help from the other hunters. Just as the monster was about to attack the worker jumped back, at which point Sung Suho intervened and ran up from somewhere and hit the demon dog on the head with all his might. Sung Suho at the same moment shouted to his partner that he would buy them time and they should get out. Desperately, his comrade started to run away, with all his legs, and lastly said only that he was grateful to him. Sung Suho, for his part, started looking at the demonic dogs and realized that their names were highlighted in orange. And that meant that he was not at the same level as the mist burners in that women's university in Korea, but now he realized that he could handle them alone quite well, because he had already raised his level and now he was much stronger than before. But suddenly he felt angry and started telling him that he was ordering him to run outside. After all, he didn't have to help every time of his own free will, but his comrade replied in a desperate voice that he was all alone and he would try his best to help him. Sung Suho, on the other hand, turned his head and asked him to intercede if he was in danger, but he would still leave 3 goblins to protect him just in case. And now, he took out his inventory and began to select the weapons he would use to fight against the demonic dogs. After all, this was the goblin weapon he had gotten in the shadow dungeon, and right now it would be better than a pickaxe. His comrade didn't understand. Could he really even summon weapons? And where did he get such abilities from? Without thinking long, our hero with all his might began to rush towards the demonic dogs. Not even a moment later, the notification system showed Sung Suho that he had defeated the steel-tooth raccoon. The comrades left behind only looked on and rejoiced that their young lord was so strong. But Sung Suho reached back and began to command the demonic dog to let his shadow rise. The 3 goblins and his comrade looked on in horror as he was able to summon the demonic dog. And as soon as the demonic dog was summoned, it immediately started attacking the other demonic dogs, thus helping Sung Suho. Burr, who was watching his little lord, was happy that he was already getting used to fighting using shadow power. But our hero realized that retrieving and summoning shadows didn't waste his mana. If he could summon more creatures as his magic power increased, he would have an entire region. Once he destroyed the demon dog, he immediately decided to summon it. The goblin who was standing beside our hero's partner watched with the same amazement as he summoned another demon dog. At this moment, the notification system once again showed that he was able to defeat the steel-tooth Rican, and he had gained a new level. But following that, Sung Suho began to summon another wolf, and this time it was the last one he had defeated. At this moment, his comrade began to ask Sung Suho, "What is this? After all, this is clearly not a rank E ability. How could he be able to resurrect demonic beings?" Sung Suho suddenly hesitated, as he began to realize that he had lost his temper this time, and he needed to quickly think of a way to talk himself out of it. Turning around, he said that this was basically rank E, but his comrade could not understand. Had Sung Suho intentionally registered under a false rank? Sung Suho suddenly turned around towards the cave where the demonic creatures came out of, and realized that he still had a task left and still had one enemy left. But he couldn't figure out what that enemy was since he had already destroyed all the Raikans. In the distance, he began to see a strange silhouette of a man and could not understand if it was his last enemy. But it looked like it was a person from the capture team. Suddenly, Sung Suho's comrade began to approach that hunter and asked, did he really survive? After all, they were attacked by demonic creatures and almost killed. At this moment, the expression on the hunter's face changed, and the guys realized that now. And as soon as the hunter, Sung Suho, pulled his comrade aside at the same moment, because right in front of his face flew a sword that broke his glasses. As soon as the huge sword struck the ground, Sung Suho managed to pull his comrade aside. In fear, Sung Suho immediately began to order his wolves to attack this hunter. Without a second thought, the wolves from all sides began to pounce on the hunter to destroy him. At the same time, Sung Suho began to pull his comrade away and said that he was unlucky this time because he had once again been caught by a demonic creature that had lost its mind. And to make matters worse, the color of his name had turned red, which meant that he was a very strong opponent. After all, the redder the color, the more dangerous the creature, and at the Women's University in Korea, he had hardly felt how strong red-level creatures were. So the sensible thing to do would be to take his comrade and run as far away from this place as possible. As soon as they left the area where that hunter was, our hero began to ask Bear what he meant when he said he could sense the Overlord. Bear replied that the hunter carries his energy, but is not even close in power to the Overlord. However, even so, he is not his equal yet. To which Sung Suho replied that he understands everything right now. For now, he needed to open his inventory and come up with a plan, but Burr couldn't understand. Did the little lord really want to fight? Sung Suho immediately replied that the system said that it was in some way a safety mechanism to ensure his growth, which meant that since he was given this assignment, he had a chance to win. Besides, if he wanted to meet his parents, he needed to get stronger sooner rather than later. And to get stronger, he needs to destroy this monster and raise his level. After scattering all the weapons he had in his inventory, he decided that he would defeat the enemy now and be able to raise his level. Burr looked at Sung Suho and was very touched by his words. Burr in turn began to say that he faces trials he can't handle over and over again, and never avoids battles, and that with this weak character comes the character of a lord. And just as the hunter began to approach Sung Suho, Burr said that the body of that thing that had taken hold of the hunter was a sword. If he could wrestle the sword away from the bearer would no longer be able to move. At this moment, the hunter began to approach Sung Suho little by little. But at this moment, the shadow wolves began to surround him and attack him from all sides. As soon as one of the wolves was able to grab the hunter's sword, our hero realized that that hunter was indeed up again after using magic. Bear added that shadow soldiers are essentially immortal. If there is magic, they can regenerate as long as they want. Sung Suho realized at this moment that the power of the shadow soldiers was the key to superiority over any enemy. But at this moment, he saw that the hunter had easily destroyed his shadow wolf with one swing of his sword. Burr added that the hunter was destroying the shadows so easily because his magic was still weak. Suddenly, the hunter turned to Sung Suho, saying how a lowly person like him could use the power of a shadow lord. Song Suho was surprised that the hunter could speak, but Burr jumped into the conversation and started yelling at the hunter, how dare he call a lord from the Shadow Lord lineage a lowlife. The hunter didn't like this, and replied that he hadn't thought of meeting the Shadow Lord lineage again. Without thinking long, the hunter started shouting that Song Suho was the Fang Lord's enemy. Without thinking long, Song Suho began to raise his weapon and said that he would now begin to test his level. With all speed, he started throwing his weapon, destroying the goblins, and aiming it straight at the hunter. But the hunter easily began to repel all of his attacks. And then Song Suho realized that, as expected from the red name, the hunter was easily repelled. After scattering his weapons all over the area, Song Suho decided that he would act differently in this case. Without thinking long, he extended his arm and decided that he would just take quantity now. Bear, being behind him, realized that this was the ruler's strength that he had been using since he was an infant. As he continued to attack, Song Suho made sure that all of his attacks were easily repelled by that red hunter. As soon as he came close, the hunter struck a few more times and broke the weapon he was holding. Looking at the hunter, Song Suho saw an intimidating gaze directed straight at him. Dodging all of the hunter's attacks, Song Suho realized that it felt like it was impossible for him to fight back. If this hunter hit him once, he would be finished. If he were to stall for time, his chances of winning would be gone. But suddenly, the hunter began to shout, "Are you really going to avoid the battle like this? Right now, you look like a coward hiding behind the Shadow Lord and the Shadow Soldiers." But Song Suho began to smile and replied to the hunter, "Affecting your parents is a violation of the rules. And you don't have the confidence to approach even if you provoke like this." Thinking back to that conversation with Bear, if his seal is wrong, why doesn't he regain the ability to climb the tower? But Bear replied that his powers were sealed when he was still young, and he could be said to have regained the skill of those shadows. If he had those powers, he could rival Itarim. However, this place isn't a dream or reality. It's a test to see if he can handle the powers. The physical strength was destined to disappear, whether the test succeeded or not. Then it's true. It's just a game. The experience of being in the tower wasn't meaningless. Song Suho recalled that he remembered precisely and clearly the sensations he felt when he passed the Tower of Trials. And at least if he had something like an iron glove like back then. Song Suho recalled Burr's words, "Shadow soldiers are essentially immortal. If there's magic, they can regenerate for as long as they want. And if you think of it that way, Bear can also change form at will. In that case, he can now come up with new plans to overpower this hunter." Once the preparations were over, he began to summon his shadow dogs anew. But the red hunter continued to attack and shouted, "Song Suho, are you really at it again? Haven't you learned that it doesn't work to send those meaningless shadow dogs at me? Right now, I'll just cut you down to the point where your shadow soldiers can get close to me." But at this moment, something strange began to happen on the battlefield. Song Suho began to extract shadows and transformed them into matter that enveloped his hands. At this moment, the red hunter made a decisive strike, causing a huge explosion to sound after the strike. But with his head down, the red hunter couldn't realize what had just happened, as his attack was simply blocked. As soon as he lowered his gaze, he saw Song Suho blocking his attack and said, "Riken Steel Fang lives up to his name. Just now, the notification system showed that I was able to retrieve the Iron Glove transformation form." Song Suho immediately realized that with this skill, he would be able to easily approach and deal with this hunter. As soon as they started exchanging blows, the entire atmosphere in the dungeon changed. Bear, who was watching from behind, couldn't believe his eyes. Song Suho was able to use the shadow soldier's weapons. A far superior level Shadow Lord was in a state of mastery and could manipulate all shadows at will. Like an ant caterpillar that had just discovered shadow power, how was he able to discover the next stage of shadow power that no one had ever told him about? The martial arts mastery that Sung Suho had just shown was very impressive. This ruler power that Sung Suho had mastered without any support or hints was amazing. Most importantly, the way he used the shadow power. Burr realized that Sung Suho had completely mastered it. At this moment, Sung Suho threw the Red Hunter straight into the nearest wall with all his might, causing a huge explosion. But that wasn't enough. The Red Hunter suddenly jumped up from his seat and started screaming loudly. All of this was not enough, as the weapon that Sung Suho started to raise flew straight at the Red Hunter. Burr immediately noticed that his little lord had become much stronger than before. Right now, he realized that Sung Suho was a true prodigy. As soon as he managed to defeat the Red Hunter said that with his red name, he thought he wouldn't be defeated, but it was all over. Burr immediately added that he didn't doubt his victory for a moment. Raising his hand, Sung Suho realized that he had gotten used to a new fighting technique during this fight. He decided to look at his awards, and the notification system immediately showed them. The notification system asked if he wanted a quest reward, to which Sung Suho replied that he was willing to accept. The notification system started showing the rewards for the quest. The first reward was the Storm Strike runestone, and the second skill he had mastered was Storm Strike. At this moment, the aura enveloping Sung Suho began to glow bright blue, and he realized that the skill was the most coveted reward, and he instinctively already knew how to use it. He decided to test it in action while he had time and practice. He turned his attention to the weapon that lay at his feet. The voice kept saying to the Red Hunter that this was all disgusting and how could he lose. After all, this was just boundless human greed. When Sung Suho raised his sword, it would completely devour him. As soon as Sung Suho raised the sword, the notification system showed that he had acquired a new item, the Riken Fang. Sung Suho immediately noticed that this sword looked much better than the goblin sword he had gotten in the first dungeon when he was training and leveling up. But the voice from within the sword continued to ponder that there was really a person who had inherited the fang and was not under its control. When all the preparations were finished, Sung Suho started practicing with his new weapon in different directions. Destroying all the rocks that were nearby, he began to use his Storm Strike skill. The large mana consumption from a single strike could be a problem, but he liked the effect. Sung Suho had told Beru that the reaction to shadow extraction was completely different, and the power of shadows was 1,000, if not tens of thousands of times stronger. As soon as Sung Suho swung his sword for the last time, he noticed that his comrade started to come to his senses. Walking over to him, he asked if he was all right, but his comrade couldn't understand what had happened. Opening his eyes fully, he saw the Red Hunter who was lying next to him. Sung Suho said that he couldn't explain everything in 2 words, and they would talk outside. A little later, all the hunters and workers started to leave the portal. Sitting on a bench, Sung Suho's comrade began to ask him what he would do. He replied that he was going to check if there were still survivors in the dungeon. As soon as Sung Suho entered the dungeon, his comrade couldn't understand. Did this guy really awaken with the summoning skill? In such a trifling situation, he couldn't understand when Sung Suho had become so strong. Although right now, it didn't matter anymore. Watching all the survivors who called their relatives to say that they were fine, most of them couldn't understand what had happened inside the dungeon. The guy sitting on the bench realized that what mattered was that all these people were alive because of Sung Suho. Meanwhile, our hero inside the dungeon started destroying all the Iron Demon dogs. Once he destroyed some of them, he told Burr that there are still many more wolf monsters inside. Bear replied that they all counted as experience, and one should not miss them. Sung Suho turned around and started to wonder why the attack power of this sword had dropped drastically, but the voice inside the sword said that it was probably because it was helping the descendant of the Shadow Lord. Burr began to explain to the voice inside the sword that showing strength against those weaker than him was a pathetic act. The voice replied that he had ever seen a hunter chase after prey that was weaker than he was. But still, Burr added that the young lord had defeated him, even though he was many times stronger. Sung Suho turned around and couldn't realize that he was now watching a talking bug and a talking sword, and he still couldn't get used to such a thing. A little later, he still reached the place where that sword was taken out from. After examining everything there, he saw that all the hunters who were there had been destroyed. The sword suddenly began to speak. "Everyone who entered here will be destroyed. My mission is to protect the Fang Lord's shrine." But Sung Suho took the sword in his hands, and with all his might, he shoved it into the same place from which it had been taken out. Turning around, he started to look at the destroyed hunter, but the notification system immediately showed him that the target for releasing the shadow was present, and asked if he wished to extract the shadow. Sung Suho immediately started to ask Bear if it was possible to use shadow release on humans, to which Bear immediately replied that if it was a destroyed body, any creature could become a shadow soldier. But Sung Suho, without thinking long, picked up the destroyed hunters and started carrying them to the exit of the dungeon. Burr couldn't understand if he wasn't going to use the shadow release. Sung Suho turned around and only said that forcing someone to fight after death was more like punishment. Burr was greatly surprised by these words, for he couldn't even imagine that the young lord wouldn't subdue the annihilated. At this moment, Sung Suho began to ask Bear if it was true that this was the Lord's shrine. Bear replied that it was true. Sung Suho continued by saying that his father and the lord he destroyed were somehow related to the Itarim. Bear explained that the Itarim are the non-Nash enemies of his overlord, and that overlord is a past enemy. There are 9 monarchs, including their lord. His father, Sung Jinwoo, the monarch of the dead, lord of the shadows, protector of the entire planet, has saved it more than once. Then there is the king of beasts, the lord of fangs, who is as strong as the other monarchs. After that comes the king of insects, the lord of plague, King Yon, the lord of strength, the king of demons, the lord of pale mist. Also present is the king of giants, the lord of beginnings, but he has never met him personally. Then there is the king of snowmen, the lord of snow, the king of the dead, the lord of the spirit world. And finally, the last king of giants, the lord of destruction, and the lord of dragons. All 9 kings have power beyond comprehension, but 8 of them died trying to attack the earth. And that's right, the Shadow Lord is his master, the one who destroyed the Fang Lord. At this moment, the sword began to speak. If my strength was at the proper level, I would have torn apart the Shadow Lord's blood descendant and thrown it to be eaten by the wolves. Sung Suho replied that it wasn't that he didn't understand his wishes, but his father had defeated the other kings just to protect the land. Was he also only trying to protect this place from invaders? No matter what side you're on, they're trying to protect what they care about. And all he cares about is that he only wants to fight him because of a blood bond. And if protecting this place is his mission, isn't it silly to show hatred for a father who couldn't defeat a Fang Lord? He just wants to meet the parents he can't see because of the invaders, and for the sake of his goal, he's willing to rely on any force. When the Itarim begin their invasion, this place won't be safe either. If he helps him, he will protect this place too. The voice that lurked within the sword could not understand. Was he really proposing to join forces with the Blood Heir? Grasping the hilt of the sword, Sung Suho decided to make sure for sure. Would this sword agree to serve him to protect this place and the entire planet? At this moment, the Shadow and Fangs would fight hand in hand on this front in unison. A little later, the reporters who were sitting in the cafe with Sung Suho's friend started asking questions regarding yesterday's incident in the dungeon. They wanted to know all the details that he could tell them since he was there personally. Lim Do-Nyun, the survivor of yesterday's incident, picked up his coffee cup and said that he would tell them everything. He actually wanted the case to get publicity and the attitude of Sung Suho, who has a rank of E, to improve. This is a great opportunity for Sung Suho for saving the day. A little later, a headline came out about an event where a rank E hunter had single-handedly saved other hunters in a dungeon. The article contained information about the brave hunter who threw himself at the monster to save people, as well as interviews with many of the survivors he saved. Elsewhere, the guys sitting at the table started scratching their pens behind their ears. For now, it was time to choose a couple people. In another guild management department, one of the guys said that the information gathering team was also resenting that they needed more people, and it seemed like they needed to hire a few more E-rank hunters. The guy sitting at the main desk, specifically the second-in-command case, said to send him one candidate. The guy at the computer started looking and saw that it was a rank E hunter who had fought monsters in the dungeon, evacuated a team of miners, and brought a wounded hunter out of the dungeon. The guys who saw that he had rank E were immediately surprised, but the second person in management started to say, "Don't they realize that it would be fine to take him to a big guild like ours, and we can cover up one scandal?" At this moment, a guy asked if Hunter Sung Suho had replied to their letter, because the newcomer had already managed to get an invitation from the Black Turtles Guild, and he must be happy. But the other guy turned around and told the leader that he had declined the offer, causing the leader to not be able to understand why. After all, this guy is just a rank E rookie, and he's turning down such a big guild. "I don't understand, what's the point?" the leader said. The other guy replied that Hunter Sung Suho didn't want to join any guilds. The leader was angry with this kind of answer. He couldn't understand if this guy thought he was some S-ranked hunter. "This isn't the end yet. We're sure that Sung Suho himself will contact us soon. Sooner or later he'll realize how difficult it is for a hunter without a guild." At this time, Sung Suho, while in his apartment, began to look at the notifications that came on his phone. He realized that once he visited that dungeon, he had no shortage of guild invitations. A lot of people want to get their hands on him specifically, but everyone wants to hire him as a porter or gatherer. He couldn't understand why there were so many. He figured it would be a hindrance to him, and an even bigger hindrance to leveling up with the system, and there was no point in joining them. Right now, he didn't care what the guild wanted to do or who they wanted to get. He had better things to do. Turning to his sword, he began to ask Fang Riken if he wanted to continue the conversation, the one they had started in the dungeon when he suggested combining the powers of Shadow and Fang. Fang Riken couldn't understand how he could calmly utter such nonsense. "Are you saying that a shadow can become an ally instead of an enemy?" "Only under one condition, if you bring me to the Fang Lord's other holy land." At this moment, Sung Suho started to ask if he knew how to get there, to which Fang replied that he knew where all of the Fang Lord's holy lands were located, regardless of the distance. But he feels that the gate leading there has already disappeared, and what people call a dungeon breakthrough has most likely happened. Sung Suho immediately realized that this holy place must be an open dungeon. An open dungeon is where creepy and very strong monsters dwell. When a dungeon breach forms in the abandoned gate, the monsters take over the land, turning it into a wasteland. At this moment, Sung Suho, holding his phone in his hand, sent a message to his uncle that he would be gone for a while, and not to worry even if he couldn't contact him. Right now, he needed to move out to seize even more power and raise his level as quickly as possible. A little later, Sung Suho started to ask Burr if they had arrived at that place, to which he replied that it was correct. But at the Parkan, they noticed that it was forbidden to enter, and things were not good right now since the guild owned the place. Sung Suho immediately realized that the entrance is forbidden, and the Hyena Guild is made up of people who used to be gangsters, so they're all scary. Bear started to say that he shouldn't listen to these lowly creatures, because the young lord had better raise his level. While Fang was arguing with Bear, Song Suho got angry and asked them what they were doing there. Right now I'm ready to go inside and I'll use my power to do so. He started breaking the cameras with his power. Burr asked him what about the guild, to which Song Suho replied that he had his own way out. As soon as he broke the last camera, it completely disintegrated into small pieces. Song Suho decided that if they did that, they wouldn't have any evidence. Burr added that his methods reminded him of the Overlord. Once inside, Song Suho couldn't understand why there was a blue mist in all the open dungeons. Burr began to explain that it was mana from outer space. It gathers through the dimension walls, causing a gap in the worlds. Because of this, the fog from the Holy Land, where it was, broke through the dimension and came to Earth. The creatures from the outside world are trying to punch a huge hole in the dimension to send their armies here. The more mana a creature has, the more it is affected by traveling through the dimension. Song Suho realized that the strongest ones would not be here yet. He should hurry up and raise his level before other hunters came here. At this moment, raising his head, he saw huge monsters in the trees. One of them was a fanged Vriga, and the other was a black shadow rogue. The Fang immediately started telling Song Suho that now was the time for him to show his strength, to which Song Suho replied that he could rely on him. But he wouldn't use him as his main weapon, causing Fang to be perplexed. Song Suho made a decision after much deliberation that it was time for him to fight the way he wanted to. He would use his fists like he did in training as a base. For mid-range combat, the ruler's strength would be the support. To avoid being predictable, he will use different weapons. Using extraction, he would get more equipment to improve his skills and characteristics, leveling up on his own. Burr was absolutely thrilled with what he heard from his young overlord. Fang also realized that this was the power of the Shadow Lord's bloodline. The more enemies and the longer the battle dragged on, the stronger he became using the demons and monsters he destroyed. At this moment, Song Suho decided that now that his intelligence scores were higher, he could summon 5 shadows. But at this moment, Burr said that it was insignificant compared to a great lord who could summon thousands. Song Suho blushed and ordered him to shut up. Going even further into the depths of the forest, Song Suho saw that they had come to the very place that Fang was talking about. Fang began to say that there was a gate leading to the Holy Lands here, but now they were seeing some kind of strange warehouse. Song Suho noticed that even though it was late, there were still people here. He wondered if there was a special reason for them to stay late. After all, hunting monsters was better during the day. At that moment, a car pulled up to the workers and hunters who were inside. The car began to bring out people who were tied up by their arms and legs. Song Suho immediately realized that he was witnessing a kidnapping being performed right in front of his eyes. Bear supported him by saying that it looked exactly like what they were seeing. Bear began to address the young lord that they were here illegally, so they shouldn't interfere. If they realized he had trespassed into their territory, his hunters would have reason to attack. But as soon as Burr finished speaking and turned around, he saw that Song Suho had disappeared. He couldn't understand where he had gone. Was he really going to go to those people? Sung Suho, who grew up in the arms of a police officer father who specialized in violent crimes and a legendary firefighter grandfather, couldn't stay away. He grew up with a sense of justice, and in this moment he couldn't stand idly by. Sung Suho accelerated at full speed and began to approach the first hunter that was in his way. He had a deep habit of acting first and thinking later when it came to justice. At the same moment, Sung Suho accelerated with all his might and hit that guy with his shoe. The shadows who were watching were completely shocked by what they had just seen. The other hunters, seeing that their comrade had just been kicked in the head, were also shocked. After the kick, that guy's face had sealed right into the ground, and the guys only saw a silhouette flying by, which was Sung Suho. They couldn't understand who that guy was, but Sung Suho realized everything that was happening at that moment, because he realized that his body reacted faster than his brain. He realized that he had invaded another guild's territory illegally, and now he didn't know what to do. Putting on his shadow mask, he turned around and began to ask, "Are you really kidnapping people? What is your guild, hyena, doing?" The other hunters began to ask back, asking what he was doing invading other people's territory and attacking them out of the blue. "It looks like you came here for us to destroy you." At the same moment, the other hunters started using their magic and enhanced equipment to deal with Sung Suho. One of the hunters started attacking Sung Suho, who successfully dodged all of his attacks. As he swung, Sung Suho thought about what he had learned earlier. The average rank of the Hyena Guild members was D. He definitely doesn't know their strength, so he shouldn't relax. Taking a swing, he hit one of the hunters with all his might, who flew away at an incredible speed. The other hunters, noticing the silhouette of their comrade flying away, couldn't understand what had just happened. Following this, Sung Suho began to eliminate one by one the hunters who were approaching him from all directions. Bear, who was watching the battle, could not believe that the awakened ones, who had reached the D rank by human standards, were no longer competitors for Sung Suho. Right now, the status window indicated that Sung Suho possessed level 16. A little later, Sung Suho decided to tie up all the hunters so that they wouldn't be able to leave the area while he went about his business. Burr beside him began to say that it was a graceful completion. Sung Suho began to untie all the guys who had been kidnapped by the guild. They began to thank him for saving them. They also asked if he was from the Hunter Association. He replied that they could assume that he was. He said he would handle things here and they should quickly evacuate to safety. Once the guys got into the car and drove away, Sung Suho couldn't understand why the guild was kidnapping people. At this moment, Fang started telling Sung Suho that he was feeling something. Sung Suho asked him, "Feel what?" Fang replied that that was why he asked him to come here. As soon as they reached the fence, they started to go inside the room. What Sung Suho saw shocked him. He couldn't believe his own eyes. There were many cages inside the room. Burr also added that there was a sense of energy in the room, although it was very vague. Sung Suho turned his head and saw a locked dog in the nearest cages, but he couldn't understand why the Hyena Guild was doing this. Fang added that it seemed to him that it wasn't a dog, but a small wolf. "The descendant of the king of beasts, Lord Fang," Fang said. Hearing this, Sung Suho couldn't believe his own ears. Fang went on to say that right after his defeat in the war with the Shadow Lord, Lord Fang had ordered the surviving descendant to be hidden in the shrine and guarded because he believed that if the blood ties were not broken, another Lord Fang would appear. He honestly admitted that he didn't expect to find a Fang Lord in this particular place. At this moment, Sung Suho broke the shackles restraining the little wolf cub, and lifting him up in his arms, he finished listening to the story about how the Lord hoped that his clan would not be interrupted. He seems to vaguely sense the Fang Lord's aura and has lost a lot of energy. He will die if left like this, Fang said. Burr asked the young lord what he would do. Sung Suho, after briefly thinking, replied that he thought there were only a few people there, but here was another one. He was angry now, realizing that there was one last one left that he should destroy. Turning his head around, he saw a demonic creature that began to tell Sung Suho that trusting people was useless. The creature, calling him Brocky, said that he had survived. Sung Suho immediately asked if they knew each other. The Fang replied that he knew him. "This is the hunter of the descendant I told you about," Fang said. Brocky immediately began telling Fang that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that Raikan Fang was also alive as he could see. Fang Raikan immediately began to say that he hadn't forgotten that he had been sent to guard the descendant. "What were you doing all this time while that little wolf cub was in shackles?" Fang asked. Sung Suho, holding the wolf cub in his arms, didn't have time to notice when Brocky ran up to him with incredible speed and asked how dare he touch his property. Following that, Brocky struck hard with his tail, causing Sung Suho to fly off to the side. Burr noticed this and began to shout if his lord was all right. The impact was so strong that Sung Suho broke through the wall and crashed into the nearby containers on the street. Burr immediately flew over to him and started asking if his little lord was okay. Sung Suho replied that it was the most painful blow he had taken in a while. "I'm bleeding right now, but don't scream, my head is splitting from the sudden and loud noises," Sung Suho said. Burr, hearing this, went on to say that when he first came here, he felt a vague remaining energy and was sure what it was. I felt Itarim's energy from this guy," Bear said. Fang and Brocky started listening to Bear, who turned to Brocky and asked if he knew what he had done to the Overlord's descendant. Brocky interrupted his story and began to explain that he knew how he, who had lost his sanctuary, managed to maintain such a level of strength. According to natural selection, the strongest survive. The survival of the weak is determined by the whims of the strong. The weak become food for the strong. It's a law of nature. Although this guy is quite weak, he belongs to the Fang Lord's bloodline and can be said to be the best source of nourishment. That's why I feed on it, to gain strength and be as strong as I am at the moment. Periodically, I draw the energy of the Lord's descendant from this little wolf cub as well. After this story, Brocky vowed that once he was done here, he would definitely destroy Fang. At this moment, Sung Suho raised his hand and said that his death was a proof of weakness. But Brocky interrupted Sung Suho and told him that his body was fit for the strong. Just as Brocky continued to say that the next Fang Lord would be fit, Sung Suho used his sword to attack Brocky with his strength. Bear took advantage of the moment, grabbed the little wolf cub, and began to carry it away from the battle site. Following that, the sword returned to Sung Suho's hands. Once he was sure that the little wolf cub was all right, Sung Suho also began to address Fang. "I thought you were angry with me, but it's all right. However, I have a case with that guy too. After all, right now will be the first clash between Fang and Shadow. Right now, I've finally found a lead leading to my father." At that moment, the notification system began to show our hero that he had received an assignment. The content of the assignment, an urgent hyena hunt. He must defeat the hyena to ensure safety. That's when Sung Suho realized that he guessed who the guild was named after, once the monster managed to create a guild by kidnapping people, and how it was all related to Itaris. The other hunters in the guild who were connected to Sung Suho started yelling for Brocky to release them. They said that this guy wasn't that easy, and they would also help him fight him if he untied them. Sung Suho at the same moment shouted out that he wouldn't stand silently by and watch. At this moment, Brocky attacked his guild's subordinates and destroyed them with a single blow. Afterward, he started saying that if they thought he would need help to deal with this guy, They had forgotten their place. Immediately, you become prey when you forget your place. Sung Suho, seeing how he had destroyed his comrades, became extremely angry and began to approach the monster very quickly. As soon as he threw the first punch, his opponent immediately blocked it. Sung Suho began to ask, "Did you really kill those people just because you were playing with them?" Brockie replied, "The strong lord it over the life and death of the weak. You think the strong need a reason to do whatever comes into their head?" He followed that up with another blow, but our hero managed to dodge and jumped aside. Jumping up into the air, Sung Suho started flying at Brockie from top to bottom. Along the way, he used his new skill that he had recently obtained, Storm Blade. But these attacks were too weak, and Brockie began to ask, "Is this really all you can do? You're dishonoring the name of the owner of the Fang heirloom." Suddenly, from the other side, a sword flew straight at the monster, and the monster couldn't understand where such a hidden attack was coming from. Sung Suho, who was standing in front of it, started waving his hand and controlling the sword, saying that this wasn't the end. Fang suddenly began to ask Brockie, "Why have you changed so much? After all, you originally swore your loyalty and honored Riken, but now I don't understand why you've changed so much." But Brockie questioned, "Why did I honor Riken? I don't really have any respect for him. I was only afraid of his power. I didn't want to continue living such an insignificant life, and as soon as I got the chance, I decided to change everything with my own hands." Spreading out, he gave a powerful punch to Sung Suho and said, "There's no time to worry about anyone else right now." As soon as the punch was executed, Sung Suho felt all the pain, and he felt like all his bones were broken. However, Sung Suho began to remember something that had been long forgotten. After all, when I think of my father who right now could be fighting someone, I am filled with incredible strength, and this strength gives me more understanding that I shouldn't give up. Gathering all his strength into one punch, he began to use the shadow technique, reinforcing his fists with armor. With all his might, he struck his opponent, for he couldn't lose to some pathetic monster right now. Burr, who was watching the battle, couldn't believe that his young lord was so strong at his young age. Fang Raikan, who was lying on the ground, began to remember the strength combined from the broken sword. Would he really be destroyed like this? The survival of the descendants and the future of the Fang all depends only on Sung Suho right now, and he still wants to fight. He's still waiting for the battle. At this moment, the little wolf cub began to rise up, even though it was very hard for him. Fang Raikan saw this and realized that the little wolf cub, Sir Raikan's descendant, was rising up, disregarding the pain he was feeling. He noticed that Sung Suho's fighting spirit inspired the little wolf cub. "The last thing I can do is only help. I can pass on the remaining power in me to the descendant." At this time, Sung Suho continued to fight, and although his opponent was very strong, our hero continued to hold back all of his blows. As soon as he was thrown aside, he began to slowly raise his head and looked at the monster that was slowly approaching him. As he lifted his head, he saw a notification in front of him, and the system was showing that he had hit points left. The monster came closer and closer, and with its terrifying aura said, "For a mere worm, you have good stamina." At this moment, it swung around to finally deliver the final blow and destroy Sung Suho. But at this moment, the wolf worm, having gained strength, clawed at the paw of the monster that had just wanted to finish Sung Suho off. Sung Suho couldn't understand what had just happened and where the wolf cub had come from. As soon as the wolf cub completed its attack, he stood up in defense of the young Shadow Lord. Following that, the notification system showed that the Fang descendant was paying tribute to the player's fighting spirit and offered to accept him as an ally. Sung Suho didn't realize if the Fang descendant was the wolf cub he had met earlier. Do I really have to accept him as an ally? The monster in front of them began to speak. Is he really a descendant? Has he absorbed the magic power of the Riken Fang? Hearing this, Sung Suho actually realized that this wolf had absorbed the power of the sword. It turns out that Riken Fang sacrificed himself to save his pup. Sung Suho had been trying to cooperate with the Fang from the beginning. After looking at the system notification, he decided that there was no reason to refuse and accepted the invitation. Taking the Fang descendant as an ally, the notification system showed a new window. Data synchronization was now underway. Sung Suho began to notice that something was entering his head. He began to see strange memories of his opponent sitting in a cave near a small wolf cub and saying that they would confront the Lord. After all, in this world, it is survival of the fittest, and we will lose a lot if we lose. We will surely become stronger for the future of the Fangs. Bringing his hand up to the wolf cub, he began stroking its head. A little while later, some strange creatures came to their cave, causing the little wolf cub to start shaking with fear. Young Fang began to ask those creatures why they wouldn't destroy him right here and now. The creature in front of him said that he thought this demonic beast was quite useful and had some good abilities. Touching him, the creature transferred some of its power and said it was choosing him. Now Brocky's hyena is to collect people alive and deliver them to them. This power will help him get rid of unnecessary problems. Of course, depending on how he uses it. Most likely this power would be contrary to his desires. At this moment, Sung Suho began to realize that these were the memories of a Fang descendant. These beings who put something in his head are the main instigators who are directly related to Itarim. The Fang descendant didn't want to take revenge on Brocky. He wanted to stop an enraged Brocky. If it had anything to do with their plot, it was necessary to defeat Brocky right here and now. But right now, Sung Suho realized that he didn't have enough strength to defeat him. At this moment, the notification system began to show that an additional quest had opened with the appearance of a companion. The quest information is Monarch's Descendants quest. He must find the descendants of the monarch and make them his allies. The descendants of the monarch becoming allies is one of 8. Due to the proximity with Fang's descendants, the bonding skill is formed. At this moment, the huge blue aura began to glow brightly, and Sung Suho realized that something was happening here. Burr noticed that the young lord was undergoing a change, not the same as the lord. Brocky, seeing this, couldn't understand what it was. Flying towards Sung Suho with all his speed, he swung, determined to stop everything right here and now. As soon as he swung, struck with all his strength, causing everything in the vicinity to start collapsing. But the notification system began to show Sung Suho that a skill was being created due to the connection with the Fang descendant. Right now, he had linked his strength together with the Fang's strength. This bonding skill is a level 1 beast transformation, consuming 1 mana per second. The Fang descendant is instilled into his body, strengthening his body and developing beast-like senses. Sung Suho couldn't realize if he had absorbed the descendant this time. His body became light and very strong. He felt his senses sharpened. Everything became so unfamiliar and incomprehensible. It helped him move better, avoiding dangers. As soon as he dodged all the attacks, he kicked the monster with all his strength. The one couldn't understand where he got such strength from and why he was losing right now. After all, if you look closely, this is the same kid who fought him a few minutes ago. He can't lose to some person right now. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to achieve and obtain the power he has. Bear, who was watching the battle, realized that the magical power had now jumped up a lot. The beast began to shout that he had no idea what kind of trick he was using, but there was no way he would lose to a human. After all, strength defines the difference between species. He should blame himself for being an inferior being called a human. At this moment, Sung Suho began to use a skill and learn the skill of hand-to-hand combat. Bear, who was nearby, was angered that this beast was discussing the difference between species in the presence of a young lord. After all, there's no one higher than a shadow lord, and that means he's wrong. He's about to be finished now. As soon as the beast heard these words, it couldn't realize if this kid was really a shadow lord. At that moment, Sung Suho jumped back and delivered a perfect and precise punch, which knocked his opponent into the ground. He still did not die and only continued to say that he had to become stronger. That's all he was interested in, just getting stronger. At last, he saw the silhouette of his master Raken. He was angry at himself for not being able to protect him. At the end of the battle, the descendant of the Fang approached his teacher and bowed his head over him, regretting the loss that had just occurred in his life. At the same time, standing behind his comrade, Burr said to his master, "You did a great job, Prince," and heard his name in response. Continuing to look at the motionless body of his opponent, the boy added, "You said you could feel Itarim's energy from Brocky, so a few minutes ago I was able to see some memories of the descendant of the Fang." Continuing to recall what he had seen in his opponent's memories, Sung Suho said that the hunters who entered the dungeon where Brocky was had placed something in his eye. Was Itaram among them? And what was the purpose of their attack on Brocky then? In response to Prince Burr's question, he answered that he doubted it was Itarami. The external gods do not act alone, but use their apostles to influence the causality of everything that happens, and most likely, their actions are somehow connected with their invasion of this world, to which he replied that this means that Itarami the apostles are now on Earth. After his question, realizing some danger and limited information, the boy looked down and added, "If I knew at least a little more about all this, is this all I could learn about Itaram?" In response to his prince's question, Burr confidently replied, "Actually, no, there is another way," to which the prince replied in surprise that indeed there was. Then the subject added that Brocky most likely has memories of Itarim. If I eat Brocky's body, I will be able to see some of his memories, and it will help me in restoring my strength with one shot of two birds with one stone. After hearing the request from his friend, Sung Suho turned his head to the side and said in surprise, "You had such an ability too, you surprised me." After the conversation was over, the boy's attention turned to the Fang descendant, who was mourning the loss of his teacher. Approaching him to ask for permission, the boy said, "If you don't mind, I want to take you somewhere." The next moment, the canine offspring threw his arms around his master and began to lick him, and the boy clearly understood that he was not against going with him. With that agreement, the young master took out his shadow key and used it to open a portal to another world. Once the exit was arranged, before leaving, Sung Suho spoke to his subject whom he was leaving behind to retrieve his memories. "I'm counting on you, Ter." In response to his master's warm words, the subject hesitantly replied, "Young lord, you are too kind to me." After a while, walking along the path in the Shadow Realm, Burr said to the young lord, "Why did you decide to go to the dungeon?" In response to the question of his subject, the boy confidently said, "I want to go to the house of the descendants of the Fang," to which he replied in surprise in the Shadow Dungeon. After receiving the question, turning his gaze to the wolf, the boy confidently replied, "We are now allies with him. He has no protector, and his sanctuary has also disappeared. I am sorry for him." As soon as he said that, he received a system notification that said, "An ally of the Fang descendant wants you to name it. Please name the Fang descendant." Seeing this, Sung Suho said in surprise, pointing to himself, "You want me to give you a name?" Thinking about what he could call him, the boy said, "Yes, you have gray fur, so you'll be Gray." Hearing this, Burr mentally said, His ability to give names is just like a lord's. The next moment, the Fang's descendant began to smile happily, and a message appeared above him that said, Gray was an ally relationship, a level of trust and respect. After giving the nickname to his friend, the boy confidently exclaimed, Gray, I declare this Forest Fang territory. Use it to your advantage. After which notifications appeared, part of the Shadow Dungeon declared Fang territory owner of Fang territory declared Gray. When the wolf rushed to mark his territory in the trees, Sung Suho asked Bear what kind of food he could eat, to which he thoughtfully replied, Well, since he is from the Fang family, I think he can eat living creatures or monsters. When he heard what exactly he could feed his new pet, the boy smiled slyly and said, Well then, just fine. The next moment he turned his head to where the goblin was hiding behind the tree and added, There are still monsters here that I haven't gotten rid of yet, so it would be a good idea to ask Gray to clean it up. A few minutes later, the hunt for the monsters that still remained in the possession of the descendant of the Fang began. At the same time, watching the battle from a tree, the boy said, Wow, that's pretty good. And Gray is pretty smart, so he needed to clear out the inventory and place the things he got after the hunt. While his friend was dealing with the goblins, Sung Suho opened the system window and saw notifications again that said the following rewards were received: skill points and the title of Wolf Killer. This title is given to a hunter who is experienced in hunting wolves when fighting enemies such as beasts. Your characteristics increase by 40%. Seeing the reward for the victory over Brocky, the boy rubbing the back of his head said in surprise the Wolf Killer, but Brocky was a hyena. And what he heard in response, let's skip the minor details. Hearing the advice from his subject, the young prince drew attention to another task called the Descendants of the Monarch, and said in surprise that this quest was enough to find the descendants of the monarch and recruit them as allies. In response to this, Bear replied that the Lord did not have this task. After this remark, the subject added that I heard that the system leveling created for you was revised by removing the ill intentions that it contained, to which in response I heard a surprised voice, ill intentions like that. In response to his master's question, Bear replied that the plan was to forcefully make a man known as Sung Jinwoo stronger. The architect wanted to use him as a vessel for the Shadow Monarch. After achieving the goal, the plan was to destroy your father's soul, but he simply could not go against the goals created by the system. Remembering the fate of his father, Bear added, and thus he and the others became the Shadow Monarch. I became a great entity that no longer needed to be raised to a higher level, and in response to this, Sung Suho said, So the system is moving to allow me to become a Shadow Monarch. And then Bear added, That's not the point. There can only be one Shadow Monarch in the world. I believe that the system adapts to the direction in which you are moving and serves as a guide for you. If new features appear, they are created to help you. After hearing the explanation from his subject, the guy looked down and said thoughtfully, So, the goals of my system are let's look at the characteristics. Looking at his status window, in which some of his characteristics have noticeably increased, the guy said thoughtfully after your words, I think I understand why I still do not have a class. Immersed in his memories from the past, the boy thoughtfully said, Since I faced the flame creatures, my characteristics have increased significantly, and I have gained many useful skills. After that, seeing that his pet had already dealt with the enemies, he added in his head, But I still remain weak even in the last battle. If it wasn't for Gray and the communication skill, I would have lost to Brocky. However, since the tasks given by the system are in line with my desires, I need to complete them, and maybe after completing them, I will be able to meet my parents. Jumping down from the tree after completing the clearing of the territory of the descendants of the Fang, Sung Suho said to his subject, By the way, you could find any traces of the Itarim in Brocky's memories. In response to his master's question, Burr replied that I had looked through them, but I was unable to find the apostles who had been brainwashing Brocky. After receiving an unequivocal answer from his friend, Sung Suho thoughtfully replied that we have no clues, to which he replied, "Don't jump to conclusions." Recalling useful information in addition to the apostles of Itarim, Bear said there were some other memories of one person. Continuing to introduce other details, the subject added that she founded a hyena guild for Brocky and also took kidnapped people. And his guild was called the Guild of the Hyena. Hearing some new testimony from his subject, Sung Suho was surprised to hear that he had a guild. Continuing his story without being interrupted by the questions of his prince, Bear said, "If we dig into this guild, I think we can learn more about the Itarim." At the same time, somewhere in the guild, a man picked up the phone after the call and asked what happened to Lim Do-jen. "Didn't you go to Southeast Asia to help with the raid?" In response to the question, the man heard over the phone, "Now it doesn't matter. You saw the news. You were behind the hyena incident, weren't you?" To which he replied that you can see the hyena incident at the zoo. In response to his interlocutor's mockery, the man replied menacingly, "Don't change the subject to Lee Min-seok," to which he said, "I don't like your tone," and then added, "Oh, you do. I've already found out that you were doing some errands for the Hyena Guild, and the association will soon find out about it." To which Lee Min-seok replied that they can ask me, and I'll just say that I didn't do anything. And when I mobilize my lawyers, even the association will do nothing. Hearing his interlocutor's excuse, Lim Do-jen said sternly, "Even so, leave this overconfidence. The law may not be strong enough, but the leader of the association is not easy to deal with." Continuing to warn his friend against some negative consequences, the man added, "You should clean up after yourself before I come back." Hearing his friend's remark, Lee Min-seok exclaimed in frustration that he still had the nerve to hang up on him when he had said everything he wanted to say. He was just my driver, and now that he was S rank, his arrogance was still there. After expressing his dissatisfaction in verbal terms, the man, unable to withstand the influx of emotions, slammed his fist on the table so hard that it shattered into small pieces. After a certain amount of emotions of rage were released, the man said the guy who defeated Brocky and destroyed the Hyena Guild was the only one who survived, and the only thing the survivors said was that it was a young hunter in a black mask. Reaching into his stash for an item, Lee Min-seok added, "Well, I can't waste time on someone I don't have enough information about right now." Taking out the pearl from his hiding place, Lee Min-seok, the vice president of the Grim Reaper Guild and also an A-ranked hunter, slyly added, "I have something more important." Holding the precious item in his hands, he added stardust, a stimulant to awaken hunters. "If business goes up, no one will be able to look down on me anymore." At the same time, in the Dungeon of Shadows, Mr. Bear approached his apprentice and said, "You're already fighting quite well. Try harder to be useful to the young master." Climbing on the back of the canine's offspring, Burr added, "Come on, eat to your heart's content." Hearing his subject's conversation with his pet, Sung Suho said in surprise, "Why would Gray suddenly become a roarer? In any case, I'm glad he's adapting quickly." The next moment, as soon as the hunt was over, the guy received a notification saying that Gray's ally had received experience points from hunting monsters and had reached the goal of experience shared with the player. 50% of the experience points were received. Immediately after, the boy nervously exclaimed, "I get experience points from hunting Gray. This is the system that existed before," and he heard that indeed. Approaching his prince, Burr looked at the notification and said thoughtfully, "I can't say for sure, but something similar happened when Shadow soldiers fought and earned experience points for the Shadow Monarch. and he heard in response something similar to the experience sharing system in party games. Turning his gaze to his pet, he added, "Although I only get half of it, the automatic leveling up is quite useful." To which the subject replied, "Let Gray continue to hunt." The next moment, noticing a new notification that said that after killing a certain number of monsters inside the Shadow Dungeon, you have fulfilled the conditions for holding the quest, the guy said that a new notification. The next moment, a new notification appeared, telling him the daily task of clearing the Shadow Dungeon to kill 100 goblins, 10 goblin captains, and 1 goblin centurion. Seeing this, Sung Suho said, "Daily quest. I need to kill goblins." Immediately after, he added thoughtfully that there should be a reward for this. "Then it turns out that I will be able to receive them every day," to which Burr replied, "It seems that the system wants to make this place your territory." Hearing the words of his subject, the boy sighed heavily and said, "Oh, it's hard to find 100 goblins in such a huge territory." However, instead of suffering in search of enemies, the guy used another way. He called up his inventory and began to look for the right item. A few seconds later, he found a flute horn in his hands, which is used by goblins and centurions when they want to summon their subjects. And then the boy said happily, "I got it when I was killing goblins." Immediately afterwards, without hesitation, the boy blew the flute and summoned enemies instead of looking for the surrendered flute, which summoned the nearest enemies. The next moment, goblins from the forest began to run toward Sung Suho from all directions at the call of the flute horn. Seeing that the horn really worked, the boy happily said, "I knew it," and Burr added, "Who would have thought you would summon goblins using a horn flute?" As soon as the enemies began to approach him, the boy began his preparations for the battle, and since he was a hand-to-hand fighter, he only had to swing. The next moment, as soon as the first enemy approached, the young prince made his first blow, crushing the goblin's skull inward. After that, the shockwave that followed demolished some of the other enemies that were approaching him. Continuing his battle with the enemies, the guy said in his head, "I'm getting bored fighting goblins, but if I have to destroy a whole bunch of them, I'll do it." Having dealt with the enemies who arrived at the first call, Sung Suho again used the flute horn and summoned more enemies. After the closest enemies responded to the call, he used the flute again to summon as many enemies as possible and not to waste much time on them. Seeing how many enemies were heading in his direction, the boy said, "I need at least this many." The next moment, while the crowd of enemies was approaching, the young Shadow Lord used his summoning skill and shouted, "Rise up!" and summoned shadows from the dead monsters. As soon as the shadow subjects rose up, they immediately joined the battle on the side of Sung Suho, destroying all the goblins that came their way. The next moment, Gray and the boy also joined the battle to make the battle end faster and complete the daily task. After the battle was over, Gray laid down on the ground with no strength left and began to whimper tiredly because he had been hunting continuously for 3 hours. Immediately afterwards, the boy received a notification that said, "You have received a reward. Do you want to receive it now?" with the options yes or no. Looking at the window of the daily task, the boy slowly picked up the reward and said curiously, seeing the strange reaction of Burr, he asked what was wrong. In response, he said, "The numbers in the task are strange. I seem to have completed it, but they continue to grow." Sung Suho smiled slyly after thinking about it and came up with a crazy idea and said, "Could this be the one?" Clenching his hand into a fist, he exclaimed happily, "If the counter is not standing still, then maybe there is some other hidden task until they all stop to find out." After some time and the completion of the daily mission in double the equivalent, the counter still did not stop. But by now, the Fang descendant was near death. While the dog was giving his soul to the god, Sung Suho received a notification that he wanted to receive a reward and joyfully exclaimed that he could not hide anything from me. Confidently answering to receive the reward, he saw a window that said, "You have received the following rewards: status, restoration characteristic points, 3 random blessed box selection, random cursed box selection." After looking at the list of rewards, the guy happily accepted the first reward, after which his body was covered with the effect of recovery. Then he happily said, "I have recovered to the ideal state. Just like when you level up, you can save this reward if you wish, and in a critical situation, fully recover right in the middle of the battle." The next moment, opening his characteristic window, he added, "It becomes more and more difficult to accept the second reward with leveling up, and with this reward, daily improvements in characteristics are guaranteed." After that, faced with a choice, the guy thoughtfully said, "Well, now the last reward is here." Looking at the blessed and cursed boxes, the guy thoughtfully said, "What I want is not necessarily a necessity, and what I need hardly coincides with my desires." Continuing to think hard about the choice, he added that what I want is too vague, and the list of things I need will not fit on one sheet of paper, so I take the damn box. As soon as he made his choice, an item appeared from the selected box and a notification appeared. The volcano horn was received, and the guy was surprised to see that it was gloves. Looking at the item from the box, the guy was pleasantly surprised and said, "I couldn't turn shadow soldiers into weapons all the time, so a separate weapon would be very useful." Putting on the reward and starting to test them, Sung Suho thoughtfully said, "It increases the physical damage by 30%. So does that mean that with the number of demons killed, the damage will also increase? The gloves are a little heavy, so I'd better invest points in the strength characteristics." Continuing to rejoice in his new weapon, the boy said happily, "Now you just need to hunt demons and improve your equipment," after which he received a notification in the status of your ally, "Mines have been mined." Turning his gaze to the descendant of the Fang, the prince saw an exhausted Gray, and heard from Burr, "The young Lord Rick is not a shadow soldier with endless stamina," to which he awkwardly replied, "Oh, sorry, let's call it a day. I would like to find something outside." Using the shadow key, the guy went out into the portal and received a notification that you are leaving the shadow dungeon. And once on the ground, he asked what the name of the hyena-related guild was, and was told that it was the Grim Reaper. After hearing the answer to his question, Sung Suho thoughtfully said, "Then where should I start my investigation?" As soon as he said this, he heard the notification signals in his phone, picked it up and saw who was writing to him, and was surprised to hear that the teacher was writing to Suho, "Please help me." Going to the place where he was called by the teacher, Sun Suho arrived at the Seoul station, which was a dangerous area. Seeing his student nearby, the teacher waved his hand and happily called out to Suho, "I'm here, come here. Thank you so much for coming." As soon as the student approached, Lim Do-gyun said, "I was going to go to the dungeon, but at the last moment, the whole team left me." Hearing this, the guy was surprised to hear that the whole team did not go to work, and then he added that none of them did. After being informed that something had happened, the teacher clenched his hand into a fist and gritted his teeth in anger and said angrily, "Assholes! I'm sure they're drinking somewhere now." Seeing that his teacher was in a bad mood, the guy said awkwardly, "I'll help you, but please calm down." Hearing that he really agreed to help, Lim Do-gyun handed him a protective suit and said happily, "Suho, you're the best. Take this." Seeing the suit, the student was surprised to hear that it was a protective suit, and then he heard that the work of a cleaner is much harder than that of a digger, so the suit is a necessity. Recalling the duties of each member of the dungeon clearing team, the teacher added that the minor team simply digs up resources after the clearing is complete, and the collectors take out the items left after the monsters are killed by the strike team, so we should follow them. While his companion was changing clothes, the assistant added this in case of an unforeseen ambush by monsters, and the fangs and claws of the corpses can also injure us. Putting on the protective gear given to him by his mentor, Sung Suho said in surprise, looking at his arm, so now it was clear why he needed a protective suit. A few seconds after the training was completed, the strike team arrived, and as the leader approached the pair of guys, he asked why there were so few pickers. In response to a question from the strike team commander, Lim Do-gyun replied, "I'm sorry, our team just disappeared," to which he replied, "We have a contract. How can we allow such irresponsibility? Do you know how much money we paid the Frowning Reapers for the right to enter this dungeon?" Stepping forward, the leader of the group said unhappily, "If you dare to lag behind, I will send an official complaint directly to the association and be sure that you will not see the work of a picker again." The teacher nervously replied, "Yes, we will do our best. Please believe us." Hearing finally from the leader of this expedition the dissatisfaction and complete irresponsibility of Lim Do-gyun, he said sadly, "I'm not even the captain of the team of pickers." Looking at the backs of the people who went to the clearing, Sung Suho mentally said, 4 D-ranked sorcerers, 5 D-ranked fighters, and 1 C-ranked healer. The one who was yelling at us now looks like a healer from the strike team. The random cursed box gave me what I needed. The volcano horn is a weapon that absorbs demon souls. Hearing the warning from his comrade who said, "Suho, watch your step here. It's slippery," thought Teacher Lim, who had appeared in time. Continuing on his way to the dungeon, he added in his mind that it was also a field-type dungeon owned by the Grim Reaper Guild, which could not be a coincidence. At the same time, some strange events were happening in this dungeon. Unknown persons were destroying the monsters that inhabited this dungeon. Anticipating the strange chains of events that were intertwined together at the right time in the right place, Sung Suho added in his mind that I feel that something terrible will happen very soon. Starting their journey in the dungeon, one of the soldiers said to his comrades to light the way, and then they used fire magic. As soon as the light appeared, the cleansing team noticed a huge number of monsters in front of them who reacted to the bright flames in the darkness, and the leader shouted to take up combat positions. Not far from the cleansing group were lizard-like monsters, and there were quite a few of them. As soon as the first enemies appeared in front of the group, the healer from the clearing group said the gathering command, "Since there are not many of you, do not go far and work quickly." Hearing the healer's order, the assistant said, "I can't believe we are being forced to stay closer than the strike team." At the same time, Sung Suho thought if a random cursed box gave me a volcano horn, then I thought there would be a demonic type of monster. As he watched the battle against the lizards in the dungeon, he mentally added, this would be a good opportunity to watch the hunters' team fight. Turning his attention to each of those involved in the battle, Sung Suho mentally added that he needed to study how they interacted in the battle. The next moment, taking out his key to the shadow dungeon, he said in his head, "Thanks to the daily task, I have many corpses of goblin captains and centurions." Taking advantage of this opportunity, he sat down and touched the ground and said, "Rise up," after which the shadows began to arrive. Seeing his warriors standing in front of him, the boy mentally said, "After increasing my intelligence, I can summon 7 shadow soldiers." A few minutes later, the healer from the strike team wiped his face from the blood of the monsters and said, "Well, we're done here. Now we can rest." Hearing his order, someone from the strike team shouted out a break right now, to which he heard in response that there was nothing to be done. "We only have 2 collectors to think about. They should help us, and only delay the rest." Immediately after these words, he looked back to see how the pickers were doing and thought in confusion that they had already finished. and then heard the pickers talking. Thanks to you, everything is much easier. The strike team is much slower than I thought. Approaching one of the goblin shadows, the healer exclaimed in confusion that your summoned creatures were there, to which Sung Suho replied in surprise, "Yes, why do you ask?" Then Lim Do-gyun thought if he was trying to start a fight again. After receiving an affirmative answer, the man grabbed the boy's hand and exclaimed, "I beg you to become our personal cleaner," to which he replied, "I wasn't going to continue working as one." Trying to somehow convince the guy to join them, the healer exclaimed, "You will have the highest salary in the market," and then heard the boss say, "We have problems here." Looking back at his comrade who was calling him, the leader of the strike team heard us and came across a human corpse. Heading to the place where the strange discovery was made, everyone was able to take a quick look and make sure that it was indeed something very similar. After a more thorough examination, the man said, "Indeed," and then the wizard added that judging by his clothes, he was an ordinary civilian. Immediately after, one of the strike team said, "I've never heard of monsters that can control fire," and Lim Do-gyun said to Suho, "Can it be?" And he replied, "I think so too." Recalling the battle with the monster that had been infected by the other monsters of the misty flame, he looked down and said in a worried voice that sounded like a flame creature. Hearing the dialogue of his gatherers, the healer asked, "Do you mean the monsters that are engulfed in blue flames?" And he replied, "I'm sure we were at the scene of the incident at Hankook University of the Arts." The next moment, interrupting the conversation with the collectors, the comrades of the cleanup team exclaimed, "Finding several more victims of the boss here, and there is one here as well." Seeing how the situation was developing in this dungeon clearance, one of the clearing team members told the captain that it might be better to stop the raid and report to the association. After receiving the proposal to report, the leader mentally said, "It's all very strange, but the corpses are really in civilian clothes without equipment, and since our team consists of D and C rank hunters, there shouldn't be any problems." Immediately after thinking about it, he confidently exclaimed, "Let's continue." And hearing the leader's order, the subject exclaimed, "I didn't expect anything else from you." And Sung Suho mentally said, "I want to go on in this situation." Immediately after, the guy said, "I'm sorry, but the flame creatures are much more dangerous than you think." And he replied, "I am your leader. The last word is mine, the gathering team. When you're done, follow us." Hearing the order from the healer, Lim Do-gyun said disappointedly, "I'll have to face these creatures again." Sung Suho asked, "You have the skill of running, right?" He replied, "Yes, but what about him?" After hearing the affirmative answer, the boy said in a stern tone, "If you suddenly feel danger approaching, run away without looking back." In response to this warning from his friend, the assistant said, "I feel that nothing good is coming our way." At the same time, somewhere on the lower floors of the dungeon, people were being abused, set on fire, and forced to burn alive with horrific screams. Observing the production, one of those involved said that the firepower leaves much to be desired as the progress of providing us with large amounts of fuel is progressing. In response to his comrade's question, the other person replied, "There were some problems with resources, so getting fuel has become more difficult. Looks like it's time to ask that person to set up a new supplier for us." Hearing the dialogue of his two comrades, the third monster involved in the case replied that we need more fuel immediately. After his colleagues expressed their opinions, the first unknown person said, "Who would have thought that the hyenas responsible for fuel would have problems because we would produce less stardust than others?" After this remark, the third monster, sensing something strange, said from above the presence of the bunkers, and the first person asked the hunters if they were just in time for the fuel. The next moment, volunteering to get the necessary fuel, The third person said, "I'm going to take the victim, get ready." And the third person replied, "You know you have to capture them alive." Having heard the instruction from his friend, the third monster took out his giant sword and set of course before going hunting. At the same time, the hunters were just finishing up a battle against the monsters they had encountered on their way. Continuing to heal the wounded guy, one of the strike team said, "We're going to make a lot of money today," and was told that it was good that we decided to continue the raid. At the same time, approaching his comrades, the leader of the group said, "We should have saved it for better times, but since we have great pickers, its time has come." Taking out a half-filled sphere with blue powder from his pocket, the man said, "Stardust. Do you know anything about it?" In response to his question, one of the hunters said, "It's a mana amplifier that's very famous among modern hunters." And then another added, "I heard it's not easy to get, and you've been hiding it all this time." The leader said, "The effect lasts only a week, but it's enough to raise the rank of a weak hunter." Looking at the sphere in his hands, the man smiled slyly and said, "If I use it, I will become a C rank." The next moment, a monster appeared from behind the leader and struck him with a powerful blow, knocking him down, and then said that he definitely needed to be captured alive. Seeing that they were suddenly attacked, one of the fighters who was close to his leader fell to the ground and exclaimed that the boss at the same moment the third person said with a blunt side, "did not kill." At the same time, the rest of the strike team, seeing what had just happened to their leader, screamed out in fright that the monster was also talking. Seeing that the monster had defeated another one of their comrades, one of the survivors shouted, "In any case, he remains an enemy, so be careful." At the same time, waving his sword in front of the hunters, the attacker said 1, 2, 3, 10 in total, so they will be quite strong opponents. Taking out a ball of stardust from his pocket, the monster who suddenly attacked the strike team said, 10 people are not needed to destroy the strong hunters." At the same time, one of the hunters nervously shouted out, "Stardust. Even monsters use it." Hearing the hunter's guesses, a third person smiled sinisterly at the bingo caller who had come to the dungeon to get materials from the enemies and get rich. The next moment, noticing that he had used stardust, one of the hunters shouted out to deal with him before the effect began to take effect and all attacked. Having attacked the enemy with the whole crowd, the hunters began to be defeated one by one. Trying to attack the monster with a magic attack, the mage did not notice how the enemy had already approached him. After the flames died down and the battlefield was engulfed in darkness, the rest of the hunters lost, and at the end of the battle the monster took the leader by the collar, who lost consciousness, and dragged him away. Heading back to his comrades who were engaged in the production of stardust, leaving the defeated fighters where they lost, the third person said, "Fuel is provided." At the same time, Sung Suho, who was collecting materials with his friend, received a new notification saying that a new quest had been received. Opening it, he saw the task of rescuing the survivors of the demon nearby captured several people. Try to save as many as possible. The reward will vary depending on the number of survivors rescued. The current number of survivors is 7. The number of survivors is 0. Seeing that his master was tense, Burr asked the young lord what had happened, to which he replied that a new quest had appeared. It seems that somewhere nearby there are demons who kidnap people. Looking at the description of the task, he added, "The more people I can save, the greater the reward I will receive, but they may be in great danger very soon." Immediately after turning his head to Lim Do-gyun, the boy exclaimed, "Hey, something seems to have happened to the strike team. Quickly run away from the dungeon," to which he replied, "How did you know?" And then Sung Suho added a premonition. After choosing a couple of his subjects, the guy said, "The goblins will take you to the exit." Seeing that a couple of goblins were already pushing him to the exit, the assistant exclaimed that, "Wait, Suho, what about you?" Hearing the question from his friend, the boy said confidently, "I'm going to go in search of the strike force." Hearing what his student was going to do, the man was visibly nervous, but did not refuse. Heading to the exit with the goblins, he exclaimed, "Okay, then I will only interfere with you. If I survive, I will immediately ask for help in the association." Hearing these words, the guy said, "Thank you." Turning into a hunter with the association of his pet and putting on the gloves of the volcano horn, Sung Suho said, "We need to hurry up." As soon as he made his decision and came up with a plan of action, a strike team quickly rushed towards the orb to try to save them. At the same time arriving at his colleagues at the Stardust production facility, the third person said fuel received upon hearing the voice of his friend. The first person said in surprise, "Wow, so fast." The next moment, the first person looked at his colleagues and said, "The gates will soon open and the demons will be called." To which the third person replied, "I won quickly," and then said, "Well, in honor of your victory, throw some wood." The monster got to work and began to sort the fuel and add it to the production, saying it was unfair. While the miner was replenishing, the first person said, "I'm glad we replenished the fuel supply. Now we can produce stardust without any problems." Holding the product of his own production in his hands, he added the poison we had learned to prepare using secret demonic techniques and a stimulant that was made from berserker venom into stardust. Berserker poison can increase a person's magical power, but it has one side effect. It absorbs life force, and the side effects of the flames from burning a demon essence crystal soaked in demon blood could be mitigated by replacing them with fire generated from the flames of hell. The first person added, rejoicing in the information he possessed, and it was all thanks to the apostle who had given us this method of manufacturing the product. The next moment, turning his attention to the secondary product that remains after this process, he added magical creatures that decompose living beings and turn them into furious monsters, which is what the apostle brought to our world. Continuing his story, the first one added that thanks to this, low-ranking demons like us had a chance to become stronger, to which the third one replied in the same way. Suddenly, the second of the three demons said that someone was approaching, and the first one was surprised to hear that there were still hunters here. Hearing the guesses of his comrades, the second number, who was replenishing fuel for production, said it was impossible that a new hunter was likely. The next moment, the door to the laboratory flew open and was knocked down by the hunter who burst in to rescue the hostages. At the same moment, rushing at the enemy who had come to visit them uninvited, the second number used his sword to cut the steel door into two pieces that were flying at him. Continuing his attack, Sung Suho, approaching the demons who had kidnapped the people he was supposed to save, exclaimed, "There you are." After assessing the situation with the enemies standing near him, he confidently said in his head that they were definitely demons. The next moment, turning his gaze to what was behind him, he mentally added that behind them they had tied several flame creatures and were burning them as a ritual. Seeing that the number of survivors hadn't changed, the boy mentally said, "Fortunately, people are still unharmed," but the second man had already made his strike, and his sword almost reached the boy's flesh. However, at the very last moment, reacting to the enemy's attack, Sung Suho was able to dodge, thus avoiding all the damage. Immediately after avoiding the demon's attack, the boy swung his fist and asked, "So did you kill the hunters?" At the same time, noticing that the enemy was quite strong, the first of the demons behind him said he was able to dodge the attacks of the one who had taken the stardust of the younger one, "So you need to take matters into your own hands, brother." While the elders were taking stardust pills to enhance their magical powers, the second number continued to fight the battle against the attacker. Suddenly, In the midst of a battle in which he clearly had no advantage over the enemy, the demon heard his comrades tell the younger one to move on. At the same time, as soon as the second number left the battlefield, a couple of older demons who had taken the pills entered the battle 2 against 1. Noticing that 2 enemies were already attacking him, the boy realized that there was no point in blocking and quickly retreated back. However, after this maneuver, the danger did not disappear, because right behind him stood the first number who was already preparing to strike, concentrating magical energy in his hand. As soon as everything was ready, he immediately attacked the confused guy from behind, and Sung Suho was unable to dodge the attack and felt the full extent of the damage. At the same time, while the attacker seemed defenseless and immobilized, the second number grabbed his sword and went to attack, but at the same moment the guy shouted out to rise up. As a result of this command, his summoned goblin shadows appeared and prevented one of the demons from delivering the final blow. Seeing that the enemy was reinforced, the first number said in surprise, but as soon as he loosened his grip, the boy came to his senses and attacked from behind. With a punch with his left hand over his right shoulder, right into the enemy's jaw, Sung Suho managed to drive one of the few demons away from him. When the two gathered in one place, the first said to his brother, "Yes," to which the second replied, "Yes." Recalling the same moment, he said it looks 1-to-1 like the power of the shadow monarch that we demons observed on the day of our destruction. At the same time, hearing the conversation of his brothers, the third number, who was destroying the shadow guy, spoke confidently and nevertheless. Chopping shadow goblins to pieces to break through, he added, he was much weaker than the true shadow monarch. Then he continued to stand still and watch his shadows regenerate in battle with their enemies, who defeated them time and time again. The next moment, one of the shadows, having appreciated the true power of the hunter who broke into their laboratory, said that there was no need to be afraid of him. At the same time, standing in front of his enemies, the boy mentally said, "I think that none of them are as strong as Brocky, but it will be quite difficult to fight all of them at once." Continuing his train of thought, the boy remembered a certain option that he could use and said in his head, "Even if I continue to resurrect goblins, I will just waste mana. I wonder if I should use it." The next moment he plunged into the memories of De Beer, who said to him, "As you said, I kept the corpse and absorbed enough to read its memories. Shadow soldiers grow weaker over time. For what reason did you decide to keep it?" In response to his subject's question, Sung Suho replied simply, "I was thinking about something when I saw his last moments." Looking at Brocky's lifeless body, he added thoughtfully, "If he was under the control of the Iterim in the last battle, I wondered if I could use my power to make him my warrior." Immediately after, I turned my gaze to the Paet standing next to him and said, "Of course I need Gray." Seeing by the behavior of his ward that he did not oppose his decision and was acting strangely, Sung Suho said, "Gray is fine." Daring to do what he had planned, the boy used the key to the shadow gate and said to Brocky, "Rebel, if you repent, I'll give you a chance to fight." Continuing to call upon his previously defeated opponent as a shadow to stand by his side, the boy added, "Tell me if you still have the thirst for battle." The next moment after the inspiring words, a giant shadow of Brocky's body began to appear from the portal. After a rather spectacular appearance, the shadow that had just appeared also had a system plate next to it that said, "Brocky Level 1, Rank Normal." At the same time, seeing whose shadow their enemy had summoned and who was fighting against them, the first of the three demons exclaimed in confusion that Hyena Brocky, "Don't tell me that this guy defeated him." After using both of his fighters, Sung Suho confidently said, "Now here I am, Gray and Brocky, and that's our whole squad." After which Burr sadly said in his head, pointing at himself. "Young master, please don't forget about me." Having re-entered the battle with his full army, the boy confidently exclaimed, "Well, now let's start the real battle." Some time after the battle began, another unknown person appeared on the battlefield and said whoever summoned me was a demon who was hunting for me. The next moment she noticed the battlefield in front of her, where the three demons and the shadow soldiers who were opposing them, along with the boy, and asked where the shadow soldiers were from. As his shadow soldier took on the third demon, Sung Suho continued to fight the hard battle and thought, "Now we have one less enemy to deal with." Seeing that his ally was currently being pinned down by the number 1 demon, he again used his electric sphere attack and fired it in the direction of the boy to save the number 2 demon. Dodging the enemy's attack, which forced him to retreat from his series of attacks, the guy sighed heavily and then mentally said, "They got in my way again." As soon as the pair of enemies reunited, Sung Suho heard them talking. "Junior, be careful," he mentally said. "I won't be able to deal with them easily. If the battle drags on, Gray will drain me of all my mana." The next moment he turned his gaze to the shadow soldier he had summoned and said, "Even Brocky, having become a shadow soldier and lost some of his power, has reached the point where he can only fight one of them." Being in a difficult situation where he had to make a difficult decision, the boy mentally said, "What can I do to separate them? I have to defeat them one by one." The next moment, right in front of his eyes, another female person appeared whose attention was focused on the demons. Finding herself in the middle between Sung Suho and the demons, which made it impossible for the battle to continue for the time being, she said, "Let me ask you something." Looking back at the guy holding a giant sword in his hands, she added where Mr. Sung Jinwoo was now. Hearing that she had just said his father's name, the boy was surprised to hear the wounded night girl say in his head, "Where did she come from and is looking for my father?" Waiting for the right opportunity, Burr stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here at all?" To which he heard the girl reply that this voice. Looking back at the boy's friend and grabbing him in her arms, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Burr, that's right, Burr. But where is your body? How glad I am to see you." Holding back her emotions from meeting her old friend, the girl asked, "Where is Mr. Sung Jinwoo now, and who is that guy with you?" In response to the question, Burr exclaimed in displeasure, "It's a long story." At the same time, observing the girl and her strange behavior, the third demon spoke an offering to the demon summoned, to which he heard in response, "Yes, but for what reason is she familiar with our enemies? We will have problems if she chooses their side." Continuing to rejoice at the meeting with her friend, the girl exclaimed joyfully, she could not even think that she would meet Bera here. It was just wonderful, and it was a relief. Angry at the safety of his friend, Bear said angrily, pointing his finger at the enemies behind him, "You're right on time. We'll continue the conversation later, but for now, take care of these demons." And in response, he heard a confused exclamation of "What you're talking about." At the same time, realizing that the girl had sided with their enemies, the first demon exclaimed, "First, we need to get rid of the wounded demon. We only need her blood to make stardust." Hearing the order from his comrade, Sung Suho was surprised to think that I had seen her somewhere, and then asked if she was injured. She could definitely handle it on her own, to which Bear replied that low-ranking demons were no match for her. From time to time, looking at the battlefield where the girl went to deal with the enemies, the comrade said this demon's name is Aesel. Drawing the young prince's attention to the new ally, he added that when the Lord destroyed the demon world, he pardoned only her family. She is the eldest daughter of the House of Ladir. From the point of view of humans, her abilities are at the level of an S-ranked hunter. Hearing about the approximate abilities of the girl who fought for them, Sung Suho said in his head that S rank means, "I can see them fight." The next moment, he and his subject were able to witness the girl catching a bream and flying back without being of any use in the battle. Seeing that she had lost so easily against a lower-class demon, Sung Suho and Bae mentally wondered what had just happened. After the girl landed face first on the floor, Burr exclaimed, "Hey, when did you become such a weakling?" Continuing to reprimand the girl who had just disgraced herself so badly in the battle, Burr added, "Even your mana volume is not the same." He heard Aislinn reply, "Well, this one has a problem." Recalling the cause of her weakness in her mind, she said, "About 6 months ago, most of the demons in our world rose up in rebellion, and we fought with full force, but our family was unable to suppress the rebellion alone." Shedding tears of despair, the girl said sadly, "Burr, can you heal me?" To which he replied with a grudging response, "It's a waste of mana," and then said, "You're so angry?" And watching the dialogue between his subjects, he thought, "Now I have 2 companions who have lost their strength." At the same time, having witnessed the story that the girl had just told, the second number exclaimed, "We heard the brothers," and then the first added, "I didn't recognize her at first because she was much weaker, but having met the survivor of the Ladir family, we have a chance to become stronger by absorbing the blood of a noble demon." At the same time, preparing for a difficult battle because of the uselessness of the allies, the young prince said, "If I can fight them one-on-one, then I can definitely win." And then Burr said, "Oh, by the way, I have an idea." Raising his pen to his eyes, Burr confidently said, "It's time for me to use this ability that I managed to get after I recovered some of my mana." Using the ability on Asil, the boy was able to see a system notification that read, "Burr used the skill Strict Orders." After using the skill, several more notifications appeared, saying that the Stern Orders skill increased Aislinn's characteristics by 50%, and the Stern Orders skill imposed the side effect of insanity on Aislinn. Having sent the girl into battle against the enemies so that she could at least somehow help her master, Burr shouted out to the useless woman demon, after which she ran screaming to fight. At the same time, looking at the girl who had just gone into battle, Sung Suho mentally said to himself, "I feel a little sorry for her, to be honest, but now we can fight one-on-one." The next moment, as she rushed into battle against the enemy, she collided with the shield that the first demon had put up in front of her. Seeing a good opportunity to attack Isil while she was breaking through the barrier to his brother, the third demon said with a swing of his sword, "Blood is drawn." Before he could complete his plan, a boy attacked him, interrupting his attack and knocking the sword out of Sung Suho's hands, intercepting the weapon and dealing a fatal blow to his enemy. Immediately after inflicting critical damage, the boy received a system notification that said, "You have destroyed a low-ranked demon." After the battle with the first enemy was over, the boy confidently spoke to his friend and then received another notification that said the horn of the volcano had absorbed the demon's soul. At the same time, noticing that his friend had just been killed by the demon number 1, the younger brother nervously exclaimed, "Damn, we need to do something about this crazy girl." As soon as he said that, a system notification appeared next to the girl. Isil target skill Stern Orders has used up all its life energy. Effect is complete. The girl immediately collapsed to the ground, seeing that she had just stopped her attack and headed for the floor, unconscious, the first one looking at her in confusion. Not realizing what had just happened to the girl, he mumbled what it was, and at the same time, right behind him, Sung Suho appeared, already placing his hands on the enemy's head to twist his neck. Having completed the massacre of the enemy who had just lost his vigilance on the battlefield, the boy confidently spoke to the second enemy, now also completed. After destroying the second enemy, The guy again received a system notification that said the horn of the volcano had swallowed the demonic soul. Seeing that only he and the second demon were left on the battlefield, the second demon said in his head that they now had a numerical advantage, useless idiots. Throwing Brocky into the wall to free himself from the onslaught of the enemy that was hindering him, the monster said in his head, but it was not over. Seeing some chance that he had to win even in such a situation, the demon took off running and rushed towards Isel. In a few seconds, the enemy was almost able to reach her and grab her, all to drink her blood and become much stronger. When his target was at arm's length, the second number spoke. I need to become stronger by absorbing the blood of a noble demon. Noticing the intentions of his enemy who was heading towards the unconscious girl, Sung Suho interrupted his approach and shouted, "No way! I won't let you do that." With a sly smile in the face of the enemy he had just thwarted, the boy said, "Leave me some of that now." Holding the enemy in a certain fixed position, the boy shouted Brocky, and then his shadow warrior subject pounced on the enemy and began to do his job. As soon as he grabbed the enemy with his paws, he immediately opened his jaw with sharp teeth and took the enemy's life so that he would not bother them in the future. Sometime after he lost consciousness, when he saw that a seal was getting up and her legs were standing, Rocky asked her if she was alive, and she replied, "You're very rude. I can't believe that anyone but Mr. Sung Jinwoo can lead the shadow soldiers. Who is he?" Hearing the question from his friend, Bae smiled slyly and said, "You lack loyalty, so you don't know about him, so use your brain and guess who he is." Directing the girl to the right idea, he added, "I'll tell you right away, you don't have many options." Hearing this remark and realizing who was in front of her, Aislinn was surprised to hear this. At the same time, having received many system notifications about soul absorption, leveling up, and defeating the enemy, he saw the notification about the shop and said in surprise that the shop had opened. As she continued to look at the boy and compare his approximate age with the time of the event in her head, she confidently said in her head that it was indeed him. When she came to the conclusion of who exactly the boy was in front of her, she nervously exclaimed, "Young master!" Finally realizing who was in front of her after the prompts of her friend, Aesel, kneeling down after coming to her senses, said, "It was you, young master." Not understanding the girl's reaction to him, Sung Suho looked at her out of the corner of his eye and mentally said, "She just called me young master." The next moment, he turned his gaze to her and heard her nervously add, "You've changed so much since then that I couldn't even recognize you." Immediately afterwards, the girl, fainting from exhaustion, leaned to the side and said, "But you look just like Mr. Sung Jinwoo," and then collapsed to the ground. Seeing that she had just fallen to the ground again without showing any signs of life, the guy was visibly nervous because something had happened to his new subject. While his friend was examining the girl, Song Suho asked Bae if she was going to be okay, and he heard in response that it seemed she had fainted from overwork. She was still alive, so there was no point in worrying. After reassuring his soul that his subject was not in danger, Song Suho went to the hostages and, having freed them all, sat them down in a row against the wall. Immediately afterwards, system notifications appeared in front of him. The task of rescuing the survivors is completed. The number of survivors rescued is 7. You received a reward for completing the quest upon seeing him. The guy said, "Well done for saving all 7. Immediately afterwards, 2 more system notifications appeared that said, "You receive the following rewards. Reward 1 skill point, plus 3. Reward 2, 700 gold. You received 700 gold. When the guy saw that he had been credited with money, he was surprised to hear that it was all gold. Immediately afterwards, he used the new leveled up feature and said to open the shop after reviewing it. He mentally added, as I thought, I guess I can buy items in the shop window for gold, and there are quite a few items and potions to buy. Recalling his childhood moment when he received money for some work, Sung Suho thought about earning money by doing tasks just like when I was a kid, and got pocket money by doing small errands. After looking at his friends in the store and recalling fond memories from the past, the boy happily said, By the way, since I inherited the system from my father, thank you for the pocket money, father. Having bought a recovery potion in a store, the boy looked at the description, which said that after use, it restores 500 points of health and can be stored in a vault, but cannot be passed on to someone else, and said disappointedly, I can't pass the item on to someone else. Realizing that simply giving her the potion was not an option because the system forbids it, Sung Suho opened the potion and said, Maybe I can get her drunk with it. After he applied the potion to the girl and saw that the effect began to take effect, the boy said, Your complexion looks better, to which Burr replied, You wasted gold on a useless demon. You have such a good heart, Lord. In response to the words of his subject, the young prince confidently said, Well, we can't just leave her lying there, so let's take her to the shadow dungeon of Brockie and take the corpses of the defeated demons as well. Hearing the order from his commander, the shadow fighter obeyed him and took a few more bodies of the enemies and headed for the shadow dungeon. When they were all in the dungeon, Burr asked why you were not leaving, young sir, and the man looked at the sword he had picked up and said, I still have some work to do. The next moment he turned his gaze to the monsters that were hanging in the production room and said, Flame creatures. Seeing them for the first time, I thought, they seemed to be suffering from a flame. Swinging the sword he had received from the third demon, he said, I'm sorry, but I can only help you in this way. And then he destroyed all the monsters. After a while, after scouting the area on call, the hunter returned to the outside to give a report on what he had seen and learned. Recalling what they had seen in the dungeon, the hunter's assistant said that although the dungeon was of the field type, and they had found the corpses of flame creatures and spiked lizards, judging by the marks on the bodies of the dead, they were not killed by the hunters. They were not killed by magical creatures. After witnessing the dialogues between the hunter and his assistants, the hunter said, I wonder if you mean that there was someone else there besides the magical creatures. While the assistant rubbed the back of his head and said nervously, I should get back. Hearing that he was leaving, the hunter looked back and said, Excuse me, you are Lim Do-gyun, who reported this case. There is information about a certain Sung Suho in the team of this strike force. Do you know him? And he replied, Yes, he is my junior colleague who agreed to help. After receiving the answer to his question, the hunter said sternly, You have no idea where he is at this time. In response to the question of the man who was leading the investigation, the boy said confusedly, Well, how can I put it to you? Throwing his hand behind his head and rubbing the back of his head nervously, he added, We escaped from the dungeon together and I evacuated him to a safe place. I'm ashamed to say we are E-rank hunters and could only ask for help from the Hunters Association. Having received a response from the member of the gathering team, the hunter put his hand on his shoulder and said, You did well. Being an E-rank hunter, you made the best possible decision in accordance with the instructions of the Hunter Association. After completing the interrogation of the witness, the man headed back to the scene and said to search the area thoroughly for any traces, and Lim Do-gyun breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling his friend's words before saying goodbye before fleeing, when he said, I need to go to the strike team, the assistant thought, the one who saved the surviving hunters was Suho. I'm right. Raising his head up to clear his mind, he mentally added, I have no idea why he is hiding his rank. but I am sure it is not with bad intentions. Continuing to think about his friend's behavior, he added in his mind that I would just have to wait for the moment when he wanted to tell me everything. After coming to her senses, Ezel looked down at her head and said sadly, "I can't believe it happened this way." Standing in front of Sung Suho, she added, "Mr. Sung Jinwoo left the Earth to protect it from invaders from outer space," to which Burr added, "The Lord sent me to Earth to break the seal, but the young Lord was a genius and did it himself." Squeezing into the conversation of his subjects, the boy looked at the new team member and asked, "So you say your name is Asil, but we've never met you before?" In response to the boy's question, she confidently answered that it was the first time we met during your training, young master, and you promised to remember me. Have you forgotten? Hearing the information that they had already met, the boy took a thoughtful pose and said that for some reason he could not remember the events. Continuing to strain his brain, Sung Suho tried to dig up the right moment in his memory, but it was difficult if you don't know what to remember. Recalling the moment when he said to the girl when he met her, "I value my time, so I'll finish quickly," to which he heard a nervous wait in response, the boy confidently said exactly. Looking at the girl, he said happily, "You are the girl who gave up at the first meeting and immediately bowed her head and was upset that she was remembered that way after hearing what happened at the first meeting." Burr said unhappily, "You answered so inadequately when we were supposed to test the young master." Immediately after, continuing his questioning of his subjects, he added, "I'm also curious as to why you're so weak. What happened in the demon world?" To which she replied, "Well, sort of." She bowed her head down and said sadly, "I think I should explain this to my young lord. You heard from Bear that Mr. Sung Jinwoo destroyed the demon kingdom and other nobles, right? After that, our reindeer clan took the first place in the demon world, the one called the Demon Castle, and began to wait for his call. For several decades in a row, we were able to live peacefully because Mr. Sung Jinwoo did not call us, but 6 months ago, we had a problem." Continuing to tell the unpleasant story, she added that a mana amplifier called Stardust began to spread among the demons. After wiping away the tears and making hot tea, the director of the company said, "Gods from another galaxy. Just think that he is protecting our world from these villains from Itarama. He is really in another dimension." And he heard the answer correctly. To stop the invasion of Itarama on Earth, which will soon happen, I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Continuing her story, the girl said that even though high-ranking demons with a large supply of mana were not particularly affected by the dust, if a low-ranking demon used it, his mana would increase without any effort. In Sung Jinwoo's absence, using the stardust as a catalyst, the demons began to unite with one goal in mind, to rebel against us, the reindeer clan, who were protected by the Shadow Monarch. The next moment, recalling the beginning of the serious consequences, Asil spoke, and the rebellion that suddenly erupted on the basis of stardust quickly escalated into a full-fledged war. Not forgetting the attempts to stop it and the consequences, she added that the reindeer clan was fighting to defend the demon castle that was personally entrusted to us by Mr. Sung Jinwoo. After hearing some of this, the boy just stood there with his head down as Essel spoke, but our family was completely powerless in the demon uprising and eventually lost after 6 months of war. Continuing to speak with trembling hands, she added, "However, the demons who joined the rebellion did not stop there. They captured our family members and began draining their blood, and then they began drinking her blood from the purebred demon nobles to gain even more power." Clenching one hand in the other as she told the difficult story, she added, "That's how my father and the entire clan died, and that's how I became weak, losing my strength along with liters of blood. Looking down after the hard story, a seal added the pitiful sight of being the only survivor when everyone died. And I don't know what Mr. Sung Jinwoo will say to me when he finds out that the demon world has been taken over. At the end of her story, instead of being condemned, the girl heard a good job in her address. Trying to comfort his subject, Sung Suho threw his arm around her neck and added, "Sometimes I wonder what my father would have done in this or that situation, and I think he would have said the same thing to you and the members of your clan who fought to the last even in his absence." Smiling happily, the boy added, "I also want to thank you for fighting for my father to the very end." Continuing his consolation, the young prince confidently added, "I will try to help in any way I can. Let's bring back the Reindeer Ezel clan together." Immediately after the proposal, he mentally said, "Besides, you said that there is always a struggle for power between the demon clans, and I will make the Radish clan number one." As soon as the girl heard this, the young lord immediately replied, and at that time he received a new notification saying that the last survivor of the clan of purebred demons, the nobles Aesel Reindeer, thanked the player. Wiping away tears of joy after a difficult conversation, and the support she received after the much-needed conversation, Aesel joyfully said, "Our clan Reindeer." At the same time, a window appeared in front of the boy with a choice in which it was written whether he wanted to recruit the heiress of the White Flame as his ally. Stunned by what he saw in the description of the system notifications, the boy confusedly said in his head, "I'll." The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl who was surprised to hear the young lord speak, the boy mentally added the second descendant of the monarch. Looking again at the message that said the last survivor of the nobleman's clan of pure-blood demons, Aesel Reindeer, thanks the player, he mentally added that perhaps the reason was that she was the last surviving pure-blood demon, and then confidently said, "Accept." The next moment, a notification appeared in front of the girl, which said, "The skill of communication demon strike percentage of charge is 0. You receive the energy of the descendant of the owner of the White Flame, which allows you to deliver a powerful blow." Hearing the girl's question, Sung Suho asked, "Gray can't speak," which I didn't know, but my allies can also see him, and the young lord asked if he could, and he confidently answered yes. Without taking his eyes off his subject, the boy confidently added, "Aesel has become my ally and a descendant of the White Flame." The girl thought confusedly, "I am a descendant of the White Flame." The next moment, after a long dialogue, the guy said, "Well, let's try a new skill. Are you ready, Isle?" And she confidently replied, "Yes, young sir." As soon as all the aspects of preparation were completed, a system notification appeared in front of the guy. Demonic Strike Link skill activated. Immediately after, Sung Suho began to prepare for the strike and was able to create a sphere with destructive power. After applying this power and seeing the result of its power, the guy surprisingly said, "Wow, not bad." Immediately after turning his head back, he added, "So, this is my skill of connection with Isle," and then noticed that she collapsed to the ground. Not understanding what happened, the guy was surprised to hear Asil say what happened, to which she replied with a difficulty, "I'm sorry, but he used up all my energy." And then she said, "I understand. Rest." After testing the new skill, the boy was surprised to hear in his head that only one skill had used up all her power. How powerful was this skill? At the same time, lying on the floor, completely exhausted, the girl who was still conscious mentally said the skill that allows me to transfer my power to the young master. Watching as he began to practice his kicks in the air, Isle added that his damage was probably incredibly high. Using the girl's power, the boy struck the wall in the shadowy dungeon to test the power of this linked skill. However, they were not satisfied with the result, as the impact left only a small dent, and Sung Suho and Burr stared at the ridiculous sight. The next moment, Burr said something not much different from your usual attack, to which the boy added, not unlike Gray's communication skill. At the same time, seeing the weakness of her skill, the girl thought anxiously, "This is all I can do." The next moment, looking at the description of the skill, the guy said thoughtfully, "Maybe it happened because the charge level is 0. Nothing is said about increasing the charge level, so I have no idea what to do with it." In response to his master's words, Burr said, "Young master, I have an idea." And Sung Suho said, "I'm listening to you." Turning his gaze to the corpses of his enemies, the subject said, "May I eat the bodies of the demons you brought to the shadow dungeon?" In response, the boy said, "No. They will most likely be useful for pulling out shadows for you." Burr added, "But you have not done this yet. Do you want to try it?" Hearing the offer from his subject, the boy approached the bodies of the enemies and used his summoning skill and said a chant. Immediately after the attempt, the guy received a notification stating that the mana of the selected target was infected with shadow extraction and could not be used on the selected target. After seeing this, the guy said in confusion, "The system forbids me to make them shadow soldiers because their mana is infected." In response to this, he said even the Lord himself could not extract the contaminated souls of demons. So he commanded them by appealing to the contract. Reindeer did the same. Immediately after hearing this, the boy confidently said, "Well, if their souls are contaminated, you can't do anything about it. You can eat them." And he replied, "Thank you." And at the same time, hearing the words of Bear, Essel thought sadly that we were infected with evil. While his subject was absorbing the demons, the boy approached the girl and handed her a potion and said, "This should help you." And she replied, "Thank you, but I have a feeling I'm only bothering you." In response to this, she said, "Don't worry about it. You have nowhere else to go in this neighborhood. You can feel at home." To which the young lord replied, "I don't deserve your kindness." In response to the girl's worried words, Song Suho smiled happily and said, "Don't worry, we are allies." After the dialogue with the girl was over, the prince noticed the strange behavior of his friend and asked Bae what had happened, to which the young lord replied with concern in the memories of these demons. Immediately after verifying the authenticity of the information, he confidently added, "I have found a clue related to the apostle Itarim." Hearing that they now had new information about the information he was interested in, the guy gathered all his subjects to listen and sat them down in front of Bear. Seeing that the entire audience was attentively ready to listen to him, the subject said, "Well then, I will tell you what I saw in the memories of the demons. But before I begin, I must clarify something for you. Stardust is spreading all over the earth, and the creatures of the flame are monsters that came from outer space." Hearing only a small part of the information, Asil exclaimed in surprise, "You mean stardust is not only spreading here?" And then Sung Suho added, "So flame creatures came from outer space." Then pointing to the shadow warrior in front of him, he added, "It was fate or coincidence, but the demons I absorbed were connected to Brokey. In other words, the hyena guild from Mount Wanaksan." Imagining this picture of cooperation in his mind, Burr added that the hyena clan characterized people and supplied them to demons who were used as materials for stardust. Continuing his story, he added that of course stardust is also produced in other places, and they are called stardust factories. So what we end up with is that the first hyena clan kidnapped humans to make stardust and infected them with the flame creature. The next moment, picturing the image of a reaper in his head, he added, "After that, the Reaper clan took over and delivered them to the factories. And already at the factories where these materials were delivered, the production of this stardust was launched. Upon completion of the disclosure of the entire process of the stardust creation chain, Bear added, and of course, that Atarami was the liaison between the three parties. Thinking about the information just given by Bae, Sung Suho mentally said, all of this has to do with the invasion of the Atarim. The next moment, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Bae added that there was also a person who built this whole system of stardust production, and hearing this, the boy mentally exclaimed that person. Continuing his story about the production of stardust, Burr said that the apostle Itarima is hiding somewhere on Earth, and I managed to find out that he is not working alone. Trying to recall that person while he is leading his comrades to the truth, Burr builds an image from the shadow of the speaker and helps him in this. Having completed the creation of the figure of a person and its beginnings, he confidently added the vice president of the Reaper clan, Lee Min-sung. It seems that we will be able to find the apostle Itarim by making the necessary inquiries. After some time, when the information went to the masses, many journalists gathered near the central exit of the Reapers Guild, when suddenly one of them exclaimed, "Is it possible?" Having noticed a couple of guards leaving the building, and then a person heading for the exit, one of the reporters exclaimed, "It's him! It's really him!" As soon as the image of the guild's vice president appeared in public, journalists eager for a scoop shouted out Lee Min-sung. Pulling their microphones toward the man, the reporters shouted out, "Let me interview Mr. Lee Min-sung about the progress of the investigation of the Hunters Association," to which he replied that no charges had been filed. Upon hearing this, the reporter exclaimed, "You really didn't know that the hyena clan led by the Reaper was kidnapping citizens, and there are cases of hunters being killed near the Seoul station run by the Reaper clan. What do you think about that?" In response to the reporter's question, Lee Min-sung decided to finally clear himself of all accusations in front of the public, turning on his acting skills and said, "We are the Reaper clan." Standing in the bright light of the spotlight, the vice president said he had done everything for the disorderly world that came after the cataclysm 2 years ago. The reason we supported the hyena clan was because they were mostly D-ranked hunters who could quickly perform their duties for the good of society, and as for Seoul Station, I thought it would serve as a great place for new hunters, and it was worth sending more than just the Reaper clan members there. Immediately after turning his gaze to the audience as he confidently added, "I could not have imagined that my well-intentioned actions would lead to such tragic consequences." Starting to shed tears to make a stronger impact on the audience and clasping one hand over his face, he said in a mocking tone that if only I had spent more time on this, all the suffering could have been prevented. Bowing his head to the audience and walking to his car, he said, "I am sorry for all the misery I have caused." After seeing the performance, the journalist began to talk in surprise, suggesting that the Reaper's clan had nothing to do with it, which is probably true if the association has not yet pressed charges, meaning that the Reaper's clan has been doing noble things here all this time. Continuing his thoughts, one of the reporters exclaimed that they were like heroes when they heard that his performance was successful, and Lee Min-sung smiled verbally when his face was no longer in the camera lenses. Gloating over the fact that he had managed to deceive naive people, the vice president mentally said that such a simple role for the former greatest star of all Asia was a bite for the fish. Thus the Hunters Association arrived at the office of the head of the association and was told to be dismissed, and he was surprised to hear that this cunning bastard didn't even ask questions. Walking back after he was not accused of anything, Lee Min-sung mentally said, "Well, it makes me feel even better. The Hunters Association does not even know that I am the supplier of all the stardust on the market." At the same time, looking at the very person who had caused so much noise due to the disclosure of certain information, Sung Suho said from his hiding place, "So that's who you are, Lee Min-sung." The next moment, looking at his subject, he added, "What do you think, Bear? You can feel the presence of Itarim's energy in him." To which the latter replied, "Not even a little." Continuing to look for the suspect in collaboration with the invaders, the boy added that he was not their puppet, to which Bear replied exactly that. Angry that they had not been able to find out anything in this case, the guy said, "Well, we will find out soon." Having prevented his master from committing rash actions, Bear exclaimed in no uncertain terms. Recalling the cases of battles with strong enemies, the subject added, "I am well aware that you have defeated many powerful enemies, young lord, but this time I will have to stop you at any cost." Turning his gaze to the man in front of them, Bear spoke the manhwa that Lee Min-sung radiated. The next moment, the vice president looked back, feeling someone's scrutiny. Seeing the strange behavior of their leader, the guards asked what was going on and were told that nothing was wrong. Continuing his conversation with the owner who was about to start a fight, the subject added, "You are not at the level to fight with him now." After some time, Li Ming returned home, having had a good evening smoking a few jang and savoring alcohol, spent time with the girl, and in the moment spoke too simply. That's how a small action can change public opinion. Afterwards, he started to look at the news on his phone, where it was written that the vice president of the Hyena Guild, Lee Min-sung, had not received any charges from the association, and that the Hyena Guild had been disclosed for the benefit of society. After a while, a girl entered the room and said in surprise, "Who is this here? Is it really a hero of the hunting industry?" To which he replied, "Oh, ma'am." Standing at the entrance to the room and not wanting to go any further, the girl added, "You should have contacted me right away." The next moment, she approached the man and said, "Girls, come on, come out." In response to the girl's order, the man said, "Do you think I have to report to you about every action I take?" And then added, "Come on, you know that's not true." After the vice president of the Gentlemen's Guild said this, the girl smiled and said in her head, "He has a lousy temper." Continuing to look at the man who was reading the news on his phone, she mentally added, "He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth and was a Korean superstar in his youth. No wonder his pride is so high." As she poured a drink into his glass, she said in her head, "Of course, after the global cataclysm, he was brought down from heaven to earth." However, the news of Lee Min-sung's awakening as an A-ranked hunter caused a real sensation, but very soon his personal driver became one of the few S-ranks in South Korea. The story hit all the national headlines and the focus shifted to the driver, and the hierarchy of power suddenly changed. And for some reason, Lee Min-sung decided to join the Reaper Guild, created by his driver after these reflections. The girl, wiping her throat with a bottle, said, "Let's discuss the matter," to which he replied that what matter? Not receiving the desired answer to her question, the girl approached him and said, "Stop playing dumb. I'm talking about stardust. You know it well." Continuing to press the man, the girl added, "Can I buy it in bulk?" In response, Lee Min-sung slammed his glass on the table and said, "Haven't you heard? I've lost my salesman and factory, and I can't meet your demands in a short time." In response to the man's words, the girl happily replied that if the vice president of the guild, Lee Min-sung, ran out of ideas, I would never believe it. Immediately afterwards, the man said unhappily that he would have to bother his business partner, after which he heard the girl's joyful voice and knew it, and then, with a disgruntled tick, the man thought it looked like he would have to find him. Recalling his business partner who has been unwilling to listen to him lately, the vice president said unhappily, "He's been acting too defiant lately." Remembering the influence of the person to whom he would have to appeal, the man said in his head, "That little shit is too arrogant lately." At the same time, somewhere in the shadowy dungeon, the daily task was being trained and performed. Using the centurion's horn, Sung Suho summoned a huge number of enemies that everyone had to fight. Running around the battlefield, Gray tore enemies apart with his teeth, and Isel fought monsters with her sword. However, the greatest contribution to this training was certainly made by Sung Suho, whose rage and motivation simply had no limits, and he spilled his emotions right there. His only weapon was his gloves, but his advantage in moving quickly across the battlefield played a significant role in this task. After destroying all the goblins that came to them after being summoned by the centurion's horn, the boy said, "I summon the next wave." At the same time, observing the behavior of his master Burr, the young lord mentally said that after that conversation, he had probably lost his patience completely. After these words, he recalled how he had demonstrated everything with a clear example, saying that our goal was to find out information about Apostle Iterim and Lee Min Sun, who was at the top of the Stardust sales chain, and that it was very dangerous to contact them without expecting a battle. After the remark of his subject, the boy asked how we should get the information, to which Burr replied that if he did not confess voluntarily, I would absorb him and check everything myself. The Lord allowed me to absorb bad people. Immediately after receiving permission, he added, "That's only if you can defeat Li Ming Song. I've seen a lot of hunters when I visited the association, if I had to estimate your rank." Looking at his master, the subject confidently said, "You are now matching the characteristics of a C-rank hunter." The next moment, turning his gaze to Grey Bear, he added, "Rick is a D-ranked hunter," and the wolf began to smile happily. After giving the ranks to the first two, he turned his gaze to the girl and said, "Aislinn C rank." Hearing the verdict, the girl said sadly, "If only I had my powers with me." Immediately after the assessment was given to each of them, the subject spoke about their powers, and also if we evaluate the combination, the young master possessed by the power of Rick is slightly stronger than B rank. Of course, there are differences even within the same rank, but we must admit that to defeat an A rank, we need 10 D ranks. In other words, we still lack the strength to defeat the A-ranked L Min Sun and the Reaper Guild. The next moment, the girl noticed Burr and asked him what rank he was, to which he replied, "I'm a marshal, let it be known," and then added, "But you were a private," and he angrily shouted that I would grind you to dust. At the same time, looking at the rewards for completing the daily task, the guy mentally said the numbers are not increasing. Although he defeated many more goblins, it seems that the secret reward is a one-time action. Immediately after using the item from the rewards, the guy said to open a random box after unpacking. A notification appeared that you received an item, an ash ring. When the item appeared in his hands, the guy could see its description, which said the item was an ash ring of rarity D-type accessory perception +5. You have equipped the ash ring with perception points 34. Seeing the effect of the item, Sung Suho mentally said, "Ring that improves perception by 5. Immediately after the momentary joy, he spoke in disappointment in his head while looking at the object, but it didn't change the course of events very much. The next moment he turned his gaze to the monsters lying on the battlefield and said in disappointment, "Hunting goblins doesn't increase my level." Immediately after looking at the description of his gauntlets that said the item was a volcano horn, the effect of the thirst for destruction increases physical damage by 33%. He mentally added that after hunting demons, the damage of the volcano horn increased by only 3%. Putting on his gloves again after putting on the ring, the guy mentally said, "I need to build up my strength as quickly as possible, but I don't have many ways." Thinking about the possibilities of how he could continue to progress further, the guy said in his head, I need to enter the dungeon and defeat the magical creatures to level up. Sometime after leaving the shadowy dungeon, the guy said while looking at the notifications, Hey, I'm getting orders to work in a mining squad or as a collector, and he knew that no squad wants to see an E-rank hunter in their ranks, and it is strictly forbidden to enter the dungeon without the permission of the association. After hearing this, Bear said, Maybe you should reevaluate your strength, to which he replied that they would write an article about me, about a hunter who had reawakened on the main page of the association, which I should avoid. Continuing his thought and recalling his main rivals, Sung Suho added that I know that the apostle of the Atarim is somewhere on earth, and I cannot become a burden to my father by revealing my identity. After these words, he thought about further actions and said thoughtfully, I can't even defeat Lee Min-sung, let alone the apostle. Hearing the disappointment in his master's voice, Bear confidently said, If this is really the apostle of the Atarim, then there is no point in worrying about him now. Continuing his speech, Burr added that since he arrived on Earth before me, I can imagine that the effect of traveling between dimensions still affects him, to which the guy replied, Traveling between dimensions, what are you talking about? In response to the gentleman's question, the subject replied that to move between the dimensions of outer space, there is a spatial rift that must be crossed. But the walls of this rift are too narrow and have the property of colliding with mana. Even if the outer walls are expanded, they immediately narrow, so the larger the creature and the more mana it has, the more time it takes to move. And that's why the countless army of Itarim waging war in outer space is unable to invade our galaxy, and that's why our Lord can't easily get here. Hearing some information from his subject, the guy said thoughtfully, in other words, someone rather weak to be able to travel between dimensions arrived here, and that's why they relied on Brocky and the demons without revealing themselves. Immediately after thinking about some points, he nervously said that if the Atarim invasion ever happens, it will be the right time to build up our strength. Without interrupting his master's thoughts while he was forming an opinion, Bear said in his head, I think that this is the case right now. Immediately afterwards, the subject recalled the moment when he was sent to the ground, and Sung Jinwoo told him, Since I cannot assess the current situation on the ground, I give you the right to make your own decisions. Giving the key to the Shadow Gate to his subject, the Shadow Lord added, If you need help, take this and go to him. At that moment, the subject remembered the person his master had mentioned, saying that he would be able to provide invaluable assistance to Suho. At the end of the recollection, the subject mentally said to the thoughtful boy, another reason why his master gave him the sword key, I will use it right now. Just as he was about to speak to his master, the young lord suddenly interrupted him and exclaimed. Putting his hand in his pocket after a brilliant thought struck him, the guy confidently said, Why didn't I think of that before? Pulling out his phone, the guy smiled slyly and said that the way to secretly enter the dungeon without violating the rules of the Hunters Association was at arm's length. When he arrived at the person who could help him, he heard, It's been a long time, Suho, and this is the first time we've seen each other since you managed to awaken. I was very much interested in your sudden offer to meet, but I could not even think that you would come to me with an offer. Suho grew very tall, and then said, This is an offer you cannot refuse. Hearing the boy's words, his subject, who was hiding in the closet of Sung Woo-ho, spoke in his head as expected of a young lord. Looking at the person to whom they had arrived, Burr mentally said, he himself had personally arrived at the person the Lord had mentioned. And then the other man said, So you need an uncle. Smiling happily at the suggestion of his nephew, Yu Jin-ho, the president of the company, Ajin, said, I will help you enter the gate. The maximum load on the game's servers at one point reached 12,417,781 players. It was a virtual reality game that at some point became so popular that it held its position in the top for several years from the moment of its release, and it was called Brave New World. No one could even imagine that the person who created the best game in the industry would turn out to be the reckless younger son of a conglomerate, and the name of this company was Ahjin Soft. And the CEO of this company was arriving at the building he needed. The guy was stopped by a guard and asked if he was Mr. Sung Suho, to which he answered yes. After meeting an important person, the guard happily added, "I was expecting you. Our director said that he was expecting a special guest today. Please follow me." Hearing his guide's request, the boy nervously looked around and said in his head, "This is the first time I've come to my uncle's company." Assessing the staff he was passing, following the security guard, the boy wondered why there were so many awakened people among the employees. Suddenly, at one point, the guard looked back at the boy and said, "You must be wondering why there are so many awakened people in our company. Not everyone with power is willing to risk their lives by overestimating the dungeons. With decent pay, they can also participate in missions or work as guards." Then the guy said, in surprise, the game company provides hunters with missions, to which he heard in response, "At the moment, we are working on a certain project." After giving some information, the man added, "But I can't tell you all the details." And Sung Suho thought to himself, "They're creating a game related to hunters." When the elevator arrived at the right floor, the company director immediately met the boy and exclaimed, "Oh, who's here?" Walking up to his important guest and putting his hands on his shoulders, the man happily said, "It's been a long time, Suho, a long time. The last time I heard from you was when you woke up as a student at the Korean Academy of Arts. Do you have any idea how worried your aunt was about you?" Hearing the words from his nephew, the director of the company sat down at the table and said, "I see, I understand." Taking his place at the table to continue the conversation, he added, looking at the guest, "And you have grown up since the last meeting," to which he awkwardly said, "I probably stretched a little." Immediately after taking out a tablet from his briefcase, the boy said, "Uncle, can you take a look at it?" Hearing Yoo Jin-ho's request, he said disappointedly, "We haven't talked in spirit for so long, and you're getting right down to business." Looking at what his nephew offered him, as well as some diagrams and descriptions with details, he was surprised to hear that it was a business proposal. After evaluating the work, he added, "I was wondering why you asked to see me so suddenly and you came with a business proposal. You've grown so much." To which Sung Suho replied, "I came to you with a win-win situation." Hearing his nephew's conclusion about the reliability of the plan, Yoo Jin-ho asked in surprise, "You mean you want me to?" Smiling happily after realizing what he wanted in return for his offer, the company director added, "I'll help you cross the gate like this." In response to this, the guy confidently replied, "Yes, if you help me buy the inventory and hire the combat team I need to pass, I will give you all the magic crystals that Ahjin Soft's D and C rank dungeons are no problem for me." In response to his nephew's offer, the uncle looked at the boy with a stern look and asked, "Aren't you an E-ranked hunter?" After receiving the question from his uncle, the boy said, "Actually, I can clear the dungeon by myself." In response, Yoo Jin-ho said, "Suho, you know that I am also awakened, although I am D rank, but I am one step above you, and my strength is enough to hunt inside the gate." Looking at his nephew, the uncle added sternly, "Is it possible that you are willing to go so far into the dungeon because you think your parents might have been carried through the gate during the Great Cataclysm? If it's true, I'll continue to hire hunters to trap them, so just wait for the result," he said. And the boy thought, "I knew he would say that." Immediately after the data, Burr sat down and asked the young lord, "Are you going to tell this person the whole truth?" To which he replied, "Yes, I trust this person the most." Having decided to tell everything to his uncle, the boy confidently told his uncle, who was surprised to hear his appeal, and replied, "Yes, what is it?" Then, leaning on the table, Sung Suho confidently said, "I am actually the one who has awakened with the ability to raise his level." Hearing what his nephew had just told him, his uncle asked in surprise what you had just said to level up, and the boy added that there were invaders from another galaxy hiding on Earth, so to stop them I had to kill monsters and level up. Looking at his uncle with a stern look, he said to prevent the invasion of the army from another world, I must clear the dungeons and become stronger, to which he heard in response, "What are you talking about?" Immediately after, the company's director, Yoo Jin-ho, exclaimed in surprise that he had heard of the leveling project in private, and hearing his uncle's question, the boy immediately lost his entire mood. Not knowing what he was talking about, the boy said in surprise that he was going to level up alone, and then Yoo Jin-ho added with a facepalm, "And I realized it was exactly the kind of prank from the internet that I asked my uncle to do a strange request and watched him freak out." Immediately after misunderstanding his nephew's request, my husband said, "You just told me the story of a single-player game we're currently working on. The main character is a hunter who has awakened and is able to increase his rank. He starts as the weakest player from E rank and then surpasses even S rank. As a result, he becomes the strongest and protects the world." "What's the point of keeping it a secret if someone has already told you about it?" Sung Suho said in surprise. "This is exactly the same story as my father's." Immediately afterwards, he added happily, "Anyway, if you and my employees decided to play a prank on me, you failed. You're too young to fool me." And then, coming out of the hiding place, Burr said, "It didn't work out that way. You must have vague memories from the previous world." Hearing someone's voice that had just spoken to him and it was not his nephew, the man turned his head to the side in surprise to see who it was. Seeing Burr in front of him, he exclaimed in fright, "Suho, what the hell is this ant-faced thing?" And then Burr said, "Young master, let me help you." To which he replied, "Since when?" Looking at the frightened man, the subject said, "In times long past, you were a miserable subject of my lord among the rest of the people. You saw more than any other battle in which my legion fought. Those great and inspiring moments must have been imprinted on your soul." Not knowing what the ant's head was talking about, the man scaredly exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" And Burr took the shadow key and said he would rather do it than explain it in words. Sticking the key into the man's chest, Burr said it was a gift from the Shadow Lord, and the man screamed in fright, "What are you doing?" The next moment, Yoo Jin-ho found himself in a completely white room with nothing at all, and he said in confusion, "What?" The next moment, an indistinct image appeared in front of him, which slowly took shape and became normal. Looking at it with a certain vigilance, the man recognized who was standing in front of him and said in surprise that it was me. Immediately after these words and the image he saw, a memory flew through his mind where he happily said, "Jinwoo, you say you are E rank, I will protect you." Again, watching flashbacks from the past that had been erased, he saw certain moments where he was talking to the boy, "Isn't this backpack heavy? Are you okay? I can handle it. You're still so quiet. And you're still as talkative as ever." After the memories of the help and the first meetings with his friend, Yoo Jin-ho saw a passage in front of him where he was in a difficult situation against the hunters and heard you take his side and fight against us. Then, he saw the memories that happened later. Standing in front of Sung Jinwoo, he shouted out only 20 times, "No, help me," only 19 times when he ignored him and went about his business. The boy grabbed him and shouted out, "Please listen to me." Seeing another moment that also happened in the Lost Memories, he said a full set of armor made by an artisan from Italy. It increases my strength. If the two of us went to the dungeon, I should be ready, right? Hearing about the armor, Sung Jinwoo said sternly, "You better take it off before I ask you to do so again." Hearing the order, Yu Jin-ho replied sadly. After some time sitting at the table after the cleansing was completed, the man said to his friend, "You not only saved my life but also helped me with the raids. You are closer to me than my blood brother." Hearing the words of his friend, with whom he had already experienced a lot of things together during the clearing of the dungeons, Sung Jin-woo said to him, "If you consider me a blood brother, then you are." Holding out a shot glass of alcohol to him to confirm the words and cement their bond, Sung Jin-woo said, "Then I will consider you my brother as well." Recalling all the things he had forgotten from the past, the man did not realize how he started crying, and when he came to, he confusedly said what had just happened. Wiping away the tears that did not want to stop, he added that he was in this world to meet Jinwoo again. Seeing the man's strange behavior after being taken over by the subject, Sung Suho asked Burr what you did to him, and was told not to worry. There was no reason to worry. Turning his gaze to Yu Jin-ho, who was trying hard to stop his tears and covered his face with his hand so that he wouldn't be seen like that, Bae added, "I just restored his memories from the previous world." Finally recovering from the memories that had come to him all at once, his uncle said, "You have adopted Jin-woo's boundless power, his son, right?" And he replied, "Yes, but it's a little different." After wiping away the tears and making hot tea, the director of the company said, "Gods from another galaxy, just think that he is protecting our world from these villains from Itarama. He is really in another dimension." And he heard the answer correctly. "To stop the invasion of Itarama on Earth, which will soon happen, I need to become stronger as soon as possible." Immediately after the boy's words, Yu Jin-ho looked at his nephew and said, "By God, the situation is so urgent, and you brought a business plan with you. You're completely bent on the rules, just like your father." Seeing the boy's embarrassment, the man put his hand to his head and said heavily, "Now that I understand the situation, I no longer have to treat you like a child and try to protect you. And so, after all that I have mentioned, I will say yes. I accept your offer," and hearing the positive answer, the boy jumped up and down and exclaimed with joy. After accepting the conditions of his guest, the company director bowed his head and said, "Once again, Sung Jin-woo will deal with everything on his own." The next moment he looked up to the sky where his friend was supposed to be. But the reason he let me recover my memories was because he gave me a chance to help. Once again convinced that his friend had not forgotten him, Yu Jin-ho added, "You can count on me to do everything I can to help Suho." Sometime after the conversation with his uncle, the boy arrived at the gate where a team of hunters was already waiting for him. Looking at the team of waiting men who were assembled just for show, Sung Suho thought to himself, "This is the fighting team that his uncle hired. He did a great job of finding people to recruit the right number of members." As the leader approached the team, one of the members asked me if I would really be paid 4 million just for being in the squad to enter the gate, and he was told that was correct, and then added in surprise that you would go in alone. Looking at the confident guy, the man added, "I don't know how confident you are in your abilities, but you don't have enough brains if you underestimate the gate." Immediately after mocking the boy, the man suddenly changed his mood and added sternly, "Well, if you suddenly feel that you can't cope, feel free to tell us. Even though I'm not in the best shape right now, I can still give you a little help." Hearing the man's offer, Sung Suho looked over at him. Immediately after paying attention to the man, the boy smiled happily and said, "Thank you very much." The next moment he headed for the gate before entering, adding, I'll let you know if I need any help." As he crossed the gate line, the boy confidently said in his head, "My father always dealt with many problems on his own, and he still does." As soon as he was on the other side of the gate and the hunters could no longer see him, Sung Suho immediately hid his subjects by opening the shadow gate and saying, "Easel Gray." Continuing his thoughts with his gloved hands, he mentally added, "That's why I feel the warmth of his father's love in the command system I received." After going a little further beyond the gate and encountering a number of different monsters, he said, "Having fought with enemies to level up, he added in his mind that I did not want him to deal with everything on his own." At the same time, somewhere in the real world, having arrived at the right building, Lee Min-seok said to his driver, "Wait somewhere nearby," and he heard the reply, "I understand." On his way to a meeting with his business partner from whom he could ask for help to close the Stardust order, the man thought, "I'll meet him for the first time in 3 months." Upon entering the penthouse, the masked vice president of the guild immediately caught the employee's attention. As he passed by the man, he heard in his back, "Oh, I saw you on the news. You're the vice president of the Reaper Guild, Lee Min-seok." And then he thought, "Damn, even the mask doesn't help." Although the image needs to be maintained, the next moment he pulled down the mask and smiled happily at the employee and said, "Thank you for recognizing me, Elder." Waving goodbye to the famous person, the employee heard me say, "I wish you a good day," to which I replied, "I'm on your side. You're a hero of the hunter world." Walking further to the meeting point with my partner Lee Min-seok, I thought I was born into the family of the vice president of a construction company, Yu Jin, and from an early age I made my debut in the entertainment industry and advertised many products. Thinking back to his past where he was successful, the man added, "When I became successful, I was called the Prince of Asia, and after the world changed, I awoke as an A-ranked hunter and was considered the highest elite. And that's why I never stopped thinking that I would continue to be a predator, which I was throughout my life. But at one point, while driving with my driver, he heard that I had awakened as an S-rank. Hearing the message from his driver, Lee Min-seok thought that before my driver Lim Do-gen had awakened as an S-rank hunter, he continued to boast, adding that my age was already forcing me to become a hunter, so I would have to quit my job as a driver. Looking in the mirror at his passenger, the man added, "You're an A-rank hunter, I'm right. The association recently offered me to start my own guild, so if you want to join me, you can." At the same moment, after learning about the intentions of his subject who was stronger than him, Lee Min-seok thought in displeasure, "I am not an A-ranked hunter but a S-ranked driver." Feeling a giant gap between himself and him, the vice president added in his head, and from that moment on, I began to think that this world was over. The pyramidal structure that was destroyed with a snap of the fingers after that cataclysm, that's why I have to restore this whole structure that collapsed. Arriving at the room he needed and opening the door inside, Lee Min-seok confidently said in his head, "Even if I have to take the devil's hand." Finding himself among a crowd of people who were looking at their guest, the vice president of the guild said in a displeased tone, "Stop smiling so much before I tear your mouths open." As he continued to move around the room in search of the right person, he added, "Where is your master, and why doesn't he greet the owner of the house?" Suddenly, after his disgruntled speech, he suddenly heard a child's voice. "So you must be Lee Min-seok." Seeing the boy standing by the window, the man said menacingly, "You're the one with the hair color and those ugly eyes." Looking at the strange appearance of his business partner, he added, "That you are an alien." Putting his hand on his partner's head, the man added, "You were just a boy when you grew so much since we last saw each other, and your magic power has grown, and you continue to grow well as planned." In response to his visitor's question, the boy said unhappily, "We've already talked about this. I'm not growing, I'm regaining my strength." To solve this problem with spatial movement between universes, the main body, which has unsurpassed power, sent fragments of its strength and personal characteristics. Looking through the book he was holding in his hands, the alien added a newborn baby among all these fragments, and after merging with another fragment, I became myself in my current form. My memories were preserved, but my personality changed a little, unlike the previous version of me. Hearing the words of my partner, Lee Min-seok, sitting on the couch, said how badly you explain, after which the boy added, in other words, "You don't need to pretend that we are close." After receiving the alien's remark, Lee Min-seok said, "I don't care about your personality and all the nonsense you said. I hope you remember your promise." Without looking up from the book, the boy said back, "Wealth and fame, and you also spoke." As if about the destruction of this S-rank hunter, as if his name was Lim Do-gen. Hearing that his partner remembered everything, the man began to smile ominously. Next, he said, "I'm glad you haven't forgotten what I said." And then Lee Min-seok said, "Why are you here?" And then he said, "Can't I come to my house?" And then he said, "I told you not to come unless there was a compelling reason." After the alien's remark, the vice president said, "There have been some problems in the Stardust production. Recently, the hyena guild that supplied the fuel and the plant in the dungeon of Seoul Station were destroyed. And that's why I came here to restore the Stardust losses." After hearing the reason for the visit, the boy asked if the reason was found, and then the man added that the Guild of Reapers was reported to have been destroyed by a black-masked hunter. After hearing the information about the offender, the alien said to Lee Min-seok, "You created the distribution system using our Stardust production method. Didn't you say that there would be no problems with this system?" To which he replied that there was no need to aggravate the situation over such a trifle, kid. Hearing what the alien man had just said to him, the alien man said, "You are useless. I guess my previous personality made a mistake in choosing you as a pawn." Hearing what he had just been called and who he was being taken for in this situation, Lee Min-seok grabbed his blade hidden by his leg and said, "Hey, alien." Instantly, he moved behind his partner and put the blade to his throat to demonstrate his superiority. After applying radical measures, the man said, "I am different from these brainwashed empty shells. Do not forget that I am a rank A hunter, and I can kill you before you regain your strength." Putting the tip of his blade to the alien's cheek, he said angrily, "You are the pawn here, not me, remember?" In response to the guest's actions and words, the boy said, "Human hunters assign rank based only on magical abilities, and they believe that this is an indicator of strength." Angered by the arrogant behavior of his ill-mannered guest, the alien said, "Underdeveloped beings." Immediately after this incident, he used his power, which quickly spread throughout the entire radius of the nearest territory. All those who fell under its influence began to obey the alien, and one of them was the man who met Lee Min-seok at the entrance. At the same moment, feeling some strange sensations that suddenly appeared from all sides, Lee Min-seok mentally said what kind of magical power was coming from all sides. Noticing that everyone on the floor began to radiate a strange power and look at him suspiciously, he mentally added, "Is it really that little brat?" Not only the people on the floor, but also all the people in the building and a few meters away were affected by this magical power. Realizing that this magic had conquered many people, the vice president of the guild nervously thought about brainwashing all the people in the building. Without looking up from reading the book, the alien said, "My previous personality considered you necessary for survival, and now that I have enough strength to survive on my own." Calling to him a large number of people who had taken out weapons to destroy the threat, The boy added that our relationship may change depending on the benefits you can bring me. To confirm his words, he demonstrated the entire crowd, which was ready to pounce on Lee Min-seok if he did something rash. Realizing that he had no advantage, the man threw away his blade and said nervously, "I was just kidding. I was just testing your abilities to see if you could really take out an S-rank hunter." And the boy replied as he closed the book, "As long as you're useful, I'll let you live." Immediately after, the effect dissipated when a man on the first floor who abruptly looked up after gaining his consciousness groaned heavily, exclaiming, "My neck." The next moment, calling to the girl who was holding an open suitcase with materials, the alien said it was a simulator obtained by concentrating stardust 100 times. Looking at the product that was offered to him, Lee Min-seok said in surprise, "You even had such a thing," and was told that if you dilute them, you can get a large amount of stardust. Unlike pills that can only be used by low-ranked hunters, this will have an effect even on A-ranked hunters like you. The boy added, looking back and smiling slyly, "Maybe you should try it once." In response to the offer, the man said, "No, I'll refuse," and then thought, "I can't put something in my mouth that I'm hearing about for the first time." He picked up a suitcase filled with stardust concentrate and walked away, saying, "In any case, you have to keep your promise." And then thought, "It doesn't concern me anymore." As soon as the man left the room, the boy standing in the center of it confidently said, "I feel another fragment coming soon." Looking at his hand in anticipation of the soon-to-be-received power, he added, "If I get the next fragment, I will be able to act openly without hiding." Anticipating how strong he could become, the guy made plans for the future and spoke confidently even then. And at the same time, somewhere in the gate where Sung Suho entered, a fierce battle against monsters was taking place, and at that moment, a seal faced a giant cobra. As soon as it wanted to pounce on the girl at the last moment, she was saved by a boy who had attacked the monster earlier and grabbed its skin with his hands. Watching the actions of her master, who was fighting like crazy in this dungeon, the girl, wiping the sweat from her face, exclaimed to her young master. But at that time, the boy did not pay attention to her. He did not even hear her appeal as he was busy fighting against the monster. Continuing to squeeze the cobra's body in his grip, Sung Suho was finally able to simply tear its flesh apart, separating its head from its body. After defeating the monster, the boy quickly stepped back to avoid being hit by its carcass. At the same time, in the building of Lee Min-seok's property, the alien smiled ominously, waiting for the arrival of a new piece of his fragment, and said when that day would come, "At the same time, I will begin my full-scale invasion." But his plans also did not take into account the presence of Sung Suho, who was currently training tirelessly to prevent this development. At the same time, sitting at the entrance to the gate where the boy for whom this team of random hunters was assembled asked the girl, "Not too dangerous, right?" Immediately after turning her gaze to her comrades, she added, "We'll get 5 million won each, just for sitting here and waiting for that guy to come back from the gate, and the only condition is to keep our mouths shut about everything we've seen and heard here." In response to the girl's question, the man said that this was the 4th time he had made this challenge, and that hunters always pay on time, serving the community by clearing the dungeons so that they do not harm anyone. And then the girl added that it was somehow wrong. Feeling a certain emotional responsibility for the guy and easy work with high pay, she heard, "Well, then follow him," to which she replied, "I don't want to." Hearing the girl's refusal, the man mentally said, "It's true, the kid is suspicious. He didn't bring any porters or pickers with him, but he went straight to the clearing. But if you don't collect anything in the dungeon, there will be no prey." Turning his gaze to the entrance to the portal, he mentally added to this, he had only gone to the D-rank gate, and now he went to C. What was he doing there? At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon, Bear was hurrying the goblins who were mining ore, and he shouted, "Come on, work faster!" While the shadows were mining, Aislil, extracting materials from the destroyed monsters, said mining in dungeons is not an easy task. But Gray heard a confirmatory growl. After a brief dialogue with her friend who was collecting, the girl turned her head toward the boy and said, "The young lord went off on his own to fight the C-rank boss. I hope he'll be okay." At the same time, while his loyal subjects were engaged in other cleaning work after clearing the dungeon, Sung Suho himself fought against the giant spider-like boss. He approached the enemy's body at a convenient moment and used his storm-slash skill. Immediately after the attack, 2 system notifications appeared in front of him, informing him that the paralyze effect of a high-strength target was activated and the effect would be weakened. Seeing that the enemy was indifferent to his attack, the guy was surprised to say, "Wow, he was able to survive? I just wanted to check the paralyzing effect of the blade I recently received. I wonder if it does not work on spiders." He drew his dagger again to strike again and finish the enemy off completely, and he knew that crawling vermin were the best. Immediately after, he moved his weapon to his inventory as it was useless against the enemy and then simply swung his fist. The next moment, he delivered a powerful punch right to the enemy's jaw, knocking him out of his strength and balance. As soon as the enemy lost his balance after the guy used his usual technique, Sung Suho started to hit with his bare hands. As he continued to strike a series of punches at the enemy, he thought to himself, "I'm strong enough to defeat a C-rank boss by myself." As soon as the right moment came, he kicked his dagger into the air and said in his head, "Next time I can go to the B-rank gate." As soon as he intercepted his dagger, he immediately rushed at the enemy thinking, "I also improved the ability to use the ruler's touch during the battle. That is, I pumped not only the level, but also the skills." Immediately after these words, realizing one interesting truth, he said in his head, "If you think about it, I have always used the ruler's touch to move objects." After this reflection, he found himself in the air above his opponent and thoughtfully said in his head, "I wonder what would happen if I used it with an attack." After coming up with a plan for a new use of his ability, the guy swung his fist and pointed the blade at the enemy. The next moment, there was a powerful collision in which he slammed his enemy into the ground, breaking his armor into 2 pieces. Immediately after this event, he received system notifications that said you have defeated a giant arachnid and your level has been increased. After defeating the enemy, the boy laid down on his dead body and said that this kind of use requires much more concentration. I get tired much faster. It will be difficult to use it several times in a row. After a little rest, the boy headed back to his comrades, thinking that using the ruler's touch would open up endless options for battle tactics. And then the young lord heard. Meeting their leader, Essel happily asked if you defeated the boss, to which he replied, "Yes, everything is fine." Then Burr added, "Now you are capable of this even without my support. I am very impressed." To which he happily replied, "Burr can absorb the remaining crystals of magical essence obtained from the monsters." After hearing the permission from his young prince, the subject pointed to the materials from the monsters and said, "We have already collected all the materials," to which he heard in response, "Well done." After moving all the inventory and then selling it, the guy saw a system notification that said you have been added 500 gold, after which he was surprised to say how convenient it is that I can sell all the materials we have collected using the store. At the same time, while Sung Suho was selling monster materials, Burr told him that according to the Earth Hunter's system, you have already reached rank B, to which he replied in surprise that it was true, although it didn't surprise me too much, as I had already been promoted 8 times. After his master's words, Bear also added, pointing to his comrades. Moreover, you alone have become stronger, and the strength of your companions has also increased. To which Isle added, yes, the more I fight, the faster my former strength returns. Continuing to stretch after the battle, the girl added surprisingly, I didn't even have to restore the lost blood. Looking at his subjects, who were named Ezel Ladir level 19 and Gray level 17, he added in surprise, you both have levels now. Hearing her master's remarks, the girl exclaimed in surprise that it was really strange. Unlike you and Mr. Jinwoo, we are not players. And then Suho asked if she could see the system window, to which she replied no. Hearing the negative answer, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, they can't use characteristic points. Maybe they will increase with the level very well, that and they can become stronger with the level. But how then the team is formed? Questions become more and more. After finishing his thoughts, Sung Suho said, let's see if you can raise your own level, huh? To which a seal replied that, but how? In response to the question of his subject, the Lord smiled happily and said, what are the options? Will you go with me to another raid there and see? Hearing this, the girl exclaimed confusedly, we have already been on sweeps twice or something. Trying to somehow reassure his comrades, the guy said, well, we can leave it for later, let's do the daily task for now. After which Burr said, young lord, please be careful or you will develop an addiction. As soon as the subject finished speaking, a spatial portal appeared right in front of the squad, which appeared suddenly and out of nowhere. Seeing what had just happened in front of their eyes, a seal exclaimed in confusion as the gate opened at the same moment. Sung Suho thought, covering his face with his hand, what a strong heat he was getting from the gate. Immediately after thinking about it, he exclaimed to Burr where the gate could have come from in the shadow dungeon, to which he replied, I have no idea. Without finding out the reason for the Suho received a notification that said that an urgent task had been received between the spatial rift, enter the dungeon behind the gate, and destroy the cause of the rift. After reviewing the notification and its description, the boy was surprised to hear the urgent task in his head. The next moment, taking out protective suits from his inventory and throwing them to his comrades, the guy exclaimed, Great Gray Isle, put this on. And catching what they threw to her, the girl said in surprise, and a fireproof cloak appeared in her hands. Throwing on the cloak with heat protection, Sung Suho said, it's a good idea to go on a raid, as the opportunity to go to the gate immediately appeared. Entering the gate of the spatial rift that suddenly appeared before them, the team found themselves in the Egyptian pyramid in the dungeon. At the same time, somewhere in the pyramid, a B-rank hunter from the Asura guild named Liu Xing was gritting his teeth and drawing his weapon, trying to intimidate his enemy with a menacing glare. Immediately after pointing his blade at his opponent, he exclaimed, what kind of impudence is this? Why would we want to free the dungeon? We of the Asura guild came here first. In response to the disgruntled shouts of the man and his comrades in the dungeon, the enemy said, who cares who was first? Without budging, the other hunter added, I warn you for the last time, at this very moment everything belongs to us. If you continue to whine, I will consider it a declaration of war against my guild. Hearing the threat from the threshold, who did not want to leave the territory of the dungeon, Liu Xing said in his head, damn it, why is it like this? Looking at Randolph, the A-ranked hunter from the Scavenger Guild, he mentally added, we ran into the Scavenger Guild, and then I heard that in the face of such power, all your efforts will be in vain. With no desire to retreat from his goal, Asura, a member of the guild, grabbed his weapon and shouted to his comrades to get ready for battle. Just as he was about to pounce on the enemy, they were interrupted by Sung Suho, who raised his hand and said, excuse me, please. Looking at the bunch of hunters who were having a certain conflict, the boy added in confusion, "Excuse me, but can I ask you something?" The next moment, throwing his arm around his neck, he added awkwardly, "Could you tell me where we are now?" Back 30 minutes later, having moved through the portal, Sung Suho said, not surprisingly, that sand was falling from the gate, and Asil remarked that it was. The next moment, the boy noticed a pyramid not far from him and added, "I didn't even expect it to be a dungeon that became a desert." The next moment, joining the conversation between his master and his subject, Burr noticed the structure in front of him and said, "I feel a strong magic from that pyramid." Hearing his subject's remarks, Song Suho asked in surprise, noticing a large number of vehicles nearby, but why there were so many things that could not be in the dungeon. Starting to descend the sandy hill closer to the unexpected things in the area, Song Suho added an iron dip to the car. The next moment, turning to Essel, the boy asked, "I heard that in dungeons the equipment doesn't work, so why is all this here?" And she replied, "Then this is probably not a dungeon." Continuing to develop her thought, the girl added that perhaps the gate had taken us somewhere where this was possible, after which Burr said it couldn't be. After listening to the assumptions of his friends, Sung Suho said, "Well, in any case, there will be no problems if the previous gate to the shadow dungeon is still there. I'll go check it out," which Essel said was right. It's worth checking. Immediately after the girl's words, Sung Suho used the teleportation portal to find out if the gate was still there. A few seconds later, as soon as he returned back to his subjects, the girl happily asked how the younger lord was doing. Returning from the portal and looking at his subjects who were waiting for him with the news, Song Suho said the gate in a confused voice. At the same time, somewhere else, one of the subjects also returned to his leader with a report, and they disappeared. Looking at the portal shrinking before their eyes, a group of people shouted in confusion, the gate disappearing, so it turns out he finished the boss, but this guy hasn't left yet. We need to quickly report it to the emergency service. And now let's return to the present time, where Song Suho and his comrades moved to the pyramids where the conflict between the two groups of people was taking place. Starting to look around him, the boy mentally mumbled, "Well, at least we entered the pyramid." The next moment, seeing some people in front of him, he thought, "What a blessing that there are people here. They probably came in cars parked outside. They probably speak English, so it turns out that this is another country." Immediately afterwards, putting his hand behind his head, Sung Suho awkwardly said, "Where am I?" and then mentally added, "Thank God I studied English to go to university." Hearing the boy's voice and turning his head to him, one of the participants in the conflict said, "Hunter, we didn't need scavengers, so they came from the east to claim the dungeon." After one man's remark, the other added unhappily that he hadn't expected such a swarm of insects to be so much trouble. The next moment, the man suddenly remembered the past when he was first given the task, when his grandmother told him the prophecy. Recalling exactly what the prophecy said, he said the seal was broken, and the life that was born out of death would appear in the grave and would have the power to raise the dead. Immediately after the prophecy was spoken, the man added that immediately after this prophecy, a dungeon field of pyramids appeared in Egypt, and that the graves of Egypt and death all fit together nicely. Continuing to give the order, the leader added, "Go and take the right to own this dungeon so that I can raid it after I finish with all the business," and he asked what I should do if other guilds interfere. Having received the question from his subject, the leader lowered his glasses and said what the actual question was about scavenger-style actions. Recalling the instructions from his boss, the leader of the scavenger guild said, "Hey, if you're aiming for the dungeon, I'm warning you for the last time. If you get out of here now, I'll let you go." Hearing this, Sung Suho mentally mimicked the dungeon, which meant that it was there. Continuing his thoughts about the man's threats, the boy added in his mind how belligerent he was. If this is a dungeon, then I have no choice but to capture it for the sake of completing an urgent quest. And then asked, what if I don't want to? Hearing the question from the guy who did not want to leave the place with the dungeon, the scavenger leader attacked him and said, then you will die. At the moment of the attack, seeing the sudden actions of the scavenger, the boy's subjects and the guild member Asura held their breath in confusion. After his opponent missed his attack, Sung Suho said menacingly, well, you started this fight first. The next moment, as soon as his punch reached the enemy, the boy mentally said, my strength has increased, so it's hard to say what damage I'll do. I hit the armor, so it's unlikely he'll die. At the same moment, feeling a strong blow that flew directly on his torso, the leader of the scavengers group angrily exclaimed, you little brat! Immediately after his words, the man struck at Sung Suho again, this time without missing a beat, and launched him into the wall. Gritting his teeth after his alleged assault, the man shouted, how dare you ignore my warning? I will destroy everyone. Whether it's the Asura Guild or some Asian, I will level everything to the ground. The next moment, rushing into battle against the enemy who had hit the boy, Isel pointed her spear at the enemy and shouted, how dare you attack my sweet lord? At the same time, the leader of the guild, Asura, grabbed his swords and clenched his teeth, saying that a fight was inevitable. Starting to rise to his feet after the blow, Sung Suho said heavily, oh my God, and then Burr asked him if he was okay, to which he replied, yes. The next moment, turning his gaze to the people who were fighting with each other, the boy added, do I really have to fight the hunters? I need to win this battle to complete an urgent quest. After which Bear said, it seems that it is necessary for the raid. At the same moment, furrowing his brow and looking at the scavengers, Sung Suho added, first of all, it seems to me that the guild of men in armor, one of whom attacked me, are enemies. The next moment, the guy stood up from his seat and moved quickly to attack the scavenger leader, after which he said, it would be great if you listened to the words of a strong man. At the same moment, having failed in his attack, Sung Suho thought to himself, what a shame. I wanted to knock him out, but he held on to his armor. Immediately after his thoughts, preparing for his next attack, Sung Suho added, I wonder if I can use this on a human. Recalling the results of the previous use, he mentally added the power of a ruler in the way I mastered last time. As he prepared to deliver a crushing blow to his enemy, Sung Suho thought in his mind, what if I kill him by accident? Just as he was about to strike, the leader of the Asura Guild squeezed between them and finished off the scavenger. Landing on his feet after the enemy was eliminated, the man looked in his direction to make sure he was done. Seeing that he was helped, Sung Suho hesitantly said thank you, to which he heard in response, I appreciated your skills when you dodged Reindolf's attacks. The next moment, holding the sword on his shoulders, the man looked back at the boy and added, but the moment you started to hesitate, you were afraid to kill the man. Continuing his speech, the leader of the Asura Guild added that not only monsters are dangerous for a hunter, you need to be able to protect yourself from dangerous people like lizards or out of rank. After a pause, Sung Suho said in surprise in his head that I thought I could do it, that I was ready to fight and risk my life, but it was not enough. Starting to recall the past moments of the battles, the boy mentally added that until now I hadn't felt the need to be destroyed. Even when I fought the bandits from Hyena, I could not fight at full strength because we had a big difference in skill level. As Seok Suho continued to think, he turned his gaze to Isel and added, but how long will things go so well? If I don't finish it, I'll die. And if I don't finish it, I won't be able to protect her in this world where there's a major disaster, It's going to happen everywhere. Realizing some of the brutal truths he had to face, Sung Suho added in his mind, I was only thinking about leveling up, so I lost sight of that. I need to get rid of the feelings I had before the disaster. That's the only way. Gaining confidence and remembering his fierce enemy, the boy added, I'll be able to face Lee Min-song in a battle. The next moment, turning to the boy who was deep in thought, the man said, I am a hunter from the Asura Guild, Ryo Sing. Continuing the dialogue, unaware of the danger looming behind him, Ryo added that we both had a hard time with the Scavenger Guild as far as an alliance was concerned. As soon as he said this, he noticed Sung Suho's fist coming in his direction right in front of his face and instantly froze in shock. However, this punch was not addressed to him, but to the enemy who was attacking the Asura member from behind, and the guy removed the danger from his now comrade. At the end of his debut as a player who stepped over himself, Sung Suho bowed his head down, waiting for his opponent to land on the ground. Using the second-level ruler's power skill, the boy confidently said in his head, from now on, I will not hesitate. At the same moment, the leader of the Scavenger Guild saw the results of the boy's attack and thought in surprise that he had almost finished off a B-rank tank with just one blow. The next moment, Randolph was impressed and said something rather entertaining, after which the boy said, My name is Suho, I'm from Korea, let's form an alliance. As the leader of the Asura Guild was forming an alliance with Sung Suho, his subjects continued to fight hard against the scavengers. The next moment, one of the scavengers suddenly shouted out that the Asura Guild was cooperating with another group of hunters, and then another one said, Even if the weaklings have united, they are still weaklings. Our fighting capabilities are better, and we are more numerous. At the same moment, taking out the key from the Shadow Realm, Sung Suho said thoughtfully, However, we have not yet used our full strength. Opening the portal to the Shadow Realm, the boy said, Rebel. Hearing this, one of the scavengers raised his head and exclaimed in confusion. Not far from the battlefield, shadow monsters began to appear, giant arachnids of the rank of private. But despite their low rank, there were many of them, and so they provided considerable combat support. At the same moment, seeing what had just happened before his eyes, Ryo Sing thought in confusion that he was a summoner with such fighting skills and so many creatures at once, after which Sung Suho took up his sword and said, Well then, I'm going too. Once free, the giant arachnid headed towards the members of the Scavenger Guild, who were now his enemies. But this offensive did not last long, and having taken the matter seriously, Randolph dispelled one of the shadow monsters and froze in place. The next moment, rushing through another shadow monster at Sung Suho, he exclaimed, You've been hiding a lot, kid. That's interesting. Seeing who was coming towards him, Randolph exclaimed, and then Bear added, the arachnid had become weaker when it turned into a shadow soldier, but still defeated the monster the younger lord had fought hard against with a single blow. This man seems to be the strongest here. Realizing that he couldn't do it alone, Song Suzo looked back and shouted out just in time for Gray's communication skill, after which Aesel nervously exclaimed to the younger master. Continuing to stare at her leader, the girl awkwardly added, Wait. Junior Master, catching Sung Suho's attention. She added, Can you use the link skill with me this time? We learned about the secret in the gate and how to understand the charge ratio. In response to Aesel's suggestion, which Gray was clearly not happy about, Sung Suho hesitantly said, We've never trained a skill we've never used in a real battle before. Realizing that her proposal was rejected, she bowed her head down and said sadly, I would also like to help the younger lord. The next moment, the dead burst out of the dungeon, and one of the battle participants shouted out, "Monsters are coming!" Crossing his swords in front of him to protect himself from the monster's attack, Ryo Singh shouted out menacingly, wondering if they had come to the sound of the battlefield. After hearing the message from her comrade, Aesel noticed the monsters behind her and exclaimed that there were also monsters at the second entrance. At the same time, standing behind his subjects who were protecting him, Randolph folded his arms in front of him and thought, "The living dead. Only now I understand the prophecy that the boss heard." The next moment, immersed in his memories, he spoke the words in his head. "The seal is broken, and the life born of death will appear in the grave and will have the power to raise the dead." Looking again at the monsters in front of him who were coming down, Randolph mentally added that if the dead who were raised were mummies, then the one who is said to be in this dungeon is definitely the one who has the broken seal on life born from death. Immediately after his words, turning his head back to himself, Randolph mentally added that the boss had ordered him to take away the right to own this dungeon. But while the competition between the guilds was heating up, it would be best to take away this power capable of raising the dead that the master wanted. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Sung Suho, who continued to fight his enemies, and added in his mind, "But retreat like this." At one point during the battle with the living dead, Ryo Singh noticed the strange behavior of the scavengers and exclaimed in surprise. At the same moment, Randolph waved his shield and shouted to the scavengers to follow me, ignoring the other hunters and heading for the boss's room. Hearing what Randolph had just told his subjects, Ryo Singh shouted at the scavengers entering the dungeon to stop them. Having dealt with the enemy, the man was about to rush after them, but the living dead blocked his way and he said, "Damn you bastards!" Looking at the enemies that appeared in front of him, Ryo added, "They are restricting us with monsters and the passage is certainly in that direction," after which Sung Suho said, "At this rate, they can take away our reward." Immediately after his words, the boy used the merger of forces with Gray, after which a large dead man appeared in front of him. However, having gained new powers, Sung Suho easily dealt with all the enemies, moving around the battlefield with lightning speed. Having finished with the enemies who were blocking his path, the boy said, "Let's also quickly deal with this and follow them." While Aesel sadly wiped away her tears and said, "This is my chance to prove myself," Ryo Singh thought, "He's calling and also uniting Suho. Who are you?" At the same time, inside the dungeon, the Scavengers Guild had just dealt with a living dead man who had gotten in their way. Looking at the monster they had dealt with, Randolph mentally said, "This guy seems to be hiding something else. I want to fight him once I have the power to raise the dead." While he was thinking, his squad had already reached the central room, and one of the subjects asked in surprise if this was the boss's room. As soon as the door opened, the scavengers were greeted by the sight of a monster hanging in the center of the room on chains. Looking at the person who was in the room, one of the scavengers said that it seemed to be the boss, after which the other asked if he was sleeping. At the same moment, Randolph assessed the enemy in front of them and said, "He's chained. Isn't that what the prophecy said? That life born of death will appear after the seal is broken?" Hearing the words of his opponent, who suddenly spoke something to the bottom, one of the scavengers was surprised to hear the monster speak to us. As soon as the enemy woke up and the chains began to crack, Randolph suddenly shouted to his subjects to get ready for battle. However, despite the preparations, the monster almost instantly killed all the members of the scavengers, leaving only Randolph alive, and then began to walk towards him. Looking back to look at his comrades, the man was confused to think that our tanks, known for their resistance, had been smashed by one swing of their chains. The next moment, turning his head forward, he saw that the monster who had just done this had spread his arms in front of him, provoking him to attack. Seeing the actions of the monster who had just been freed from his chains, the man was confused and said, "Is he telling me to attack?" The next moment, gritting his teeth in anger, the man said irritably that this one and that one were both looking down on me. Supporting the suggestion from his opponent, Randolph used his giant armor skill and headed in the direction of the monster. The next moment, using all his combat potential, the man approached his opponent, took a stance and delivered a crushing blow. Seeing no result after his blow, Randolph suddenly froze in place and thought in confusion, "I used all my strength, and he didn't even falter." Immediately after his opponent made his move, the dungeon boss prepared to strike back, and seeing this, the man mentally mumbled, "Excuse me, sir," preparing to meet his end in a battle against a powerful enemy who was already striking. He added in his head, "I should have waited for you." Having dealt with Randolph with just one punch, the monster sighed in disappointment after an easy victory. The next moment, bowing his head down, he added, "Who knew that the first living creature I met would break after the first time in our game?" Immediately after his thoughts, feeling something more interesting ahead, the monster prepared to move on and said, "Well, it's nothing to worry about." Having reached the threshold of the room in which he was imprisoned, the dungeon boss added that it seems that there is still someone alive there, so let's have fun. Continuing to fight with the enemies, Sung Suho thought. I continue to attack and they don't even see the end. Well then, pointing his hand at one of the defeated mummies, he said, "Rebel," and then received a notification that you cannot pull out old souls. Seeing the ban on the use of mummies, Sung Suho looked at his hand and said in surprise, "I can't pull out old souls on demons, and I can't use the restrictions more than I thought." At the same moment, a strong earthquake began, which awakened everyone on the battlefield, and the ground near Sung Suho began to collapse. The other members of the Asura clan were also affected by this earthquake, and the ground began to collapse under them. The next moment, giant centipedes began to appear from the ground, and now they had to fight them as well. Seeing a new enemy to confront, Ryo Singh exclaimed in confusion, "Monsters, centipedes, damn it! We could barely handle the mummies alone." The next moment, all the hunters present on the battlefield began to jump in different directions, so as not to accidentally fall underground when the centipedes appeared. As Isle tried to strike, her spear failed to pierce the monster's thick layer of armor, and she exclaimed that the creatures were so strong that the attack failed. After his ally's words, Ryo Singh said to Suho that it was strange that monsters were flocking here. It was insulting to give the right to own a field-type dungeon to scavengers, but it seemed to me that it was better for us to retreat, to which Seok Suho replied similarly. Immediately after his answer, recalling the conditions of the task, the boy mentally said in the content of the quest it says to remove the cause of the red gate. I'm not sure that the quest will count if the boss is defeated by scavengers. We can really retreat like this. The next moment, seeing something strange happening in the dungeon, Ryo Singh shouted out the same entrance through which the Scavengers Guild had entered, and a new monster was coming out. Hearing the remark from his comrade, Sung Suho felt some tension and mentally said, "After leveling up, my perception has increased. I can definitely feel it." Seeing the enemy heading in their direction with the signature of the prisoner living in the tomb of Ameth, the boy mentally added this monster with the red name is an unprecedented disaster. At the very moment when the crocodile left the dungeon and saw the monsters in front of him, he said menacingly, "Get out!" And then all the dead turned their attention to him. Noticing that the enemies began to retreat, a seal was surprised to hear the voice of the monster who had just ordered them to leave, and the mummies retreated as they received his order. Continuing to watch the retreating monsters, the girl was surprised to add what it was, after which the same monster Ameth appeared right in front of her. Hearing the voice of the crocodile who asked her in the language of monsters, "Do you understand what I'm talking about?" Emile raised her head and answered, "Yes, I am also a demon." Having received a positive answer to his question, the crocodile laughed and added, "All around me are dead people who have lost their minds and insects scattered across the desert. It's been a long time since I've met someone to talk to." At the same time, not noticing a millipede coming towards her from the direction of his seal, she was surprised to think that he was much more sociable than I expected. The next moment, with just one swipe of his hand, the monster with the name easily dealt with the millipede, which some people could not even scratch. Seeing what had just happened before her eyes, Isle exclaimed in shock in her head. He had dealt with the centipede with one blow. Immediately after his actions, Ameth turned his head to the girl and said, "Before I start talking to you, maybe I should deal with the creatures that don't even understand when I tell them to go away." As soon as the crocodile finished speaking, it immediately rushed into battle, destroying the rest of the millipedes and surprising the other hunters. Watching the strange sight, Sung Suho kept his eyes on Amuti and thought the monster was destroying other monsters. After finishing the battle with the monsters who were interfering with his dialogue with the first person who understands him in a long time, the crocodile washed himself with a bloody rain and promised to hate insects. At the same time, the Ashura Guild, still standing in place and wondering what had happened before their eyes, lowered their weapons to the ground and huddled together. The next moment, trying to figure out what was going on, Ryo Singh said in confusion that he had forgotten a monster that could kill a tank of many centipedes in an instant in this field-type dungeon. According to the analysis, it was definitely rank C or B. Hearing a human voice that he did not understand, the crocodile turned his head back and said menacingly that it turns out there are still idiots here with whom it is impossible to talk. The next moment, rushing at Ryo Singh, who was standing near him, Ameth angrily shouted, "Then you will also perish," but he did not succeed in achieving his goal. Having interrupted the monster's attack on his comrade Sung Suho by knocking down his trajectory with his punch, he said, "How can you destroy someone because he is unable to talk to you about your values?" After receiving a question from the guy who prevented him from killing the man, the crocodile got up from the ground and said in surprise, "Wow, there is someone among people with whom you can maintain a dialogue." Once on his feet, Ameth instantly rushed at Song Suho and dealt him a crushing blow, saying, "My values, you say, I never thought about them." As a result of his punch, the monster with the name launched the boy into the wall with such force that he stuck in it and spat blood from his mouth. Seeing what had just happened to his master, Essel exclaimed in fright to the younger master looking in his direction. The next moment, pointing her weapon in the direction of the crocodile, she exclaimed, "How dare you attack the younger master?" and was answered, "Oh, are you really allies with him?" Turning his gaze to the frightened girl, Amuth added, "I'm not a master of apologies, but at least I won't kill you. If you're a demon, you must know a lot, so I hope you'll satisfy my curiosity." Holding the spear in front of her, a seal received a question from the monster who said that the war between the Shadow Lord and the others was over. If it was over, who won? And then she thought, what kind of monster is he that knows about the war of the lords? After waiting a few seconds for the girl to start talking, the crocodile, not having received a single word in response, said menacingly, "Answer me, or you're not going to talk." As Essel looked at her comrades who were in serious condition after the blow, Amit added menacingly, "Well then, there's nothing to be done." At the same time, Burr was circling around the unconscious Song Suho, trying to bring him back to life, repeatedly shouting, "Younger Lord, younger Lord." Gritting her teeth and starting to shed tears of despair, Essel heard, It doesn't matter if you're a nobody who doesn't understand me or a demon who doesn't want to answer to either of them. We can't talk to either of them. Raising his leg up, ready to crush the girl in front of him, the monster said in a menacing tone, "Then you too disappear." Before the crocodile could complete his plan, the guy's voice sounded behind him, telling him to get a reward to restore his condition, after which the energy was released. After restoring his general condition to its original state and getting to his feet, Sung Suho rubbed his shoulder and said, "I'm glad I postponed the reward for the daily quest. I heard something about a great war of the overlords." Immediately after his statement about possessing the information Amit was interested in, the boy looked up and smiled slyly and said that all the lords had died. Continuing his story, Sung Suho added the Shadow Lord's forked hand, and hearing this, Asil exclaimed in confusion to the younger lord, and the crocodile asked if it was true. Trying to find out more information, Amit asked again while I was locked up here. The War of the Lords was already over, after which Sung Suho answered correctly, and mentally added that if he was asking about the Battle of the Lords, then perhaps he was related to one of them. Continuing to look at the monster that was walking toward him, Song Su-ho mentally added the strength of this crocodile monster is at least rank S. I can only destroy it with cunning. And then he heard that the Shadow Lord won. Watching the enemy who was heading towards him to find out more information about the Battle of the Lords, the boy thought, if all the lords were dead. Stopping a few meters away, he asked Sung Suho Amut again if Tarnak, the master of the iron body, had also died at the hands of the Shadow Lord. All the while, Song Suho continued to look at the monster in front of him, with the inscription, "The prisoner who lives in the grave of Amut," written above it. Trying to understand the situation, the boy mentally thought that if this monster named Ameth mentions the owner of the iron body, it means that he is a humanoid monster. Continuing his thoughts, Sung Suho added that if he found out whose son I was, he might be hostile, and then noticed a giant hand coming towards him. Seeing that her lord was once again in danger, Aesel, who was standing aside, screamed out in fright to the younger lord. The next moment, after completing his strike, Ameth struck the spot where Song Suho was standing with his palm, driving her a few centimeters into the depths. Jumping back out of the area of the strike, Song Suho exclaimed in confusion, "What are you doing?" To which the crocodile replied, "You are taking too long to answer, so you are thinking of lying. If you don't answer quickly, I will finish you off." After which Song Suho thought he had some frivolous criteria for killing. The next moment, the crocodile spoke again in a menacing tone. "I will ask you again if the owner of the iron body died at the hands of the Lord of Shadows." In response to his interlocutor's question, Song Suho gritted his teeth and said in a disgruntled tone, "All the lords have died like that," and then thought he wouldn't be angry because of the death of the Lord. Having received an answer to his question, Amit said in an ominous voice that made the boy's blood run cold, and I wondered why he no longer came to me. Continuing to gloat over what he had just learned, the crocodile monster added, "Did he really die with the others? I have to thank the Lord of Shadows." Seeing his opponent's reaction to his answer, Song Suho thought in surprise. He smiled, and then asked, "Aren't you from the Iron Body Lord's family?" and then heard that I was his relative. Angry at his interlocutor's question, Amit prepared to deliver another crushing blow and said, "You're insulting me." Preparing to put up at least some kind of block to survive the enemy's blow, Sun Suho heard, "You will definitely die." However, he failed at the moment when his attack was about to reach Song Suho. Amit's hand was chained, preventing him from completing the blow. Not feeling a single blow from his opponent, Song Suho slowly opened his eyes and said in surprise that the chains were there. At the same time, angry that he was once again prevented from carrying out his plans, Ameth irritably said in his head again, "Those damn chains." I stepped out of the Medi-permitted area. The next moment, the chains dragged Ameth back to the dungeon, and he shouted in frustration, "Damn chains! Damn Tarnak! Damn spellcaster!" As soon as he was inside the dungeon and down in the darkness of the dungeon, he shouted again. At the same time as the enemy disappeared right before his eyes, Sung Ho said in confusion in his head, these chains suddenly appeared and tightened the monster. The next moment, he breathed out a sigh of relief and thought, I don't know what exactly that was, thank God. And then he heard the nervous voice of a seal asking if Junior Master was okay, to which he replied, yes. Sung Suho turned his gaze from the girl to the unconscious Gray and added, now that we know about the existence of this monster, we should be more careful. But for now, we need to provide emergency assistance to Gray and the people of the Asura Guild. As soon as he said that, he felt something strange happening right in front of him. The quest content began to change, and Suho mentally said something was wrong with the task. Noticing her leader's strange behavior, a seal asked him in surprise while Sung Suho was reviewing the mission if something had happened to the younger lord. In response to his subject's question, the young man nervously pointed to the task plate and said the urgent task had changed. After rereading the content of the urgent task and looking around, the girl asked if this monster was a descendant of the Iron Body. Going inside the dungeon and noticing the bodies of scavengers under the gongs, Sung Suho mentally said that these were people from the Scavenger Guild, so Ameth had defeated them here. Seeing the guests who came to his room, the crocodile monster was surprised to see you and asked, "Are you really here to see me, and you are a brave man?" In response to the monster's question, Song Suho replied that I came because I want to have a proper conversation, and he said, "Didn't we talk recently?" After which the boy added that trying to kill your interlocutor is not a conversation, and Ameth said, "What are you talking about?" Demonstrating his sincere hatred for the owner of the steel body, Cupid added angrily, "Tarnak didn't teach me any other method than if you're going to argue with his lifeless body." Having received threats from his interlocutor, Song Suho gritted his teeth and mentally said, "He's aggressive, but he's like an honest little child in front of me, so I should take him as an ally," and then said, "It seems that you have a hatred for the owner of the Iron Body. What's the reason?" Hearing the question from his guest, the monster asked you unhappily that you came out of mere curiosity, after which he sighed heavily and added, "Well, I'm still chained up and can't do anything else." Starting his story, the crocodile smiled ominously and said, "My name was Ameth, the owner of the Iron Body of Tarnak, and the spellcaster created me and then left me in this grave." After listening to the beginning of the story, Sung Suho asked in surprise, "You were created by the Iron Body Lord and the spellcaster," and Ameth replied, "Yes, these two turned me into this, and now I'm chained by these stupid chains and left in a tomb full of dead people." Then the boy added, "Can't you break the chains?" To which the monster replied, "These chains are created by magic. Even if I break them, they reappear as soon as I try to go far enough. Because of this, I have never even been in the depths of this tomb." Continuing his story, the crocodile monster said in a menacing tone, "I cannot forgive Tarnak and the spellcaster for condemning me to such suffering." After listening to the story of Amut's imprisonment, Sung Suho thought that the quest description said that in order to free Amut, he needed to somehow deal with the chains that held him. The next moment, turning his gaze to the place where the chains were attached, the boy thought, "How can I get rid of these chains that appear again and again? If destroying the columns would help, I think Amut would have done it himself long ago. The next moment, having come to a certain conclusion, Sung Suho mentally said, "Stop the columns," and then asked Amuth, "When you were sealed, there were already monsters here," to which he replied, "Yes. Why?" Having received the answer to his question, the boy said, "So you are not the master of this dungeon." And then the monster said, "No, I am not the master." And then Sung Suho added, "Did you see a room with a huge iron door?" And he replied, "I only know about this room, but I have never gone down deeper through the chains. And why are you questioning me about it?" Having received the new information, Sung Suho bowed his head down and put his hand to his chin, thinking it was strange if Amit's free movement through the dungeon was not a problem. Would the spellcaster create chains that would reappear as soon as he went further, if my hypothesis was correct? Immediately after his thoughts, the boy looked up at his interlocutor and said, "Amith, if I can free you, you will fulfill my request." After which the man asked in surprise, "Will you free me?" The next moment, the monster added, "If somehow you can free me, I will do anything you want. Are you going to destroy the spellcaster whose whereabouts are unknown, or do you know how to reverse the spell?" Continuing his speech, Amith broke the chains that held him and said in a menacing tone, "If you're saying this just for fun, I'll make sure you're not joking." Throwing off the shackles that held him in one place, the crocodile monster added in an angry tone, "You know what will happen to you then." Seeing the stern mood of Amit Essel, the young lord was surprised to hear the girl's words, and then ignored her and said, "Listen first and then decide." Having calmed the monster with his words, Sung Suho looked at the interlocutor in front of him and said, "I will destroy this dungeon." Continuing to tell his plan with an embarrassed smile, the boy added, "You said you can't go into the depths of the dungeon because of the chains. But if the spellcaster decided so, isn't it because he's worried that you will destroy the dungeon master? So if you defeat the dungeon master, it will collapse." Developing his thought about the way to free the prisoner, the boy confidently added what would happen to the columns if they lost their base, and if the columns could no longer fulfill their role, then what would be the point of the chains at all? After listening to the end of Song Suho's thoughts, who suggested a possible idea for his release, Amith smiled slyly and said an interesting thought. Sometime after the mission to free the descendant of the iron body Burr, who began to shed tears, the younger lord said sadly. Circling around Amit, who was chasing him, Burr added, "Why did you decide that Burr would not go with you but would be with this uncivilized reptile?" After which Amit said, "Don't behave like a fruit fly, Ant." Hearing what he had just been called, Burr angrily exclaimed that the fruit gnat wanted to die a painful death at the hands of Marshall, to which the crocodile replied, "By the way, I would not have even thought that this boy was the son of the Lord of Shadows." The next moment, putting his hand on the floor, the crocodile monster mentally said, "This is the deepest place in the tomb where I can go. It's been a long time since the descendant of the shadows went forward." Immediately after his words, he looked up in the direction of Sung Suho's direction and added in his mind that if he could not defeat the dungeon master, it would be a failure. If the dungeon collapsed, but the chains did not fall, it would be a failure. The next moment, remembering how Sung Suho had told him that, "When you leave here, you will fulfill my request," the monster added mentally. I don't know why, but I felt confident in his words. Immediately after these thoughts, recalling the owner of the iron body, the crocodile mentally said, "Tarnak, you created me. I am sure that physical strength is true, but even creatures that are weaker than us can seem more imposing." Continuing his thoughts while Sung Suho had already reached the boss's room, Amath thought, maybe this guy can get me out of here. Being in the room where the boss of this dungeon was located, Sung Suho had already managed to deal with several guards who were protecting the main owner of this place. Having dealt the last blow, the guy knocked the sand monster to the ground, which was scattered into several pieces. When all the enemies were destroyed, Sung Suho turned his gaze to the Sphinx, where the last monster was sitting on the throne, and spoke to the remaining one. Not far from them on his throne was the last enemy with the red name of the guardian of Shik's tomb hanging above him. Turning back a few minutes to where they had tried to take Amit with them, Sung Suho said, "As I thought, the chains were blocking the entrance to the shadowy dungeon." Having failed again, the crocodile spoke angrily, crushing the chain in his hand. "Even when I believed that I would get out of here, the chains appeared and prevented me." After which, Sung Suho said, "What a problematic spell. Well, I did not expect it to be so easy. I just wanted to check." Starting to tell the scheme of actions, Sung Suho said in our plan 2 points. The first, Essel and I defeat the boss and destroy the dungeon. Then the second is to make the chains lose their purpose without columns. Continuing to describe the tactics of the approximate plan, the guy confidently added that when everything was done, Amith would be freed from the chains and join us with Bear. After telling us the entire procedure that they would need to do, Sung Suho added in the end, and we would escape by entering the shadow dungeon. Hearing the plan of action, Amit said that if we do not fulfill at least one of the points, it will be a failure, after which Sung Suho said, "I have a backup plan in case we fail." Hearing that the guy had another option in case of failure of the first one, the crocodile said, "No need. It's still better than imprisonment here." Recalling the entire plan of action, Song Suho aimed at the enemy who had fought him after he had killed all his subjects. At the moment when the monster fired a sandball at him, the boy destroyed it, but the resulting sand buoy blocked his view. In order to stay on course, Sung Suho continued to move in the direction indicated, dodging the enemy's next attacks. As soon as the enemy reappeared in his field of vision, Suho mentally said, "Shik's tomb guard is hard to come close to judging by the red name. His rank is at least A." The next moment, he covered his face with a cloth to prevent the sand from interfering with his battle and added, "At this rate, my mana will run out before we complete the plan, so we need to end this as soon as possible." After a while, after breaking out of the sand fog, Sung Suho shouted to his subject, "Isel, let's use the communication skill." Hearing the order from her master, the girl exclaimed yes to her younger master, and then mentally exclaimed joyfully at last. Uniting with her master, Asil mentally recited the conditions of the communication skill charge, which I had learned while walking through the gate with the younger master. If I destroy a monster and absorb its soul, then the charge coefficient of the communication skill increases. Continuing to create a magical sphere to destroy the enemy they faced this time, Iselin mentally added, "It's time to show my personal results from hunting goblins in the shadow dungeon." After completing the merger to strengthen her master, Asil fell to the ground exhausted and mentally said, "I have so far only shown my younger master my pathetic side." Continuing to lie on the ground as the sounds of battle were heard nearby, she added in her mind that I hope the skill of connecting with me will help him. Seeing the notification that the connection skill was successful and he could deal powerful blows, Sung Suho mentally promised, "I will put everything into this blow." After the battle with the enemy was over, Amuth, who was with Bae, felt a strong shaking of the ground, and Bae said this in surprise. Realizing what had happened, he nervously added that the dungeon was collapsing, and then the crocodile said that they had defeated the dungeon master. The next moment, Bear moved forward and shouted to the crocodile, "Follow me! We're going to the younger master," to which he heard only silence. Tilting his head down and taking the first step forward, Amith exclaimed, "If they don't interfere with me, I can finally be free of Tarnak. Deep in thought, the crocodile said, I still don't know why Tarnak and the spellcaster experimented on me. I only have memories of the pain of daily abuse, during which I was broken and reborn again. Continuing to recall his plight, the crocodile mentally added, Tarnak destroyed my entire body, and the spellcaster rebuilt it again. Everything went according to their plan. The longer the experiments went on, the stronger my body became. But my mind could not bear the suffering, so I cut out my eyes, changed, and became someone who could enjoy this pain. Recalling over and over again my difficult fate and what the monster had to go through, I mentally added only one wish that allowed me to endure all this torment. The next moment, remembering the beautiful landscape that he wanted to see again, Amut mentally added a passionate desire to feel the majesty of nature again that I had seen as a child. Lowering his head down and moving forward with a new opportunity to leave the dungeon, the crocodile said in his head, if only I could make it happen. But his joy did not last as long as he would have liked. A few steps later, Amut felt a column digging into his body. Trying to get it out of his body and seeing other columns heading towards him, the crocodile exclaimed in surprise in his head, The columns are coming this way. At the moment when the tips of the columns that held the chains that bound him were heading into his body, Amut shouted Tarnak, the spellcaster. Continuing to express his rage, the crocodile exclaimed, You would rather kill me than let me go free like this. Having repelled the columns of bark heading for Amut, the boy heard Burr exclaim in alarm to the younger lord, after which he mentally said the columns are so strong. The next moment, preparing to create a shadow gate, the boy added in his mind that they would come back to attack again if the chains did not release Amut. Directing the columns that were headed to finish off the crocodile at the shadow gate, Sung Suho shouted out that he would have to move the columns. After a while, most of the columns had already left the dungeon, but there were still a few that needed to be eliminated. Watching the guy who was trying to protect him and save him no matter what, Amuth mentally said to Seung Suho, What are you going through? Looking at the exhausted boy who continued his struggle against the columns, the crocodile added, What do you want to ask me for if you bring yourself to this state? Feeling heavy in his body after a long battle against the columns, the guy noticed another one coming at him and thought, My bones can't take it anymore. Just as he was preparing for the worst, Amut entered the battle and saved him from possible death by knocking one of the columns off. Watching him take over his work, Sung Suho suddenly heard the crocodile say, Now I think I understand why Tarnak, no lord, has ever been able to defeat the Lord of Shadows. Surprised by this motivation that suddenly visited his friend, the boy said in surprise, Amut, and then heard the question, We only need to place the columns in the gate correctly. Continuing to fulfill the plan of his friend who did not want to give up, he said, Let's try together to defeat Sun Su Honi. Preparing for the confrontation for his freedom together with the guy who gave him this opportunity, Amut exclaimed the younger lord. After a while, Essel suddenly opened her eyes and sat up and heard Bey's voice asking if she was awake, and then asked Bey in surprise. Continuing to sit on her knees, the girl suddenly exclaimed in a worried voice, The younger lord sent me to the shadow dungeon first because I ran out of energy. What about him and Amut? And was answered with a hush. Pointing in the direction where the girl should have looked, Burr added, They are resting over there. After which Essel looked in surprise in the direction indicated. Seeing the boy next to her who was in the shadowy dungeon, the girl happily exclaimed, Younger lord, you made it. While he was resting with the crocodile Sung Suho, notifications came in that the descendant of the iron body had become your ally. You had completed the urgent quest, Spatial Rift. Your level was raised. You received a reward for completing the quest check, the reward. At the same time, somewhere in his office with a cup of hot tea on his desk, Woo Jin-chul continued to review the personal file of one of the hunters. Holding a tablet in his hands, he thought in his head as he looked at the hunter's photo. Something started to happen after the disappearance of the hunter, Sung Jin. Woo Jin-chul continued his thoughts and added, "The gates and hunters began to appear again. Thanks to the memories of the past world that I received from the hunter Sung Jinwoo, I quickly organized an association of hunters that reduced the chaos that had been caused by the great catastrophe." The next moment, he thought of something new. But the existence of stardust means that the course of events in this world is different from the past. A stimulant that did not exist before can increase the magical power of low-ranked hunters without side effects. Immediately after mentioning the main villain who might be involved, the man added in his mind that so far we only knew that the deputy head of the Genzi Guild was involved in the distribution of stardust, and judging by the fact that it was happening while the hunter Lim Tai-hyu was away on a business trip abroad, it was highly likely that the deputy head, Lee Min-seong, was acting alone. Woo Jin-chul continued his thoughts and added in his head, "Lee Min-sung is not the kind of person who could be involved in such a level of distribution in the past world. I feel that someone is behind him." And then his phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, the man was surprised to ask the director if something was wrong, and he replied, "I'm sorry for the sudden call, leader." To which he replied, "You can call me any time. You helped the Hunters Association a lot in the early days of its existence." Hearing that there was no problem with the sudden call, the man said, "I'm calling because I need the help of the Hunters Association." And Woo Jin-chul asked for help, and then my nephew heard. Chewing on his anxiety, the man shed tears and exclaimed anxiously, "He's an awakened hunter, and I think he's stuck in the gate." Pleading for help from the leader of the Hunters Association, the uncle added, "Please help leader Woo Jin-chul," and then he said, "Your nephew." Holding the phone to his ear, the leader of the Hunters Association asked the caller anxiously if it was about Sung Suho. Sometime after the incident, Sung Suho finally recovered and regained consciousness, while the Asura Guild was still sleeping. The next moment, leaning on the open window of the truck, the boy smiling happily exclaimed, "Wake up," when he heard a voice, and turned his gaze to see Ryo Singh saying Ga Su-ho in surprise. Seeing that the man had regained consciousness, the boy happily said, "The dungeon is cleared and you can borrow my phone for a while." And then Ryo rubbed his head and said that the dungeon was cleared. A few seconds later, finally waking up and realizing what Sung Suho had just told him, the man exclaimed in surprise that it was cleared. After a while, arriving at the airport to see the boy off, Ryo Singh said to Suho, "I will not forget how you saved us at the pyramid field. Please write and call me even when you are in Korea." To which he replied, "Thank you for the ticket to Korea." The next moment, he smiled awkwardly, remembering his uncle's reaction after the call and his embarrassed exclamations that you had entered Egypt through the gate. "What a blessing that you are okay. I thought something terrible had happened to you," Sung Suho added, and for helping him contact his uncle. The next moment, thinking back to the conversation with Yoo Jin-ho, he added, "Uncle said he told my friend at the Hunters Association, so maybe I should go there as soon as possible." At the same moment, looking at Suho, Ryo Singh said, and yet strangely, the crocodile monster, which seemed to be of S rank or higher, retreated and the dungeon suddenly collapsed, to which the boy awkwardly replied, "I agree with you." Smiling awkwardly so as not to attract suspicion, Sung Suho added, "I was very lucky, and then thought I couldn't honestly tell you about a moot." The next moment, recalling the moment when he came to, the boy saw the results of his efforts and spoke disappointedly to the others. The chains never let Amit go. Because of the chains, you won't be able to go beyond the shadow dungeon. So it turns out that I couldn't keep my promise because I didn't break the seal. In response to the young man's question, Amut said, "You don't have to worry about it, because from the very beginning, you promised that you would get me out of the tomb." Immediately after his words, Amith turned his gaze to the side where the columns were located and added that perhaps because the columns had scattered in all directions, the area of possible activity had become wider compared to the cramped tomb, and it was much more comfortable here. Hearing the monster's words, Sung Suho looked at him and thoughtfully said in his head, "And it seems to me that Amit's mood changed somehow." The next moment, the crocodile took the boy by the collar and lifted him up from the ground and said, "Yes, and also." Immediately after his words, the crocodile went with the boy to the roof of the buildings. Seeing this, Essel exclaimed anxiously to the younger master. Looking from a high point at the magnificent view, the crocodile said, "Here, though only a little, I can feel the greatness of nature that I have missed so much." The next moment, turning his head to the boy, the crocodile said, "As promised, I will follow you, younger lord," after which the boy smiled happily and exclaimed, "Amutu." Heading to the checkpoint, Sung Suho thought, apparently, the opening of the gate to the shadow dungeon and the appearance of the urgent quest were arranged by the system for the sake of Amuth becoming my friend, and then he said, waving his hand and seeing you again, "Rio Singh." Continuing to look at the trail of the mysterious guy, Rio mentally said, "Sung Suho is a hunter with the rank of summoning and transformation." Continuing to watch the boy in front of him, he mentally added, "We need to contact the guild and offer to hire him." At that time, Bear said to his master, "It's been so long since I've flown on an airplane," to which Suho replied, "The gates to Korea are closed, so we have no choice." The next moment, opening his status window to view the characteristics, he added this time, "I defeated the boss and received a reward for an urgent quest, so I raised as many as 7 levels." Immediately after his conclusion on the results of the mission, Suho asked Bear, "Judging by my appearance, what rank am I approximately?" To which he replied, "You are approximately A rank, Junior Lord." After which he said, "Now I have risen to A rank." After receiving the answer from his subject, Song Su-ho furrowed his brows and said in a stern tone, "I think I am more or less ready." The next moment, pulling his arm up to his side, he confidently added, "Then we can launch a retaliatory attack on Lee Min-seong and the Ataram apostles." At the same time, somewhere in a guild called the Alliance, a meeting was taking place at which one of the participants said that our guild had grown so quietly. Sitting in the leader's seat, the man added that we were a C-ranked hunters guild, and now we have the right to own the B-ranked gate in Incheon, after which one of the participants added that was correct, and we also moved to a new office. Hearing his comrade's remark, the leader looked at the ball he was holding and said with a smile on his face, "Thanks to the Stardust, we could get to the B-rank gate with its help, although most of us are C-rank hunters." Hearing this, one of the people present said that recently it has become easier to find it on the black market, and the price has become lower. I don't know who is behind this, but I am very grateful. And another person said, "Is this good? I think something is wrong here." Hearing Kim Sung-soo's remark, his friend, a ranked hunter, cried out, "You were a ranked hunter from the beginning. You don't understand us." To which he replied, "The Hunting Association is considering a law banning the use of Stardust." Hearing the words of his comrade, someone suddenly exclaimed that, "But it has no special side effects. Why can hunters cope with a large number of gates with it? Isn't it good? How annoying they don't even do anything for a guild like ours where there are low-ranked hunters." Hearing the remarks from his comrades, Kim Sung-Soo opened the can and said, "Although there's no point in complaining, I won't do anything about it myself." Arriving at the office where the guild meeting was taking place, one of Itaram's apostles said, "So that's what the Alliance Guild is like." Raising his gaze to the people who were in the office and holding the meeting, the boy added, "You have been granted the right to own the gate in Incheon." Hearing the question from the man standing in front of him, Kim Son-soo said in surprise, approaching the guest, "That's right. We are the Alliance. What's the matter?" And then he mumbled, "Give us the gate," to which the man replied. Having not received what he wanted the first time, the apostle of the Itaram used the magic of mind control and said menacingly, "Pass the gate." Hearing the order from the new leader, one of the hunters bowed and mumbled, "We will do as you wish, apostle." Hearing this, Kim Son-soo looked around in confusion and exclaimed to the people, what kind of joke was this? Not understanding what was happening to his friends, the man exclaimed in confusion why they were suddenly jumping up and down, and then the apostle said, "Someone among you has not used stardust. How fortunate." Immediately after his words, the apostle of the Ithrim looked around him and said, "From now on, I forbid it to everyone." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the people standing in front of him and added, "Listen and watch," after which everyone closed their ears and eyes. Seeing the actions of his comrades, Kim Sung-soo exclaimed in confusion, "Why are you all obeying this kid?" And then the apostle sat down on the table and said, "I wanted to talk to someone besides that jerk." Starting his recollections and dialogue with the man, the boy said, "Our Creator hopes to take over the world without a master, and I came to Earth to fulfill his wish." Hearing the boy's words, Kis Sonsu grabbed his sword and exclaimed in confusion, "What are you talking about?" And then the apostle added, "But when I arrived here, I had questions." Reaching for the sword of one of his subjects, the boy added, "All creatures follow the will of the Creator who gave birth to them, but you people act from other awakenings. What will of the Creator do you fulfill?" 3. Hearing the question from the boy who had invaded their office, Kis Sonsu took out his weapon and held it up in front of him, exclaiming, "Creator? Who is this guy?" As the apostle began to pull the sword from the scabbard of his subject, he heard that some pseudo-religion, even though you are a child, does not mean that I will allow you to do this. After listening to the embarrassed exclamations of the man in front of him, who was not under his control, the apostle ran his hand along the blade of his sword and asked, "Have you just insulted my Creator?" The next moment the boy jumped down from the table and with a single swipe cut the man who had dared to say anything against the apostle's Creator. Thus, 2 people died in the room at once, and a cut on the wall from the blow that was intended for Kim Son-soo. As soon as the conversation was over, Apostle Itarima looked down at the dead man and said, "I let everyone watching and listening deal with this." Leaving the office of the Alliance Guild and heading out of the building, the apostle began to walk when someone shouted out what kind of noise the hunters were making. As the apostle approached the 2 men standing in the corridor, he took control of them and then said, "Forget everything you saw here." Having erased the memories of all the witnesses, the apostle, heading for the exit, mentally said what free will is. All creatures exist only to fulfill the will of the Creator. Continuing on his way, the apostle raised his head up and looked up into the sky and thought that the creatures of the Creator of this universe had killed him by their own will. After a while, the boy arrived at a place where a large number of his subjects surrounded the wounded monster. Looking at the creature lying on the ground, the apostle said thoughtfully, "Monster, it would be more correct to call you a refugee wandering through the spatial rift." The next moment, creating a crystal in his hand, the apostle said, "Living in wandering after losing your home must be painful, so I will give you a chance to let off steam." Immediately after his words, releasing the crystal from his hands, which immediately flew in the direction of the monster and implanted itself in its head, the boy added, "Be as wild as you want." Continuing to watch the monster to whom he had given power, the apostle Itarima said in a stern tone, "I need to learn this world better in order to fulfill the will of the Creator." After some time, new gates appeared near the airport, which could soon break through from the onslaught of monsters. Having blocked off a certain area and evacuated people around the perimeter, one of the hunters who was waiting for orders said it looked dangerous. Continuing his thoughts, standing in front of the gate, the hunter added, "Magic is oozing out of the gate. If we don't defeat the boss right now, I think the dungeon will break through. I'm afraid it will cause great damage to the airport." A few seconds later, as soon as the apostle arrived at the scene and took control of the hunters, one of them looked back and said, "We'll report to the association that there are no problems." The next moment, after the hunter under the apostle's control went to report that there was no danger, the gate was breached. At that very moment, the apostle observed what was happening and mentally said, recalling the story, that all creatures exist to fulfill the will of the Creator. Continuing to recall the Supreme Being to whom absolutely everyone must obey, he mentally added, "When the Creator was bored, we fought with each other." The next moment, recalling another moment of his leader's desire, the apostle added in his mind that if the Creator wanted something, we would fulfill his wishes, no matter what it took. Continuing to recall the crazy wishes of their leader, which they fulfilled without reproach, the apostle added in his mind that this is the reason why we exist. The next moment, recalling the same sly smile of his leader, the apostle of Itarima thought, and one day the Creator spoke. Recalling the order of his leader after which a lot has changed, he mentally added in another dimension, "My relative died. Take this and get me the right to own the world without a master." Having received the following order from their ruler, many believers of that world began to gather together. As soon as all the believers who existed in this dimension gathered, this huge army went to the world without a master. It took an incredibly large amount of energy to move all those soldiers to another dimension. The passage between the two different dimensions is too narrow to withstand such a huge volume, and that is why it took a long time for the army of God to move between the dimensions. However, despite the considerable amount of time it took to move, the army did not give up and finally arrived in the world without a master. However, everything was not as simple as it might seem, as their arrival had been expected there for a long time. This giant army of alien invaders was met by the darkness of the Lord of Shadows, who stood up to defend his dimension. The darkness possessed by this person who stood up to defend his dimension was impenetrable and incredibly deep. At the very moment when the invasion began and the army of the Creator moved to another dimension, the Lord of Shadows used his power to shout out, "Rise up." Immediately after the call, the entire sky was filled with pitch blackness, which the invaders could not ignore and froze in place and looked up. The next moment, soldiers of the darkness also began to appear from that darkness, and its soldiers were incredibly strong. However, it was not all darkness alone that embodied the fear in the hearts of the invaders who came to gain control of the world without a creator. The worst thing was that if a soldier died on the battlefield against darkness, his life did not end there. After his death, the darkness penetrated his body, and he rebelled against the army of the god with whom he had recently fought side by side. The battle went on. More and more soldiers died, and the forces of darkness grew stronger. The army of the god became weaker, and the battle that began in the world without a master imperceptibly went beyond its borders. After a while, the army of God plunged into despair because it could not defeat the darkness. and then the messenger of God, Daul, spoke up. Standing before the god, Daul said, "This is our chance, just like us. The darkness that has gone beyond the world without a master cannot easily return there because of its giant magic. I do not feel magic from the creatures that inhabit the world without a master, so we can take over the world from the inside with the help of combustible mists. Combustible mists are lower-level believers who have been burned by the fire of faith, but still do the will of God. They are weak, but their ability to spread their faith is devastating to creatures without magic. The army of the god decided that if they spread the faith and increased the number of believers in the world without a master, it would be fashionable to manifest holy places and miracles, and everyone unanimously agreed to use Daul's trick. Immediately after everything was said and decided, TL used his ability and divided his power into 5 parts. And thus, having split into a considerable number of weak particles, the weakest one with a combustible fog went to the world without a master. As originally planned, the weakest particle went unnoticed and successfully managed to enter the world without a host. However, the first fragment of Daul, which did manage to reach the same world without a host, encountered a surprise. Once in the world without a master, he saw hunters who had just gone on a mission. The problem was that the creatures of the world without a master suddenly had magical powers that made the mission more difficult. Later he found out that this was due to a great catastrophe. The first fragment decided to wait for the others and successfully teamed up with the second one. We can't let our gentleman get triggered again by the people of Daul's fragment. It's important for him to learn about the maximum potential of hunters who have magic. Once at the airport where the event was about to begin, TL mentally prayed to fulfill his mission. As soon as he finished his thoughts, the wall at the airport collapsed, drawing the attention of everyone present to him. Turning his head in the direction of the noise, one of those in the airport saw monsters breaking through. Looking at the creatures that stood right in front of him, one of the citizens screamed out in fright at the monsters that had broken into the building with civilians. Also, seeing that they were in danger, people trying to save their lives shouted out to break through the dungeon and contact the Hunters Association, while the guard pulled out his weapon and shouted, "Why would the dungeon suddenly break open?" TL, who was standing nearby and watching everything, mentally said, "If the monsters with high magical power make a mess, then higher-ranked hunters will definitely show up. I want to test the abilities of S-rank hunters if I get the chance." The next moment, hearing one of the hunters who was heading to fight the monsters shout out, "Isn't the gate nearby given to one of the guilds?" TL mentally added that it was the hunters who were at the airport. Looking at the markings on their chests, the apostle added in his mind's eye, they all used stardust. Stardust is a stimulant created by melting faith into combustible mists. Although the small amount of faith that accumulates in the body has no effect on the lives of those who use it. Continuing his reflections, the apostle used his skill to mentally add, what if he strengthened his faith by enhancing Daul's ability? Immediately after using the skill, all the hunters who had used the star fog pills suddenly froze in place. The next moment, pointing to the hunters who wanted to interfere with the breakthrough, Daul said, "You're in the way, go back." And they replied with a yes, apostle. At the same time, the monsters continued to fill the airport more and more, attacking people who came across them. Catching up with the girl, one of the goblins who was following her stabbed her in the back with his dagger and then threw her to the ground and continued his work. Begging for help, the girl, who was being attacked by the monster, stretched out her hands to Daul and said in a trembling voice, "Help me." But he only looked at her with a disdainful look. As soon as the girl was dead, the apostle thought to himself, "Creatures exist for the sake of the Creator God, and I have always believed that there is only one reason for life, to fulfill the will of God. Continuing to stare at the motionless body of the girl who had just been killed by the monster, TL added, "But why do people have their own desires? Creatures have only the desires of their creator." The next moment, he turned his head to the other side where another monster and a couple of goblins were dealing with another human, and he thought to himself, "Do these weak people think they are superior to us?" At the same time, just after arriving at the airport, Sung Suho said that the dungeon had been broken through. "I had just returned to Korea. What was going on here?" Trying to run away from the monster, one man who accidentally caught his leg fell to the ground and then turned his head and screamed in fright. Reflexively closing his hand to shield himself from the monster, the man expected that he would be killed by the orc, who would simply crush him with his club. However, something happened that changed his participation in the fight. Sung Suho intervened, who had just taken a knee out of the orc's hand, preventing him from committing massacre. As soon as the danger was over, the boy went down to the ground and said to the rescued man, "I'll stop the monsters, and you should run away as fast as you can." Pulling out his sword and rushing into battle against the enemies, Sun Suho began to destroy the threat of the dungeon breakthrough with considerable confidence. At the same moment, the black-masked hunter said, recalling the words of Lee Minson, who said, "I heard that the hyena massacre was the work of the black-masked hunter," and he added, "Is it really this guy?" Continuing to look at Song Suho, who rushed into battle against the enemies in his outfit that stood out from the hundreds of TL, he thought about the same obstacle Lee Min-sung had mentioned.